Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Son of the Sun in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 71. Heavy Rain. Or Drinking and Planning. The journey back to Konoha did nothing but make Hinata and Haku's already precarious condition even worse. Naruto's first idea to speed the journey was to summon a giant toad and have it give them a ride. But it was soon made evident that the constant leaps wouldn't sit very well with the heavily wounded Konoha ninja. Naruto's next idea was to carry them on the back of clones, but the problem ended up being the same. In the end, Naruto ended up making 2 makeshift stretchers, and carried them with the aid of clones. Despite being able to run at a respectable speed, Naruto was unable to leap through the trees as he usually did, which ended up making his trip back home much longer than the justifiably impatient blonde wanted. Not helped by all the times he had to stop in order to change the bandages or close a wound that wouldn't stop reopening. Naruto couldn't be thankful enough when he saw the gates of Konoha. Finally, this nightmare of a mission could come to an end. Konoha Hospital, a couple hours later. Your teammates are indeed lucky. Either lucky, or crazy strong. To survive such a long journey with such grievous wounds, Tsunade commented, as she looked over the unconscious Hyuga. Thankfully, after an intervention of proper medical ninjas, her mother among them Hinata and Haku were finally out of danger, and placed in a room each. Naruto sighed, and shook his head. If we were strong or had luck on our side, Akatsuki wouldn't have won. Tsunade placed a comforting hand on her adoptive son, and gave him a sympathetic smile. Don't beat yourself too hard, Naruto. I'm sure all of you did what you could. But no matter how good you are, you sometimes end up facing an unexpectedly strong opponent. Did I mention the time your father and I fought against Hanzo the Salamander? That made Naruto chuckle a bit. You did. 100 of times. Not that I ever get tired of hearing it. So you should know that even the best of the best fail at times, Tsunade pointed out. Oh, I do know that, Naruto replied. It's just that. He trailed off, as his eyes rested on Hinata's unconscious form. It doesn't make failing any less painful, right? Tsunade finished his sentence. Naruto silently nodded. Sorry if I sound blunt, but get accustomed to it. Be thankful that at the very least, your teammates came back home alive. Others aren't as lucky. Naruto nodded. He knew exactly what his adoptive mother was talking about. While she was obviously not as eager to share such memories of the war as with the epic battle against Hanzo, Tsunade lost her fiancé and little brother during the Second Ninja War. It was what caused her to leave the village with no other company than a 4-year-old Shizuan. That moment, the door opened. It wasn't a slam, but it had more force than it was acceptable in a hospital. Naruto and Tsunade turned around, and saw another 2 female Hyugas entering the room, concern and worry written all around their faces. My daughter. Hikari Hyuga said, as she ran to check Hinata, followed by her youngest daughter. Don't worry, Hyuga-san. Hinata is fine, even if she may not look like it now, Tsunade interjected, reassuring the former Hyuga clan head. We estimate she'll be completely recovered in 3 or 4 weeks. Oh, thank goodness she's going to be okay, she said, sighing in relief. Thanks for your efforts, Tsunade-sama, Hikari replied, bowing at the Sannin. She then looked at Naruto. And thank you for taking care of my daughter, Naruto-kun. I know that have you not been there, maybe she would have never returned. I doubt that's the case, given that she's in that state because of me, Naruto dejectedly said. Naruto, I told you that Tsunade began, before being interrupted. What do you mean, Naruto? Hanabi asked. How can you be responsible of her condition? That would mean that you attacked her, and I can't imagine you doing that. No, I didn't attack her, but not that it mattered, Naruto replied. I wasn't strong enough to protect my teammates, and they ended up paying the price. Had I been better prepared, the Akatsuki wouldn't have defeated us and leave Hinata and Haku like that. Hikari couldn't help but smile a little. She placed a comforting hand on Naruto's cheek. Naruto-kun, while I appreciate your feelings for my daughter, her injuries are not your responsibility. Hinata is a ninja, just like you are, and knows the risks such position entails. But we're teammates. Naruto raged to protest, but Hikari raised a hand to silence him. Naruto, I've known you since you were a child. I know how much you care about my daughter, and how much you push yourself to be the best possible ninja, Hikari continued. However, no matter how hard you try, there will be times that you will fail. See? That's exactly what I told you, Tsunade agreed, nodding vigorously. I'm not winning this one, am I? Naruto asked in defeat. He then looked at his adoptive mom. We should leave Hikari and Hanabi alone with Hinata, Mom. Tsunade nodded in agreement. These rooms are too small for so many people, and we've been here for quite some time already, she said, before both blondes left the room. As Tsunade went to other parts of the hospital to continue with her daily work, Naruto moved to the next room, the one they put Haku in. Upon opening the door, the Jinchuriki saw the unconscious ice ninja had already somebody paying him a visit, a woman with long purple hair, holding a baby of a few months old, also with purple hair, albeit in a lighter shade. Hey there, Yojao, Naruto greeted the Umbu. The woman was wearing a dark blue shirt and green knee-length pants. It was one of the few times the blonde saw her wearing other than her job uniform. Yojao turned at Naruto, and smiled. Hello there. Came to see Haku. Naruto nodded, while repressing the urge to apologize to Haku's foster mother for failing to keep the ice ninja safe. He knew he would answer in a similar way to Hikari and Tsunade, and that would only made him feel even worse. You know, seeing Haku like this. Yojao began, as her eyes drifted towards the baby in her arms. Makes me wonder if I should allow Saiki-kun to become a ninja like his father and I. If something happened to either of them. Your perspective surely changes when you're a parent, right? Naruto asked the perplet. Yes. You're aware of the dangers you go through with every mission, and even if you don't regret your choices, you wish your children would take a different path, Yojao explained, as she rocked Saiki a little. But in the end, it's them who have to choose, regardless of what we think. Yeah. Naruto said, almost in a whisper. Do you want Saiki to become a ninja, then? I want him to be whatever makes him happy, Yojao replied. If being a ninja is his call, then I won't stop him. It'd be hypocritical of me if I did such a thing. Naruto nodded at her response, and the two of them fell into a comfortable silence, with only Haku's slow breath being heard. That's it, until Naruto opened his mouth to ask something. Hey, Yojao, may I ask you something? Naruto asked, not waiting to see the perplet's answer. What made you and Hayate adopt Haku to begin with? Naruto asked. Yojao seemed to be taken aback by such direct question, but her surprise didn't last long. Her smile put Naruto at ease, knowing that the question wasn't as personal as he feared. At first, I admit it was the money, Yojao told him. Huh. Hokage-sama announced that the village was going to take in a refugee from the Land of Water who happened to have a powerful bloodline limit, Yojao started to explain. And offered a considerable amount of money for the kid's upbringing until he reached adulthood, almost twice as much as he would need. Hayate and I were saving to buy a place of our own, so that drew our attention. But it wasn't just the money. Hayate and I also wanted to have kids of our own one day, Yojao smiled at the sleeping child in her arms upon saying this. And thought that maybe this could be a good opportunity to practice, you know? Even if Haku-kun was almost 10. Though, we grew to love Haku as our own child. While we know we could never replace Zabuza, I hope he at least returned some of that love. This time, it was Naruto who smiled. Trust me, he does. He wouldn't have grown to love this village as his home if it wasn't for both you and Hayate. That's reassuring to hear. Isn't it, Saiki-kun? How your older brother loves his adoptive family. Yojao Babli talked her child. Naruto, a familiar voice said behind him. The blonde turned around, and saw Jiraiya standing in front of the door. He turned back to the perplet one last time. Nice to speak with ya, Yojao. I'll come to visit Haku whenever I can. It was a pleasure. I'm sure he'll appreciate it, Yojao replied, before addressing the white-haired Sannin. Hokage-sama. Jiraiya nodded back in return, before closing the door. Naruto, the Umbu told me of your arrival and the state your teammates were in, Jiraiya replied. I came to see you as soon as I heard it. Well, I got lucky. As you can see, I'm not any worse for the wear, Naruto replied. Jiraiya could detect some bitterness in his voice. Can we go somewhere more private? There's stuff I need to talk you about. Important stuff about the mission. You want to give me your mission report already? Sure, let's go to my office dash. Actually, I preferred if we went somewhere else, Naruto cut him. Such request surprised the Toad Sannin. Naruto never had any trouble with his office in the past. Sure. Where do you want to go? 10 minutes later, above the Hokage Monument. Jiraiya and Naruto were sitting at the top of the cliff where the Hokage Monument was carved. The whole village spread before their eyes. It was, indeed, a magnificent view of Konoha. Unfortunately, neither father nor son were able to enjoy it much. So, Akatsuki already has another Jinchuriki in their grasp, Jiraiya said, letting out a tired sigh. That makes 5. More than half. Yes. But that alone isn't the worst part, Naruto said. I don't know if I want to hear it, Jiraiya replied. Too bad, because it concerns you specifically, Naruto stated, some anger seeping from his voice. Anger that was directed at Jiraiya. Something the Sannin noticed, and didn't like one bit. The Akatsuki that fought us were a man with spiky orange hair and a woman with blue hair that had paper-related jutsu. Do those descriptions ring any bells? Because the man called you Jiraiya-sensei. Jiraiya let out another sigh, the longest so far. I was wishing for it to be just a rumor, or a misunderstanding. I've been trying to ignore it, but guess I have to face the facts. So, you know them, then, Naruto said, sounding mildly accusatory. The Sannin nodded. Did you know they were Akatsuki? I had some reports that said that, yes. But I wanted to make sure it was really them before taking any course of action, Jiraiya admitted. And why didn't you tell me? Naruto shouted, letting more of his built-up anger seep. They are two people who were dear to me. Jiraiya admitted, sounding hurt. I didn't want to think that they had fallen so far. What's so special about them? I thought that you had nowhere like that in your life other than Mom and the old man Hokage, Naruto asked, throwing his hands in the air. Those two were children from AIM that, alongside a third one, became my very first students. I admit that the reason I decided to train them was because one of them had the Rinnegan, Jiraiya said, much to Naruto's shock. He always believed that Jiraiya only trained Naruto's biological father and his teammates. I lived with them in AIM for 2 years, and taught them enough ninjutsu and necessary skills in order to survive such a harsh place like AIM. A few years later, during the Third War, I heard that they formed an organization with the purpose of bringing peace to their homeland. Unfortunately, they drew Hanzo's attention, and not in a good way. That was the last time I heard of them. Until recently. What do you mean? Naruto asked. There were rumors regarding AIM, the biggest were 2 that I thought could be related. 1, that Hanzo had been quietly disposed and no longer ruled the village, even if that was AIM's official position. And second, that the village was secretly controlled by the Akatsuki. I sent Itachi Uchiha to check if those rumors could be true. As expected, they were. Hanzo has been dead for Kami knows how long, and indeed, 2 Akatsuki members were the one in charge now, which people in AIM called God and his angel. I could confirm that angel is indeed Konan, one of the children I trained back then. The other goes under the name of Pain. And he claimed to be a god, Naruto told him. Though given the power of the Rinnegan, that claim wasn't that far off. If you could only see the jutsu he used to finish us off. Jiraiya nodded. He had never seen the whole extent of the Rinnegan's power, but he remembered that that boy was one of the most talented and powerful kids he had ever seen. However, his memories were interrupted when he realized that there was something about Naruto's tale that didn't add up. Naruto, you said that the other Akatsuki, Konan's partner, had orange spiky hair, right? Jiraiya asked, now sounding curious. Yes. Is that important? Naruto asked. It is. You see, the true name of that man is Yahiko, Jiraiya began. That wasn't the kid with the Rinnegan. Naruto's eyes opened wide. Come again. The kid with the Rinnegan was Nagato. He had pale skin and bright red hair. Just like your cousin. In fact, he could be an Uzumaki, Jiraiya pointed out. Naruto's mind once again recalled the allegedly stolen Uzumaki seal barrier that Akatsuki had used to protect their lair while they extracted the one tail from Gaara, as well as the Moon Acolyte's revelation on how an Uzumaki could awaken the Rinnegan if they had Uchiha Ascendancy. But what his father said, it made no sense. No, I'm pretty sure what I saw, Naruto insisted. The man had orange spiky hair, and his skin was fair but not pale. It is possible that Nagato died and Yahiko took his Rinnegan. Jiraiya suggested. Naruto noticed the Sannin's wording, leaving out the possibility of Yahiko killing Nagato for his Jujutsu. Though it was understandable, since it would be like Naruto killing Hinata to have her Tensegan. No, that can't be, unless that Yahiko was also an Uzumaki or a Senju, Naruto replied. According to the Moon Acolytes, only somebody with 6 paths chakra can wield the Rinnegan or the Sharingan properly. Kakashi-sensei can only use his Sharingan during short intervals, and he's usually pretty winded after that. Pain had not 1 but 2 Rinnegan, and he didn't show any kind of signs of fatigue by using it. I was hoping that once we had information on every Akatsuki member we could answer all our questions. But it seems that now there are even more questions to answer, a frustrated Jiraiya sighed. He massaged his temples as he tried to put his thoughts in order. No, it was not time to make conjectures, there were some questions that could be answered. All right, we'll care about Pain's potential identity later. You saw him fight, right? Tell me what kind of powers he had so we are prepared for the next time we face him. Naruto nodded, and told his adoptive father about Pain. How he somehow spread his conscience across 6 bodies, each with one ability. One that could summon multiple animals, another one that could absorb ninjutsu, another that was like a living puppet full of weaponry, and lastly, the main one, who used powerful gravity-based attacks. You said there were 6 bodies, Jiraiya pointed out. What about the other 2? We never saw them. They stayed behind. My clones and the Kiryumbu fought them, but other than using those black rods and basic ninjutsu, they didn't have any kind of unique or amazing ability, Naruto said. Or maybe they had, but they didn't show them, Jiraiya pointed out. The fact that they decided to remain in the background makes me think 2 possibilities, either their abilities are oriented towards support rather than direct combat, or they're too valuable to risk in a fight. Probably both. I think that one of them is able to revive the other bodies, Naruto stated. Yotakata and Haku managed to kill the Pain with the gravity attacks. Hinata checked, his chakra network was down. Then, the woman, Konan took his body away, and later he was back and kicking, as if nothing happened. If one of the bodies can resurrect the other ones, then it makes sense that he'd try to keep that one away from danger. That may be the key to defeat Pain, Jiraiya said. What about the other? An escort. Jiraiya suggested, not completely sure. I mean, that body is important, so it makes sense that he'd try to keep it guarded. Given what you told me, the other 4 bodies already have powerful and outstanding abilities. It could be, but given that all 5 bodies have any kind of unique ability, we should think the 6th one is no exception, right? Naruto suggested. Jiraiya placed a hand under his chin, pensive. I think you may be right. Besides, thinking that the 6th body is any less dangerous than the other 5 is not a wise thing to do. Yeah. Though next time I face them, I'll keep an eye on that one, Naruto said. Though, with Kurane-sensei pregnant and Hinata and Haku out of Komi's Zion, I'm the only member of the assault squad. Which isn't much of an squad, Naruto dejectedly said. Jiraiya smiled at his son in a reassuring manner. Don't worry, you won't be teamless for long. For the time being, just go train and get ready for the next time Akatsuki shows up, okay? Naruto nodded. Yeah. We aren't the only ones who have been doing research. The Akatsuki knew about my Sage Mode and how to stop me from achieving it. Jiraiya's eyes widened in shock for a second. That's rather troubling. They gathered intel from all my fights. They know that I send 2 clones away to gather nature energy. Pain had 2 of his bodies kill my clones before they could do anything, Naruto explained. I need to find a way to enter Sage Mode without relying on clones. Or disguise clones while they gather energy. Maybe I could have them transform as rocks or stumps or something like that. Jiraiya shook his head. In order to gather nature energy, you need to be perfectly still. That means that you can't be performing any kind of jutsu either, even one just as easy as simple as the transformation. Damn it, the blonde cursed, as he lightly punched the ground beside him. Then what kind of options do I have? Sage Mode is indeed powerful, but in my opinion you had become far too dependent on it, Jiraiya pointed out. Sage Mode gives me a huge advantage over my opponents, why I shouldn't use it? Naruto asked the Sannin. In the war against Akatsuki, the stakes are too high not to use everything I have. Again, that's true, but you shouldn't rely on one thing too much, Jiraiya rebutted. Until recently, I never mastered Sage Mode completely, that's why I saved it as a last resort in case everything else failed. Why don't you try to improve on your other areas in case you have something to rely on? When was the last time you developed a new elemental jutsu? Or a seal? Naruto opened his mouth to speak, but no words came out of it. He tried to recall the last time he devised a new jutsu, but that was far longer than he remembered. The blonde had learned quite a few elemental ninjutsu of all 5 basic elements during the past years, but those were mostly direct blasts, used to counter whatever element the opponent used. Nothing too fancy. Naruto reflected on his fighting style, mostly wind jutsu for ranged attacks, maybe add another element if the situation calls for it, his trusty wind blade for melee combat, lots of clones, and his trump card, the Raisin Shuriken. All of them powered by up Sage Mode. However, as the fight against Pain showed, the Raisin Shuriken was out of the equation if Sage Mode is unavailable, depriving Naruto of his most powerful jutsu. Not to say that Naruto was defenseless without it, not even close. But against foes of Akatsuki's caliber, maybe he needed more jutsu that have the same potency and destructive power. And not just that. He needed more jutsu that were more than just elemental blasts or barriers. Something that could be used in a non-conventional way, something that could give him some sort of tactical advantage, like flying. Hinata and Fu were able to fly, and so was that Akatsuki woman, Konan. Flight give battles a whole new dimension. But if flight was so easy, somebody would have created a jutsu decades ago, right? No, that's quitter talk, Naruto inwardly said. I'm sure that there's a way I can make it work. So, if my intelligence is correct, besides Fu and you, the other Jinchuriki left are the Raikage's brother, and one of Iwa's 2 Jinchuriki, Jiraiya stated. If we look back at Akatsuki's operations, they will take some time to strike again until they find out where the Jinchuriki are. I'm pretty sure they do know Fu and I are in Konoha, Naruto dryly said. Yes, but in order to capture you, they'd have to launch an invasion on the village, Jiraiya replied. Naruto opened his mouth, but Jiraiya beat him to the punch. And before you bring Taki up, remember that Taki was a minor village with a low number of ninjas that rely on hidden passageways to keep their enemies out of their gates. If Haiden and Kakuzu had tried that crap against us, their so-called army wouldn't have gotten past the main gate. You seem to be confident in the village's defenses. That's good, I guess, Naruto observed. Hey, after the Nine Tails attack, the Uchiha insurrection and Orochimaru's invasion, you know they say, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. If Akatsuki will come for us, we will be ready, Jiraiya stated, sure of himself. But I don't think they'll go for either you or Fu right now. What do you mean? Naruto asked. The other Jinchuriki of Kumo, Killer Bee, pretty much disappeared from the face of the earth after news of Ujito's capture arrived Kumo, Jiraiya revealed. My guess is that the Raikage sent his brother to some sort of ultra-safe and secret underground bunker until Akatsuki is dealt with. That leaves the other Jinchuriki, the one from IWA, as the more logical Akatsuki will target next. Regardless if it's either Han or Rashi, they both left their villages, so they will be the most vulnerable to capture. I see. I presume you have people looking for him? Naruto asked. Jiraiya frowned a little. Do you really need to ask? I know this is a life-of-death situation, and not just for the Jinchuriki. Good to hear that. Let's hope that what happened to Yotakata won't repeat again, Naruto said, getting up. Man, the journey back left me exhausted. I think I'm heading back home. I think I'll join you. Today has been a slow day in the office, and I doubt anybody will complain if I decide to leave a little earlier, Jiraiya added. Send your residence, later that night. When was the last time we did this? Tsunade asked. It was late in the night, probably midnight. Naruto, Hagane, and Kaido were already asleep in their bedrooms, or so both Sannin hoped. Jiraiya and Tsunade were sitting in the living room's couch, holding each a cup of sake. There was a tray with a couple bottles of sake and more cups sitting on the coffee table in front of them. I don't know, but I need it, Jiraiya said, as he downed his cup of sake in one go, before pouring himself another one. I think we only do this when there's some serious shit going on, Tsunade stated. And since nothing too bad seems to be going on my end. I'm guessing you want to share with me something that's troubling you. You always read me so easily, Jiraiya replied. Tsunade snorted, and rolled her eyes. Because you're an open book. I think we already had a conversation like this before, hadn't we? Jiraiya asked, as he took a sip from his cup. Or it's the alcohol? It may be both, Tsunade said, as she poured herself more sake. Now come on, spit it. What's eating you on the inside? Are those kids from AIM? Jiraiya chuckled sadly. Once again, you nailed it. I got confirmation from both Naruto and Itachi that at least 2 of those kids are still alive, and they aren't just part of the Akatsuki, but everything seems to point out that they're the fucking leaders, Jiraiya said, as he angrily downed the rest of his cup. Such a great sensei I am, right? It's a miracle our kids came out as normal as they did with me as their dad. Tsunade's face formed a scowl, and angrily punched her Hyosand in the shoulder. Thankfully, it wasn't a chakra-enhanced poke. Don't say that. You're a great father and teacher. If you were such an awful person, I would have never married you. But Jiraiya tried to protest. No buts. She cut him. What happened to those kids is tragic, but it's not your fault, you hear me? Whose fault it is, then? Jiraiya retorted. I don't know. But not yours. You did your best to help those kids. You're the last person that should be guilty of what happened to them, Tsunade insisted. I know what I did. I don't regret helping them or teaching them ninjutsu, Jiraiya replied, before sighing a little. It's just, now I felt I could have done more for them. I know how you feel, Tsunade replied, as her face softened a little. When Dan and Noeka died, I hated myself. I thought it was my fault. Because of that necklace? Jiraiya asked, incredulous. Come on, that had to be a dash. At first it was for the necklace, yes, Tsunade interrupted him, scowling at Jiraiya's jumping to conclusion. But Naruto showed to me that it was just an incredible, and tragic, coincidence. Then why? Noeka died instantly, and you tried your best to help Dan's life. You did all what you could, Jiraiya stated. It had been a while since the last time Tsunade remembered the deaths of his little brother and fiancé. Strangely, doing so caused her far less pain than it did in the past. Maybe because, over the years she spent in Konoha, she had moved on and filled the void they left in her heart with a husband and children. However, it also left her with a feeling not of dread, but of unease, of thinking what would she do if something happened to them. The ninja world was dangerous after all. Pushing those negative thoughts aside, Tsunade replied, precisely. I was there, yet I was unable to do anything. If I was a better ninja, a better medic, I used to tell myself that I could have saved them. So then why? Jiraiya was about to ask, when a realization dawned upon him. Oh, I see. That's how I'm feeling right now, yet I should know the guilt is undeserved. Cheeky woman. Tsunade couldn't help but smile a little at the compliment, before continuing. When Naruto told me that he was going out of the village for his first C-rank mission, I was terrified, Tsunade confessed. I thought that's it, there he goes, and I'll never see him again. Just like Dan and Noeka. But in the end, I knew I couldn't keep Naruto locked in the village forever. I had to trust in both him, his teammates and his sensei. Though your fears weren't that unjustified, Jiraiya interjected. Who would have guessed that our son would end up fighting fucking Orochimaru of all people during his first C-rank mission? Don't remind me, Tsunade said, rolling her eyes. The same thing went with Hagani and Kaido when they were kidnapped. With their secret out of the bag, they would always live with a target painted on their backs. But again, we couldn't keep them in a cage out of fear of something that could happen to them. Actually, that's what I did with the AIM kids, Jiraiya felt the need to point out. Maybe I should have taken them with me to Konoha. But you didn't because Konoha wasn't their home. AIM was, Tsunade pointed out, as she took a sip from her sake cup. And you couldn't stay with them forever. You did the right thing. In light of recent news, I don't feel I did the right thing, Jiraiya told her, lowering his head a little. Of course you don't. Some guilt is unavoidable. I'm not going to pretend you can bury those feelings in hopes of getting rid of them. But don't wallow in them either. Don't run possible scenarios of what could have been in your head. What is done is done. All we can do now is try to fix the mistakes we made in the past, and learn from those we can't. Jiraiya chuckled upon hearing Tsunade's words. Tsunade frowned again, and leaned towards Jiraiya. What? Do you find anything I said funny? The slug princess asked, unamused. Oh no, quite the contrary. Those were quite the inspiring words, Jiraiya praised his wife. It's just that I have a hard time picturing them coming out of your mouth, even if they just did. In another time, Tsunade would have rewarded such jest with a punch, maybe with some chakra on it, but the Senju matriarch merely smiled at her husband. It's called growing up, Jiraiya. Try it when you're ready. Aren't we too old to still be growing up? The white-haired man asked. His wife shook his head. That's why I thought at first, Tsunade said. Before coming to Konoha, I thought that my life had reached its final point. I thought that I'd spend the rest of my days gambling and running away from creditors, waiting for a strike of luck that would never came, until I died of alcohol poisoning on some way. Geez, that's bleak, Jiraiya noted, grimacing. He emptied his sake cup, and pouring himself another one. And you weren't much better than me, should I remind you, Tsunade replied. His face softened again, as her lips curved into a sweet smile. What I say is, don't let past mistakes consume you, like we used to do before returning to Konoha. Now what we should ask ourselves is, what are we going to do regarding those kids? I don't know if they're too far gone to be saved, Jiraiya admitted. I like to think that it's not too late, but I can't let personal feelings get in the way. I'm the Hokage after all. And who's going to deal with them? Tsunade asked, and scowled before Jiraiya could answer. And please don't tell me you're thinking in dealing with them yourself. I would have done that in another circumstances, Jiraiya confessed. But like I said before, I'm the Hokage now, I can't rush into things. Naruto and Fu are Jinchuriki, meaning that either them or the other Akatsuki will go after them. So the best thing I can do is to make sure they're strong enough to deal with this threat. Given what Naruto said, it was luck that he didn't end as bad as his teammates, or even as bad as Yotakata. Speaking of Naruto, what about his teammates? Tsunade asked. Hinata and Haku will be out of commission for a few weeks, and there's still a couple months until Kurane gives birth. I've been thinking about that as well, Jiraiya told Tsunade with a nod. But in the light of how the latest mission went, I'm afraid that traditional four-man squads won't do against Akatsuki. Do you plan to send bigger teams to deal with them? Tsunade asked, raising an eyebrow. Can we afford it? Don't worry, it won't stop the village from taking as many missions as usual, Jiraiya reassured her. And even if it did, I think this takes priority than some cash money. I see, Tsunade said, as she downed her sake cup. She grabbed the bottle to pour herself another, but much to her annoyance, the bottle was now empty. Damn it. Maybe that's a sign that we should stop drinking and go to bed, Jiraiya told her. You said that because you drank more than me, Tsunade protested. Akatsuki hideout, undisclosed location, a few days later. Yotakata's body was floating midair, held by a chakra force field that came from the demonic statue's mouth. Wisps of red chakra came from the Jinchuriki's mouth and eyes, each time smaller and less noticeable, until there were none. The statue's mouth clamped shut, dispelling the force field and dropping the now dead Jinchuriki onto the ground. A fifth eye opened on the statue's grotesque visage before it sank to the ground. With the 6 tails sealed, 5 out of the 9-tailed beasts are under our control, Pain said in a congratulatory manner. Our task is more than halfway done. Unfortunately, the few Jinchuriki left out there know about us and will hide themselves better, Obito reminded both Pain and everybody else. It won't matter, in the end they will also fall to us again, Pain ominously declared. Besides, don't we know that 2 of them are already in Konoha, HN? Deidara pointed out. We should go after those next. No, Pain shut down the blonde's suggestion, much to his annoyance. We will leave those 2 for last right now. For the time being, let's focus on the other Jinchuriki. Zetsu, what have you found about them? I still know nothing about the Jinchuriki of the 8 tails, White Zetsu stated. After Obito and Kisame captured the 2 tails, the Raikage sent his brother out of the village to one of the many safe houses they have across the Land of Lightning. Finding him won't be easy. Maybe we should create a threat that forces them to send the Jinchuriki to fight us, Kisame suggested. It worked the first time after all. Which is why it won't work a second time, Konan rebutted. The first time it worked because they didn't know we had the 9 tails, and the possibility of Konoha being behind the attack was real. However, the next time they know of the 9 tails attacking, they'll know it's us and they will be prepared. How, may I ask? Orochimaru asked, amused. Dealing with a tailed beast isn't exactly an easy task. Kumo has a lot of experience in that regard, due how many times the 8 tails escaped its container and went on a rampage, Pain told the snake Sannin. Plus I can guarantee you that they will be expecting us to do the same move. No, even if it will cost us more time and effort, we need to find out where the Jinchuriki is. In order to keep his location a secret, his escorts will be few in numbers. Very well then, Obito agreed. What about the other? According to our intel, the other Jinchuriki is a former Iwanin that's walking the world, and never stays in the same place for long, White Zetsu replied. Kinda like Yotakata. Which means that capturing him will be much easier, Black Zetsu added. At least, if we manage to find him first. Don't worry about that. My spies will have his location in no time, the Uchiha sweared. Good. Once those 2 Jinchuriki are within our power, we can focus all our attention to the ones staying in Konoha, Pain decided. Now, if nobody has anything else to add, let's conclude this reunion. As those words left Pain's mouth, the spectral projections of the Akatsuki started to vanish one by one until there was no one left. A Megakur. Pain and Konan opened their eyes, finding themselves once again inside the safe room atop the highest tower of a Megakur, which they use for whenever they need to meet with the rest of the Akatsuki members via astral projection. Without saying anything, they got on their feet and got out of the room. The ninja guarding the door stood to attention, and remained silent as they saw their god and his angel walking away. 5-tailed beasts already in our possession, and we only lost 3 members so far, Pain started to speak. Though thankfully we've been able to fill one spot with an even more powerful member. What about Haiden and Kakuzu's spots? Are there any plans to fill them as well? Konan asked, shooting Pain an inquisitive stare. From now onwards things are going to be even more difficult. It would be beneficial to have all our spots covered. Unfortunately, we were unable to recover Haiden and Kakuzu's rings, Pain told her. They must be in Konoha's possession. Even if Konoha is unaware of their significance. Guess 8 members will have to do then, Konan said in resignation. 8 members, plus all the assets each of us possess. We command an entire village, and so does Orochimaru. The others also have their own minions that serve our cause, Pain confidently said. So, I guess that once we're done with the 4 and 8 tails, we will focus our attention to Konoha, Konan guessed. That is correct. Where, he is the reigning Hokage, Konan said, narrowing his eyes at Pain. Pain shot Konan a cold stare. Is that a problem? Are we ready to face him? Konan asked her partner. After all what he did for us? Will we be able to fight him? I certainly am, Pain replied, his voice lacking uncertainty. And so should you. Experience should have taught you already that nothing goes before our mission. Whatever our personal feelings for Jiraiya-sensei were, they don't matter anymore. Speaking of which, Konan replied, her tone changing. I don't think you should have told Naruto about our relationship with Jiraiya-sensei. Konoha will know about us. At this point, such knowledge is irrelevant, Pain declared. We wouldn't even need the tailed beasts to crush any of the great villages, Konoha included. If anything, it will make Jiraiya-sensei more prone to make a mistake. If you're confident it won't be a problem, then I'll believe you, Konan stated, though she didn't sound entirely convinced. Since it was thanks to both your power and guidance that we were able to come this far. Good to hear that, Konan, Pain replied. It wouldn't do us any good for you or any of our members to wager now that we're so close to victory. Of course not, Pain, Konan agreed. Though speaking of members, I think we should also keep an eye on some of them. Obito. Pain asked. That's the most obvious, Konan replied. But I also meant Orochimaru and specially Tonari. I believe that they're only using Akatsuki as means to their own ends. A possibility, yes, Pain admitted. But as long as they keep working for us, whatever hidden agenda they may have, it's irrelevant. Now come on, there's much to do. We need to plan our next steps. Orochimaru's lab, undisclosed location. Just like Pain and Konan, Orochimaru also had a designated safe room that he used whenever he was called into a meeting with the rest of his esteemed colleagues. Exiting the room, he removed the Akatsuki cloak and handed it to one of the two Oto ninja that were guarding said room. Said ninja nodded, and went to store the cloak somewhere else, with his partner trailing behind. Orochimaru-sama, Kabuto's voice said, "Ans just like the snake's unexpected, he saw his silver-haired minion walking towards him. How did the meeting go?" Boring as usual, Orochimaru replied with some disgust on his voice. After literal days sealing the Six Tails, we spend several hours babbling about how little do we know about the rest of the Jinchuriki. Don't we know for sure that two of them are in Konoha? Kabuto asked. Yes, but they want to leave them for last, Orochimaru replied. On the flip side, that means that we'll be able to invade Konoha again. I hate to leave a job halfway done, you know. With the rest of the Akatsuki backing us up, the result will be different this time around, Kabuto optimistically replied. Also, I'm sure this piece of news will brighten your mood. The Sound 5 have just returned from their mission, and they're successful. Those are good news, indeed, Orochimaru said, as a creepy smile formed in his face. Were they seen? They left no witnesses alive, per your orders, Orochimaru-sama, Kabuto informed him. Good, good, Orochimaru nodded. I'm pleased to see that this incarnation of the Sound 5 is far more efficient than the original. Your children are quite the force to be reckoned with on their own, and as a part of a unit led by Kaimimuro-kun, nothing stands in their way, Kabuto said. This success will bring my main project one step closer to its completion. Indeed, Kabuto nodded. Maybe once your project is complete, we'll be able to use Impure World Resurrection without any kind of drawbacks this time around. Orochimaru nodded. It always ate me on the inside having such a powerful jutsu at my disposal, yet not being able to use it. With it, I wouldn't even need Akatsuki to realize my ambitions. Though for the time being, it would be wise not to deviate too much from the organization's goals, Kabuto advised. Obito already watches you with keen eyes. Obito-kun doesn't worry me, Orochimaru replied, chuckling a little. Deep down, he's still a child, one that plays a game far more dangerous than he realizes. But even in this case, it would be unwise to underestimate an enemy, so we'll do as you say. One last thing, Kabuto asked. Did you make any progress in replicating the Rinnegan? Orochimaru shook his head. Sadly, all the experiments have been a failure. Neither of the other two Uchiha that we kidnapped from Konoha were receptive to the procedures, and didn't survive. I still have their bodies, but their use is very limited now. Pity. I was sure we'd be able to, given that we have both Uchiha and Hashirama's DNA at our disposal, Kabuto replied. So, back to the original plan. Yes, Orochimaru said, as his lips formed a sadistic smile. I'll have to take the Rinnegan from Pain's eye sockets myself. Chapter 72. Steps to become better. Or. Naruto vs Inoshikacho. Sarutobi Estate. Dawn came over Konoha. As the still sleeping village was bathed by the first rays of sunlight, a single figure walked its empty streets. In the past days, Naruto found himself crossing the gates of the estate belonging to the first clan who joined Konoha after its foundation. All the time accompanied by his teammates, and to see their pregnant sensei. Today, however, wasn't like any other. For starters, Naruto was alone, something not that unusual if one knew the outcome of his team's latest mission. And two, while he was planning to pay his sensei a visit, it wasn't the only reason to be there. Kurane Sarutobi? A maid asked when Naruto told her about his sensei. I believe she should be in the mess hall, having breakfast with the rest of the clan. Oh, I see. Can you tell her I'm here to see her? Naruto asked. Sure, the maid said, but before turning, she asked, would you like to have breakfast with them? The clan would to have you as their guest. Naruto shook his head. Nah, I already had breakfast. Plus I don't want to intrude. I'll wait somewhere else. Oh, and can you tell her that I also wish to speak with Asuma-sensei? The maid nodded, and told Naruto that could wait in one of the main living room, usually the place she and her students had their meetings. And after half an hour of waiting, Kurane and her husband entered the living room. Naruto. What a nice surprise, a smiling Kurane said, as she went to greet the blonde. What does it bring you here? While I love your visits, I didn't expect you to be here this soon. Not to mention that you also wanted to see me as well, Asuma pointed out. Do you want to get to know your sensei's political family a bit better? It's not that. Well, I don't mind getting to know you better, but I'm having some troubles that I think the two of you may be of help. Kurane and Asuma took a seat in a couch in front of the blonde. Tell us then, and we'll see what can we do, Kurane told Naruto. Well, you see, after the failure of our last mission, I decided that it's about time to get stronger. Well, no, maybe that's not the word, Naruto said, as he tried to rearrange his thoughts. More like, more versatile? Yeah, that's about it. I think I need a more diverse skills so I can have more fighting options. And let me guess, since I'm the only other wind element user, you want me to train you, is that it? Asuma asked. If it's not asking much, Naruto replied, trying not to sound imposing. But much to the blonde's relief, Asuma smiled in return. Sure. Any student of Kurane who wants to train under me is welcome to do so. Kurane, however, frowned at her husband. So, if Naruto wasn't my student, you wouldn't help him? Of course I would. Asuma replied, sounding a little indignant. He's the son of the Hokage after all. Asuma laughed, but upon seeing his wife scowl, he changed his tune. Kidding, kidding. Come on honey, you know I'd help a fellow wind user no matter what. Nice. Naruto cheered. Thanks a lot for this, Asuma-sensei. Don't sweat it, Asuma said. By the way, how is that you want to train under me now? I thought that the training Hokage-sama gave you was more than enough. And it has been so far, Naruto replied, as he started to rub the back of his neck. Not to badmouth Dad's training, but when it comes to wind release, his training only goes so far. I think I can only progress if I train under somebody who has mastered such element. Don't worry, Naruto, nobody will think any less of Hokage-sama just because you seek additional help, Kurane helpfully added. Well, I better get going. I need to do some stuff at the Hokage Tower before our morning training. Asuma stood up, and walked out of the living room, but turned at the blonde before leaving. If you want to train with my team, meet us at Training Ground 10 in about an hour or so. Will do, and thanks a lot for this. Naruto repeated. Asuma just nodded, and left the living room, leaving Naruto alone with Kurane, and they fell into a somewhat awkward silence. Naruto's eyes drifted towards her pregnant belly. So. Naruto began. You must be pretty bored, right? Not being able to go on missions or train or do any fun stuff. Who says I can't train? Kurane asked. You train. Like that? Naruto asked, pointing at her belly. Not in the way you do, obviously, Kurane replied. But even if I can't train my body, I can still hone my skills with genjutsu. I've been reading and practicing a lot since my temporary retirement. Heh, Can't wait to see you in action, Naruto said. How long until the baby's born? Kurane giggled a little at the question. Oh, I see you want me back into the team as soon as possible, right? The burden of leadership is too much for somebody so young, Kurane said, with Naruto chuckling a little. According to the medics, in about 2 months or so. Truth be told, I do want to have you back in the team, Naruto admitted. Not just so we can be a 4-man squad again, but you're right about the burden of leadership. I liked to think that I did a good job leading Hinata and Haku. But the last mission. I can't help but think how it was my fault that Hinata and Haku ended up as bad as they did. Not to sound rude, but get used to that sensation, Kurane replied. Many ninja are brave enough to risk their lives for a mission in the village. But when you have other people under your care, everything takes a different perspective. Suddenly the mission takes a backseat to make sure your subordinates return home safe, and balancing both things become a near impossible task. You tell me, Naruto dejectedly said. But if it's any consolation, I think you've been doing a great work so far, Naruto, Kurane praised, shooting the blonde a reassuring smile. From what I could heard, the Akatsuki you fought against was out of the ordinary, even among S-class criminals. Still, I take pride in being one of the strongest ninja of my generation, Naruto said. I used to think I had become stronger than most jonin of this village. Now I see where such a train of thought led me. There's nothing wrong in taking pride in one's abilities, as long as that pride doesn't blind us, Kurane told him. No, you don't understand, Naruto replied, shaking his head. You see, the reason I was so strong was because of Sage Mode. Such secret allowed me to surpass most ninjas before I even turned 14. But if I'm unable to enter such mode, well, I realized that I'm far more lacking than I had expected. But you're taking steps in rectifying such mistakes, Kurane told him. It's never too late to improve yourself. Naruto was about to reply that it was if your comrades died, but decided not to pursue such gloom train of thought. He pushed all the negative thoughts aside and smiled. You're right, Kurane-sensei. This time we were lucky, but next time I'll make sure luck is not a factor in our victory. See? That's the spirit. Kurane cheered. Now go show my husband how skilled my students are. Right. Naruto replied, now in a more energetic manner, before leaving the living room. Hyagawa State. Naruto wasn't the only one who was planning to train. After spending a few days in the hospital, both Hinata and Haku were finally discharged, albeit they were temporarily removed from active duty until they fully recovered, and were also banned from doing any strenuous physical activity, which, naturally, included training. Not that they could do much training in their current shape. Haku had an arm on a sling, while Hinata needed a crutch to walk. Of course, Hinata's condition and her word that she wouldn't train wasn't enough, so Hikari had assigned an Hyuga branch member, or better said, somebody who belonged to the branch family when the clan was still split, to watch over her. Her caretaker was a green-haired woman a few years older than her named Natsu Hyuga, who used to be Hanabi's caretaker when she was little. So Hinata now spended most days either in her bed, or sitting in a couch, and the only exercise she was allowed to do were a couple of walks around the estate during the mornings and another couple during the afternoons. Fortunately, there were more ways to train that didn't involve physical exercise. Hinata wasn't going to spend the time doing nothing and waiting until she was healed enough to go back into active duty. Hinata-sama, here I brought what you asked. A woman Hinata recognized as Natsu entered the living room. She was wearing a white arpon under a black kimono, which made her look like a maid, with only her Konoha headband identifying her as a ninja. She was carrying a few scrolls under her arm, and a tray with a teapot and cups. I brought you some tea as well. Thanks a lot, Natsu-san, Hinata thanked her with a nod. And please, drop the sama. The branch house is no more. I'm no longer your superior. I beg to differ, Hinata-sama, Natsu said, as she placed the trail in the coffee table in front of Hinata, and the scrolls besides it, albeit at a prudent distance. She started to pour some tea into the cup. You might have abolished the clan's castes, but you're the clan head, meaning that you're still my superior, Hinata-sama. Hinata couldn't help but smile a little. She knew this was a battle she wasn't going to win. If you say so, Natsu-san. Hinata raised a hand, and a scroll flew towards it. As she unrolled the scroll and started to read it, she noticed Natsu taking a seat in another couch next to her. She suppressed an eye roll. While she knew that Natsu was just following Hikari's orders, she couldn't help but feel a little frustrated over having a nanny again. If you're going to stay here as well, you might as well serve yourself some tea, Hinata offered the older woman. Thank you, Hinata-sama. I think I could use some, Natsu said, as she got up and poured some tea onto another cup. At the very least, Natsu was silent enough to let Hinata read her scrolls in peace. Hell, she couldn't even hear her sipping her tea. She wondered what kind of training did they give her in order to achieve such level of silence. Not that such skill wasn't necessary for a ninja, even if she rarely did missions out of the estate, much less the village. Soon, the Hyuga clan head found herself engrossed in the scrolls she had with her. The powers that the Tensagen hid were beyond fascinating, and Hinata was a bit miffed that she wouldn't be able to put to test the knowledge she was gaining so far. Even then, there were a few jutsu that were small enough she would be able to discreetly practice. As Hinata read, she was unaware of the time that had passed. She took a sip from her cup of tea, but she realized it was empty. Oh, was all what Hinata said, but that was enough for Natsu to spring into action. Allow me, Hinata-sama, the maid dressed Kunoichi said as she got back on her feet. That won't be necessary, Hinata said, raising a hand. With a motion from that very hand, her cup floated back towards the tray. The teapot elevated into the air, and refilled both Hinata and Natsu's cups. Finally, she recalled back her cup while placing Natsu's into her hands. There, easy and fast. Impressive, Hinata-sama, Natsu praised, before chuckling a little. Though I think it would have taken me less time to refill your cup the old-fashioned way, she giggled. It's okay. Besides, it serves me as a little training, Hinata replied. A slight frown developed on the green-haired woman's face. Hinata-sama. It's not strenuous, I swear. Hinata said defensively. Come on, there's no way I can get hurt by doing something so insignificant as moving a teapot. Still, it would be better if you limited yourself to reading, Hinata-sama, Natsu advised. If that's going to stop you from being worried. Hinata said. She was about to continue her reading, until a thought dawned upon her. Putting the scroll down once again, she looked at the older girl. Natsu-san, may I ask you a question? Of course, Hinata-sama. You can ask me anything you please, Natsu replied, smiling widely. Well, it's a bit personal in nature, but I want you to answer me with honesty, Hinata added. I'd never answer you any other way, Natsu assured her. Very well then, Hinata replied, nodding. What do you think of the Hyuga main house? Natsu was clearly taken aback by the question, as her body language betrayed her. She hesitated for a few moments, while trying to come up with the best way to word it. I can assure you nobody outside this room will know about your answer. And said answer won't have any repercussions on my part, whatever it is, Hinata assured. But upon seeing Natsu stammering, she added. Though if this question makes you uncomfortable, you're not forced to answer dash. No, no. Natsu cut her. It's just, well, it's a delicate matter, and I wanted to look for the proper words in order to express myself correctly. While I hold no contempt for either you or Hanabi-sama, I admit I felt resentment for the main house. For making us their servants. For taking our choices away from us. For branding our bodies with this, she put extra emphasis on the last word as she removed her forehead protector, showing Hinata her caged bird seal, before quickly putting it up again. I will forever be thankful to you, Hinata-sama, for releasing us from this yokel, even if only partially. But even today, the main house members still look at me and my fellow former branch house members with contempt. They don't see us as equals, and hate that you made us so. Hinata nodded. I know. Unfortunately, change can't happen overnight. I always thought that I could close the rift that separated the clan, but I never realized that a scar would take its place. Natsu smiled at Hinata. Don't stress yourself over that, Hinata-sama. All in the branch house know that you're doing your best to help us. Who knows, maybe one day in the future, once the scar is fully healed, our descendants will forget that the clan was once divided. And for that to do so, I also need a way to remove the caged bird seal, Hinata said, as she took one of the scrolls. The Otsutsuki clan created it, so there must be a way to remove it. Even if the Hyuga clan erased such knowledge, there must be something here. However, before she could resume her study, a booming noise followed by a tremor interrupted her. Then another. And another. And another. What's going on? Natsu asked, as she activated her Byakugan. It took her little to find the source of the disturbance. It seems that Hanabi-sama is sparring against Niji-san. Albeit such fight seems way too intense for a mere spar. Hinata also expanded her sight, and saw their little sister and cousin training. Hanabi was using the Tensagen Chakra cloak in its most basic level. She mostly attacked from the air, while Niji defended from her attacks and countered her when she was within hand-to-hand range. I see, Hinata said, as she telekinetically called her crutch, and walked out of the room. I want to see them fight in person. Hinata-sama, no. Natsu protested. It's too dangerous to get so close to them like that. You can see them from here if you want. You worry too much, Natsu-san. Hinata dismissed Natsu's concerns with a hand wave. Come on, let's go see my little sister and my cousin. Natsu let out a sigh of resignation, and followed the clan head. Turns out, Hinata wasn't the only one interested in Hanabi and Niji's spar. Several Hyuga had gathered in the small training ground in order to witness such high-level battle. Of course, they all moved aside whenever Hinata arrived, in order to make room for the clan head. So far, none of the two appeared to be too exhausted. Hanabi was floating above Niji with her hands on fire, while the older boy had his eyes locked on her, his body placed in a defensive stance. Fire release, 8 trigrams Phoenix Fire. Hanabi thrust her arms downwards in a rapid fashion, releasing a fireball with each thrust. Niji, however, was undeterred and deflected the incoming fire bolts with precise chakra-coated palm strikes, sending them to the ground. Seeing that it didn't work, Hanabi tried a different approach. Fire release, 8 trigrams, double burning palm. Hanabi placed both palms forward, and dived at Niji from above, as her whole body was coated in fire. Niji, however, merely smirked. Is this the extent of your skill, Hanabi-sama? Niji mocked, as he started to spin while streams of chakra shot from his body. Heavenly spin. However, Hanabi didn't look astonished or shocked, but much to the onlookers' surprise, she smirked. Just when she was about to crash against Niji, she managed to correct the trajectory of her dive and spin around Niji instead of diving into him. Hanabi continued to fly spins around Niji, and as she did, a tornado of fire started to form. Meanwhile, Niji's own rotation was starting to slow down. That was some rather quick thinking on Hanabi-sama's part, Natsu commented. Niji is in trouble now. Don't count Niji Naizen out yet, Natsu-san, Hinata replied. Hanabi-chan might beat him in raw power, but Niji is still her superior when it comes to skill and experience. Hanabi stopped spinning as the tornado of flames fully formed, engulfing the older Hyuga within it. While the fire wouldn't hurt him much, the building heat would force him to concede. Of course not, Niji. See. Hanabi cockily replied. That's what happens when you dash. Gate of opening, open. Everybody could see a massive burst of chakra coming from Niji's body, which managed to dispel the fire tornado in an instant, much to Hanabi's shock. A faint green aura surrounded the Hyuga prodigy's body. You were going to say something about underestimating the opponent, right? Niji said, his smirk not disappearing. I'll never dream of underestimating you, Niji. That's why I'm going to throw at you the best I have, Hanabi replied, as her hands flew through hand seals, before clapping them together. Truth-seeking balls. Hanabi slowly separated her hands, forming 2 black orbs between them. Said orbs quickly placed themselves behind Hanabi. So it's not just Hinata-sama the one who managed to learn that jutsu, Niji observed, but his smile didn't falter. You're very talented indeed, Hanabi-sama. Ha. I'm not going to let your flattery make me lower my guard. Hanabi fired back, as he motioned an arm forward, and the 2 black spheres shot themselves at Niji. The Hyuga Genuous brought his palms together before motioning them forward. Mountain Crusher. Niji released a powerful wave of chakra from his palms that not only engulfed the truth-seeking balls, but it had enough power to reach Hanabi, violently hurling the younger Hyugas backwards. Wah! Hanabi sputtered as she tried to regain balance. I might lack 6 paths chakra, but my knowledge of advanced gentle fist techniques, combined with my dash, Niji started to say, before he was interrupted by a pair of black orbs that smashed right into his gut, with such force it felt like Hanabi threw a building at him. OOF! Niji lost his balance, and fell on his back. During the couple seconds he took to hastily get back on his feet, he could see that Hanabi appeared behind him. Ha! You forgot about the truth-seeking ball's biggest strength, it nullifies any kind of chakra-based attack. Hanabi boasted, as she slipped into a familiar stance. The match is over, you're within my divination range. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Niji did try to block Hanabi's strikes, but the unexpected force of the truth-seeking ball's impact had slowed his reflexes, and was too slow to parry them. As Hanabi completed the combo, Niji's chances of victory became smaller, until they hit 0 at the same time Hanabi delivered the last set of strikes. 64 palms. With a well-placed thrust, Hanabi dealt the finishing blow, ending the match. Those gathered there started to clap and praise the younger Tensagen wielder for her impressive victory over the clan's resident genius. And while Hanabi reveled in all the praise, there was one person she appreciated it the most. Nei-chan. Hanabi cheered, after locating Hinata among the small crowd, and rushed towards her. Did you see that? I beat Niji. Indeed you did. That was quite impressive of you, Hanabi-chan, Hinata praised. A truly spectacular match, Hanabi-sama, Natsu added. Hanabi giggled at the compliments, blushing a little. Excuse me, but would you be so kindly to help me? Niji said, still sprawled on the ground. I can't barely move. Wordlessly, Hinata walked towards Niji, crouched down, and started to heal his injuries and bruises while reopening the chakra points Hanabi had closed. You certainly need to step up your training, Nii-san, Hinata said in a mock chastising tone. What would people say if they find out the pride of our clan was defeated by my little sister? We all know that I'm no longer the pride of the clan, Hinata-sama, Niji rebutted. Not after both you and Hanabi-sama awakened those eyes. Come on, you know you're the most skilled ninja the clan has ever produced, even if you don't have 6 paths chakra, Hinata stated. That has to count for something, right? As Hinata repaired his body, Niji could feel he was able to move again. He sat up, and sighed. The truth-seeking balls caught me off guard. I was unaware that they could nullify chakra, Niji commented. Guess it was my fault for treating them as any other ninjutsu, instead of play safe and see what they could do. Now that you know that, maybe next time you'll be able to beat Hanabi-chan, Hinata pointed out. It's not that such jutsu makes one invincible. If that was the case, that Akatsuki wouldn't have defeated us during my last mission. Still, the ability to nullify ninjutsu or other chakra-based attacks is sort of impressive, Niji commented. If used correctly, it might mean the difference between victory and defeat. Or life and death. Hinata agreed with a nod, feeling that another self-deprecating comment wouldn't add anything to the conversation. Still, Niji brought a good point. No matter how big a ninjutsu would be, the truth-seeking balls would be able to nullify it. Recalling the battle against Pain and Konan, she wondered what she could have done to take advantage of such assets. It seemed those gravity attacks couldn't be countered in any way, though they were similar to their telekinetic abilities, so maybe she could sew something with that. Then there was the Pain that looked like a puppet, whose attacks weren't chakra-based, or didn't appear to be. There was also the Summoner. Could truth-seeking balls undo summonings? She'd had to test that one. Thankfully her boyfriend could be of help with that. She didn't know how to counter chakra absorption or being able to revive other bodies. Plus there was that last body they didn't know anything about. And then there was Konan. She appeared to be a long-ranged fighter specialized in ninjutsu using papers. She wondered if the truth-seeking balls could nullify those as well. Plus there was her many explosive tags. Could those be nullified? Explosive tags were fuinjutsu rather than ninjutsu. But other chakra-absorbing abilities were also capable of absorbing those kind of explosions, so there was no reason as for why fuinjutsu couldn't be nullified as well. Fuinjutsu could be nullified. Hinata-sama? Niji asked, noticing his Kaosing zoning out. Suddenly, something clicked inside her mind. The solution to one of her potential problems was right before her very eyes. It has been before his very eyes for so long. She felt so stupid. But there was no time to feel stupid. She had to act. Getting up and grabbing her crutch, Hinata headed back inside as fast as her damaged legs allowed her to. Hinata-sama, don't run. You're going to get hurt. Natsu cried, as she went after her. Where are you going in such a hurry? Training ground 10, an hour later. Hi there, everybody. Naruto greeted as he entered the training field. Just in time. Excellent, Asuma greeted Naruto back, pleased, before turning to the others. Today Naruto will be joining us for our daily training. I hope none of you mind. All of them nodded and muttered something to express their approval. As Asuma had said, the whole tactical squad was present in the designated training ground to start their morning routine. Well, not just the tactical squad, as Naruto could see he wasn't the only guest there. Koji? Naruto asked the rotund body. Who is that guy? Naruto pointed to a pale-skinned brunette wearing midriff-bearing black clothes that hung with Ino. Oh, that's Sai, Koji explained, as he happily munched some chips. He's Ino's boyfriend. Ino usually brings him to our training sessions. But don't even dare to say that out loud when she's within earshot, Shikamaru advised, as he walked towards the duo. Ino gets rather mad if you say that. Even if they're rather close. Why is that? Naruto asked. Looking at the blonde, she seemed rather chummy with the body, who nodded and smiled at everything she said. Shikamaru merely shrugged. Beats me. Troublesome woman. He huffed. While Sai looked familiar, Naruto couldn't tell if he really knew him or not. Maybe he saw him a couple times in passing, but didn't ask his name. Is he strong? Naruto asked, deciding it was good to get some info on the newcomer. He's a long-range fighter, kinda like Ino and myself, Shikamaru explained. He has this jutsu that can bring anything he draws to life, Koji continued. The living pictures aren't that though and usually go down after a single hard hit, Shikamaru said. But if used wisely, those living pictures can be quite a pain in the ass. Not to mention that he can overwhelm you with numbers, Koji added. So, kinda like my shadow clones? Naruto asked. Can your shadow clones fly? Because some of his pictures can, Shikamaru dryly asked. Naruto's eyes opened wide upon hearing such thing. So, another ninja besides Hinata and Fu can fly as well. I need to find a way to do that. Asuma's clap snapped Naruto from his brief thought, as the bearded Jonin drew everybody else's attention to him. Alright everyone, besides Sai, who by this point has been a common sight, Asuma said, looking at Ino and Sai, the blonde smiling at her sensei. Today Naruto will be training with us. I'd like to take this chance to make several team exercises, before we move on to individual training. Asuma's statements were met with a chorus of yes and head nods. The fight will be Naruto versus everybody else. Fight as if it was a real battle. Don't worry, I'll stop the fight before the worst comes to pass, Asuma said, as his students and Sai placed themselves in front of Naruto, and all of them adopted fighting stances. Naruto carefully eyed his opponents. It's been long since I've sparred against or even saw the tactical squad fighting. Neither of them are higher than Sannin, so this won't be too hard, Naruto thought, as his eyes drifted towards Sai. Other than what Shikamaru told me, I have no idea what that guy can do. I should worry about him the most. As his eyes jumped from one side of the spar to the other, Asuma decided it was time to start. Now, begin. The moment the order left Asuma's lips, everybody slipped into position and prepared to attack using their usual abilities. Naruto began the fight with his signature jutsu. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Roughly 50 Naruto clones popped into life, and without waiting for their boss to order them, they charged forward. Far from being impressed, Shikamaru chuckled, and shook his head upon seeing the orange and black tidal wave coming at them. Typical Naruto. Koji, shall we begin ourselves? You can bet on it. The Akimichi heir said as he clapped his hands together. Partial multi-size jutsu. Koji jumped into the air just as his arms grew to giant size. As he fell into the mass of clones, he slammed both arms into the ground, instantly destroying the clones unfortunate enough to fell victim to the brutal assault so brutal, it opened a crater in the ground, while creating a shockwave that sent surrounding clones flying. Good one, Koji, Shikamaru praised, as he crouched while interlocking his hands into the Nara's most used hand seal. My turn, Shadow Sewing Jutsu. Threads of shadow emerged from Shikamaru's own, launching themselves towards the clones. But unlike the Nara's usual jutsu, these threads didn't travel across the ground, but the air, meaning that they were actually solid. Its purpose was made evident when the thread impaled several charging blondes that were unable to break in time. The clones coming from behind managed to avoid them, but between Shikamaru's shadow threads and Koji's rampaging attacks, their charge was swiftly abrupt. Naruto, however, wasn't worried in the slightest. After all, that charge of clones was a mere distraction to keep Shikamaru and Koji occupied. However, Shikamaru and Koji were countering the charge in the most aggressive way possible in order to distract Naruto. Something Naruto was aware of. I was wondering when you guys would show up, Naruto casually mentioned, as he started making hand seals. Looking up, he saw Ino and Sai flying above him atop one of Sai's ink birds. So that's Sai's jutsu. It looks quite versatile indeed. Damn, he spotted us. Ino cursed. It's okay. Let's go with the plan as we agreed, Sai told the blonde. Ino jumped from the bird, making a hand seal as she fell. Mind control dash. Too slow, Ino, Naruto laughed, as he prepared to unleash his own jutsu. Wind release, cyclone vortex. Naruto thrust both hands upwards, lining up both the descending Ino and the still reborn Sai, and cast a huge tornado that engulfed all of them. You're going to need more than that to distract me, you know, Naruto cockily said. Sai fell from his bird, the latter exploding into ink as it was destroyed. However, much to Naruto's confusion, Sai and Ino also burst into blots of ink, as they were carried away by the powerful wind jutsu. What? The blonde dumbly asked. Mind Scourge Jutsu. Naruto felt as if somebody hammered his brain from the inside. Clutching his head, the sudden pain bent the Jinchuriki down to his knees. But as soon as the pain came, it went away, much to Naruto's confusion. Like that? Ino's voice said from behind. Naruto turned around, and saw the Yamanksa smirking at him. I wasn't expecting for you to be dumb enough to be fooled by an ink clone, Sai said, as he landed beside Ino. Guess I overestimated you. And now, you're at our mercy. Ino claimed, as he slipped into a fighting stance. Ha! You'd wish. Naruto made a hand seal. Shadow clone ah. There it was. The mental pain was back. Except this time it was 10 times worse. As if somebody cut his brain with a searing knife. What did Ino do to him? Enjoy my mental scourge jutsu? As you have noticed, it triggers whenever you use ninjutsu, so unless you have an exceptionally high tolerance for mental pain, I wouldn't recommend you using that, Ino told Naruto, clearly pleased with herself. I created it myself. Let's finish this already, Sai neutrally stated, as he unfurled a blank scroll, and started to draw several animals. Super Beast imitating drawing. Water release, water gun. Still clutching his head, Naruto got up and tried to get away, just as Ino fired several water bullets from her index finger, while several ink tigers emerged from Sai's scroll. Fortunately for Naruto, several of his nearby clones noticed the original's predicament, and quickly rushed to his aid. Some of them jumped in front of Ino's water jutsu, while the others wrestled and fought against the ink tigers, while another one helped Naruto to move away. Man, I wasn't expecting these guys to be this crafty. Naruto thought, cursing his own overconfidence. And now I can't even use ninjutsu? How the hell I'm going to fight them? Very well, all of you. Great teamwork when executing your tactic. Asumas raised his voice to praise his students, while clapping slightly. Come on Naruto, I know there's still fight in you. I refuse to believe my wife is such a lousy sensei. He was expecting this. He knew that, despite not being that strong individually, the tactical squad becomes a monster when they fight together. Plus they have Sai as additional reinforcements, Naruto thought, as the realization dawned upon him. He knew they'd push me against the ropes, and get ready to counter my usual tactics. Meaning that there's only one solution left. I need to improvise and make the most of what I still have. Everybody, come back. Naruto called. His few remaining clones stopped fighting Shikamaru and Koji, and followed their boss into a cluster of trees, running away from the tactical squad. After him. Don't let him escape. Shikamaru called, as he and the rest of his teammates converged to catch the fleeing blondes. The clones, however, pulled several smoke bombs from their ninja tool pouches and tossed them in multiple directions, engulfing the whole zone in smoke, stopping the tactical squad in their tracks. I can still sense him. Let's go after them. Ino called. Ino, watch out. Shikamaru called out, as he pulled the blonde away. At that moment, a chain of explosions rocked the area, hurling Shikamaru and Ino backwards. The two of them coughed a little, before helping each other stand out. They were joined soon afterwards by Sai and Ino. Good eye, Shikamaru. Didn't notice the explosive tags, Ino said, as she wiped some dust from her top and skirt. Man, Naruto isn't pulling any punches, is he? You pushed him into a corner with that jutsu of yours, Shikamaru pointed out. And you know what they say about cornered animals. He recalled his clones, Koji pointed out. Because thanks to Ino's jutsu, he won't be able to create more for some time, Shikamaru told Koji. He then turned at Ino. How long does your jutsu last? It varies. Between 10 and 30 minutes, depending on the target's stamina and mental fortitude, Ino explained. 10 minutes it is, Shikamaru said. Even then, it's safest to assume that the jutsu will run out sooner rather than later, Sai said. Can you sense him? Ino closed her eyes and made a hand seal. After several seconds, she opened her eyes again. Got him. He and his remaining clones, I think there are 7, are gathered at the top of a tree, hidden behind its canopy. He's probably planning how to ambush us as we speak. Let's go, I'll tell you what are we going to do to bring him down, Shikamaru said. The other 3 nodded, and headed towards Naruto's position. Meanwhile, atop a large tree of the training ground, Naruto and his remaining clones planned what to do next. Man, this is bad. I can't use ninjutsu, I can't create more clones, Naruto moaned, as he pulled out his wind blade, and activated it. Head not feeling as if it's about to explode. I guess that I can still use chakra to some extent. That's good. What else do we have? Kunao and Shuriken, a clone said. Fuma Shuriken as well, another clone said. A few explosive tags and elemental tags, a third clone asked. And some smoke bombs and ninja wire, a fourth clone concluded. Okay, I may not be Shikamaru, but I'm smart and resourceful. I'm sure I can make the most of what little we have, Naruto said, in an effort to gather some courage for his task ahead. Guess that this situation will be the norm when I fight Akatsuki in the future. Watch out. Up there. A clone urgently whispered. Everybody looked up, and they could see Sai and Ino, riding one of the former zinc birds, flying in circles around the area. Naruto instantly knew that he had been found not that surprising, given that Ino was a censor, but he was hoping for some more time to plan. Is that the real Sai? Or is he an ink clone? I don't want to fall for that trick again, Naruto said. I think we should let them make the next move. We got into this mess because we rushed into things, a clone suggested. Good idea, me. We'll wait, see what they do, and counterattack, Naruto decided. While Naruto wasn't aware of it, those flying above him in circles were the real Sai and Ino. Like Naruto, they were waiting for the blonde and his clones to come out to fight them, but he knew better than that. It doesn't appear that he's coming out from his hiding place, Ino guessed, as she looked down. We'll have to force him out then, Sai decided, as he unfurled another scroll, and with practiced ease, quickly drew several birds. Super Beast imitating drawing. The birds jumped out of the scroll, and without waiting for a verbal command, they all dived at the tree where Naruto was hiding. Very well then. I'll tell Shikamaru and Koji to be prepared, Ino said, before making a hand seal and closing her eyes. The result of their tactic became evident. Naruto and his clones jumped out of the tree, fleeing from the flock of ink birds that were badgering them with painful pecks and scratches. Ah! Goddamn pests! Go away! A clone yelled, throwing a kunao at one of the ink birds. Shadow sewing jutsu. Once again, Naruto and his clones were assaulted by a mass of black shadowy threads, forcing the group to split in several directions, in order to force Shikamaru to choose between several targets. They could see Shikamaru not that far away from them, standing below the shadow of a large tree. Stop running! Attack Shikamaru! Naruto ordered. A trio of his clones nodded, and pulled several shuriken, which they threw at him. Shikamaru, however, created more shadow threads which he used to deflect the shuriken away. Quickly, now! Let's flank him! He can't attack us if we're spread wide around him. Naruto said, as he and his clones charged towards Shikamaru in an expanding circular formation. That's not a half-bad plan to counter my jutsu, Naruto, Shikamaru praised with a grin. Too bad I'm not the only opponent you're against. As if on cue, Sai and Ino dived at what they presumed was the original Naruto. The blonde quickly turned around, unsealed a Fuma shuriken from a small scroll, and tossed it at the bird. The ink construct instantly burst into several black blots, spraying them everywhere. Sai and Ino managed to jump in time, the former unsheathing the tanto strapped to his back. Oh, so you know how to fight in close range? Naruto asked, as he parried the blow with his wind blade. A good ninja can fight both close and from afar. Anything less is unacceptable, Sai replied, as he struck Naruto with quick and precise blows. Damn, this guy is pretty good in close combat as well, I can hardly keep up, the blonde distressingly thought, as Sai pushed him back with each strike. Boss, we're getting a bit overwhelmed here. A Naruto clone who was trying to hold off Shikamaru's shadow threads called, before he was pierced by one of them. Ouch. Naruto could feel the clone's few memories entering his mind as it was dispelled, which caused nothing but more stress to the original. Damn it, damn it. What do I do? I can't go down so soon, I barely did anything. Naruto distressingly thought. It was a good thing that I had these clones before Ino nailed me with that jutsu, but how can I use them in a way that, hey, wait a second, that's it. Boss, any ideas? A clone asked, who tried to fend off another thread. Yes, ninjutsu. Use it. Naruto called. Upon sensing their hesitation, Naruto insisted. Come on, do what I say. The clones obediently nodded, and started to make different sequences of hand seals. Naruto, what are you doing? You can't use ninjutsu, unless you want to experience the biggest headache ever. Ino called out. While it wasn't smart to stop your enemy when he was making a mistake, the Yamanaka Kunoichi was so baffled that she couldn't help but ask. Wind release, cyclone vortex. Water release, wild water wave. Fire release, fire bullet. Wind release, great breakthrough. The tactical squad found themselves at the wrong end of several gusts of wind, bolts of fire, and a torrent of water, forcing them to disengage Naruto and fall back. And much to their shock, Ino's in particular, none of the clones were suffering from any ill effect of Ino's jutsu. How is it possible? A bewildered Ino asked. Are clones immune to my jutsu? Those clones were created before you used your jutsu on Naruto, therefore they're exempt from it, Shikamaru explained, coming with such realization that very moment. Sorry, I should have realized it earlier and planned for a countermeasure in advance. Thank goodness we didn't show all of our cards yet, Ino replied, as she closed her eyes. Koji, your turn now. On it. Koji's voice replied in her mind. With all the chaos surrounding him, Naruto hadn't realized that Koji wasn't among his attackers. The Akimichi heir had shrunk himself to the size of a doll, and was flying on a smaller ink bird drawn by Sai. The bird started to fly in circles around the original Naruto, surrounded by his clones, who were pelting the rest of the tactical squad and Sai with elemental ninjutsu. Alright then, here we go. Koji said, as he jumped from the bird, and started to fall towards Naruto. Reverse multi-size jutsu, cancel. Bringing his palms together, Koji undid the jutsu, and instantly returned to normal size. Naruto saw a shadow falling over him, and looked up, but it was too late. What the dash? Got you. Koji slammed against Naruto, painfully pinning the blonde to the ground. And if such brutal attack wasn't enough, the Akimichi wrapped his arms around the Jinchuriki's body, pinning Naruto's arms against his body, leaving him completely immobilized. Ack! Naruto could barely scream. The clones noticed what happened, and turned around. Boss! Several clones said in unison, as they tried to help the original. This proved to be a fatal mistake, as it gave Shikamaru, Ino, and Sai ample chance to destroy all of them with their ninjutsu, or with tanto slashes in the case of the former. Can't move. Naruto breathed out, as he futilely struggled to break free from Koji's bear hug. At that moment, Asuma landed beside them, watching everybody with analytical eyes. Alright then, I think I saw enough. Good job, guys, Asuma praised his students and Sai, before looking at Koji. You can release him now. Wordlessly, Koji released Naruto, before standing on his feet. He then offered Naruto a hand to stand up, a hand Naruto gratefully accepted. Thanks, Naruto told the Akimichi. Good match. You guys are a force to be reckoned with. Of course. That's the Ino Shikacho for you. Ino proudly said, before moving closer to Sai. With some little accidents. It's amazing how well you guys can coordinate. I barely heard you exchange annoying words. Naruto exclaimed. That's thanks to Ino's mind fragmentation jutsu, Koji told him. Huh. It's another jutsu I created, Ino explained, beaming with pride. It allows to split my mind into tiny pieces and temporarily transfer them to my teammates. That way, not only our minds are connected, but I can see and heard everything they see and hear. You could say our minds become one. Wow, that jutsu is really impressive. Naruto praised. Even if it wasn't some flashy or destructive ninjutsu, Naruto could see how useful such an ability was. That was the kind of new skills he seeked to develop. Something that allowed him to become a more versatile ninja. Before we start the training, I want you to reflect on the spar, Naruto, Asuma began, as he walked towards him. You'll agree with me that the moment things started to go south for you was when Ino hit you with her Mind Scourge jutsu, right? Yeah. Not being able to use ninjutsu was a real bummer, Naruto replied, sheepishly rubbing the back of his head. And why did you allow Ino to sneak close enough to use her jutsu on you? Asuma asked. Sai fooled me with a bunch of clones, was Naruto's reply. And you didn't have the possibility in mind? Weren't you on guard from a potential attack from behind? Asuma sternly asked, as he crossed his arms. Boy, this is embarrassing. Naruto chuckled, as he ran a hand through his hair. Usually, I have Sage Mode, which gives me sensorial abilities. Or if that fails, I usually rely on Hinata for such things. Asuma nodded. Guess this is why you wanted additional training, right? You were starting to become complacent, and that attitude started to erode your skills. I mean, you didn't even notice that Koji wasn't there during the second fight. This was a real eye-opener. If you guys were Akatsuki. Naruto uneasily said. That's what these spars are for, Asuma said, sounding now a little more friendly. Not only we will help you with your initial concerns, we'll make sure you're a great ninja no matter the situation. There's a reason as for why my team it's called the Tactical Squad. Naruto enthusiastically nodded, and smiled widely, his inner fire returning. Alright then, let's begin. Gecko Residence. You know, it's kind of weird seeing you in the house so often, Yojeo said, as she entered the living room. There she saw her adopted Sun reading a book. Given that I'm not fit for any physical training, Haku motioned his arm on a sling for added emphasis. There's not much I can do. Though if I'm being a bother, I can go outside. It's a nice day, even if it's a bit cloudy. Of course not, Haku, Yojeo reassured, as she sat beside him. I love to have you here more often. Well, given that I can't be of much help here with house chores nor taking care of Saiki-kun, Haku said, leaving the sentence hanging. Again, don't worry. You should focus on getting yourself better, Yojeo insisted, before taking a look at the book he was reading. What is that? Advanced Genjutsu Theory, Haku explained. I may not be able to train in Taijutsu nor Ninjutsu, but at the very least I can do this. That's what Kurane-sensei was doing during her pregnancy. That's very diligent of you, Haku, Yojeo nodded, as she smiled at him. That's what's so good about Genjutsu. You can practice it even if you can't be physically active, Haku stated. Just like now, for example. You think you're tailing to the real Haku, but this is just a Genjutsu. Yojeo shot the ice ninja a look. Haku returned the stare, and smiled at her. Yojeo conceded, and made a hand seal, releasing a burst of chakra through her body. Haku was still there. The boy giggled. I can believe I tricked you like that, he said, chuckling softly. Some umbu you are. Yojeo scoffed playfully, before lightly punching Haku in the arm, thankfully the one that wasn't on a sling. Once you get back to normal, I'm going to make you pay for that in a sparring match, Yojeo promised him. Good. It will be a nice way to get back into shape after all these weeks of inactivity, Haku earnestly replied, smiling at her. Yojeo sighed. I can't just win with you, can I? Besides you and Hayate-san, and I was also trained by Zabuza-sama. And of course, I was able to tell which training method was the most brutal, Haku explained. I doubt there's anything you can do to me worse than anything Zabuza-sama put me through. Yojeo was about to answer something when somebody knocked the door. Wordlessly, the purplet got up and left the living room. A minute later, she returned accompanied by somebody else. Hey, Haku-kun, look who came to see you, Yojeo told him with a wide smile. Haku returned the smile. Tenten. I think I'll leave you alone, the umbu said before leaving. Tenten thanked her, before sitting beside her boyfriend. Hey there, Tenten said. My team and I came from a mission earlier than we thought, so I decided that maybe I could spend some time with you. I'm really glad to hear it, Haku replied. I could use some company other than Hayate-san and Yojeo-san. Good. Because Guy-sensei and Lee have been particularly obnoxious with their self-imposed challenges, and I need to vent some steam, Tenten grinned, as she placed both arms around the ice ninja's neck. As long as you're careful, I'm all yours, he said with an eager smile. Training Ground 10. After the fight against Asuma's students and Sai, Asuma had created a clone to train with Naruto, while the real one went to train the rest. Naruto felt the training with Asuma was fruitful, even if truth be told they haven't done much in the way of training, more like trading ideas for new, innovative Windjutsu. He felt that this would be the setup for something big. I wonder why we never had a talk like this before, given that we're the only two wind element users in the entire village, Asuma had said with a laugh. After that, Asuma had told everybody to take a short break to catch their breath and stretch their muscles. Shikamaru used such opportunity to lie down and watch the clouds, Koji to eat another bag of chips, while Ino was filing her nails. And lastly, Sai was resting against a tree, drawing something on his sketchbook. Naruto didn't know much about the weird, pale-looking boy, so he thought it would be a good chance to meet him. Hey there. Naruto greeted as he walked to him. I don't think we've been introduced. My name's Naruto. I know who you are. I don't think anybody in this village doesn't know about the elder of the Hokage's children, Sai replied in a confusingly polite tone, while he continued working on his picture. And I think you know who I am, since Ino and the others told you about me. Well, yeah, but even with that, we never spoke to each other before, so I think introductions were in order, Naruto tried to justify. Sai stopped drawing, and smiled at him. It was a smile that unnerved the blonde. Of course. A social convention. Ino told me of those. I try to follow them as much as I can, but most of them don't make much sense to me. They don't have to, just go with the flow, Naruto said with a shrug. He had the feeling that trying to get to know this guy better was going to be an uphill battle. He wondered what the hell did Ino see in him in order to become so close. I heard about your last mission, Sai bluntly stated, taking Naruto aback a little. It's a pity that it ended in such failure. Naruto sadly nodded. That's why I'm here. I want to get all the training I can so the next one has a different outcome. I hope you do. Konoha could certainly benefit from having a third Jinchuriki among its ranks, Sai stated. Naruto frowned, and crossed his arms. He didn't like where this conversation was going. Hey, it's not a matter of collecting Jinchuriki, but saving lives, and making sure Akatsuki doesn't get their dirty hands on the tailed beasts. Sai's smile didn't falter, and nodded. Of course, such things are important too. But wouldn't Konoha be able to face its enemies, such as this Akatsuki, if we had powerful ninja like Jinchuriki among our ranks? Naruto wanted to rebut that question, but found himself unable to. I guess you have a point there. But like I said before, that's not the main goal of the Jinchuriki rescue. It seems you care about them on a personal level, Sai noted. Even if you never met them. Why is that? Because we're the same, Naruto replied. That doesn't make sense, Sai said, shaking his head. Do you feel such a strong bond with every blonde-haired person on Earth? With everybody who has blue eyes? With everybody who has a penis? What the? No. Naruto angrily snapped. Being a Jinchuriki goes beyond something so shallow. A Jinchuriki bears a huge burden. Not only carrying a tailed beast is a constant source of danger for us, but people tend to fear and avoid us, said danger. And what's worse, none of us chose to be Jinchuriki. It was the villages that forced such burden upon us. Sai had stopped smiling, and stared at Naruto intently with his black eyes, as if he was slowly reflecting Naruto's words. I see, he said, averting his gaze. And do you hate the people who sealed the 9 tails within you? No, I don't, Naruto replied, his anger subsiding. I know the circumstances behind the sealing. Only a member of the Uzumaki clan can hold the 9 tails, and back then, I was the only one available. There weren't other options. So in the end I had to accept this and move on. Of course. Sometimes sacrifices need to be made for a greater good, Sai said, nodding, as he went back to his drawing. In the end, the two of us aren't that different. Huh? What does that mean? Naruto asked, as he scratched the side of his head in confusion. It's nothing, Sai waved off. Shall we resume the training? Land of Earth. Trekking through a forest near the base of a mountain, there was an old man. He sported a red beard, a blue mark that crossed his face in an horizontal manner, and wore an Iwakage forehead protector. A voice resonated within the man's head. You know, we're pretty close to your former home, Rashi. Have you ever thought about going back? You should know already that I'm not going back. At least, not yet, Four Tails, Rashi replied. The tailed beast growled upon being called such a thing, but kept the frustration to himself. This was more important. I've felt another one disappear. This time, it was Seiken, the tailed beast replied. Something is happening, Rashi. Somebody is hunting us. I think we might be in danger. Of course. The villages, major and minor, always went after us. You're not telling me anything I don't know, monkey, Rashi rebutted. This is not like the other times. I can't sense my siblings anymore. This serious. Will you listen to me just for once in your life, you stubborn old man? The Four Tails roared. Are you afraid that somebody might have found a way to take you out permanently? Rashi asked, enjoying the fear the normally proud and haughty monkey was feeling. That's not possible. There's only one reason my siblings would disappear like this, the monkey warned. And that doesn't spell anything good for your kind. Chapter 73. The Search for Rashi. Or Monkey See, Monkey Do. For the past couple of weeks or so, Naruto had been training with Asuma Sarutobi in order to perfect his wind jutsu and develop new ones. While he hadn't been able to create a jutsu that would allow him to fly yet, he had the feeling he was making some good progress on that as well. His teammates weren't slouching either. Even if they were physically unable to train, they busied themselves training their minds, Hinata reading more about the powers of the Tensagen and Six Paths Chakra, while Haku studied about Genjutsu, and tried to think in new and innovative ways to use his ice release. Unfortunately, unlike Naruto, there were no other ice release users in Konoha that could train the Land of Water native. And today, he was expecting another productive day of training. He was full rested from a good night of sleep, and was ready to have breakfast. But when he got down to the kitchen, he was surprised to see only his mother there. "Good morning, Naruto," Tsunade said, as she finished her cup of coffee. "Slept well?" "You can bet I did," the blonde grinned. "So, Kaida and Hagana left already?" "Yeah. Tenzo came here to pick them up." "Apparently, they had an important mission," Tsunade explained. "And so do you." Naturally, this caught the blonde's attention. "Really? But I have no team." Tsunade just shrugged. "You're a Jonin already, Naruto. It's not rare for a Jonin, or even a Chunin, to do missions on their own. Though you won't be teamless for long. I've been checking on Hinata and Haku's progress, and they're almost fully recovered. I think they'll be able to rejoin active duty in 1 or 2 weeks at most." "Really? That's awesome." Naruto cheered, pumping his fist into the air. "Too bad we can't wait that much for them. Sadly, things rarely go the way we want. Still, I'm sure you'll manage without them this time around," Tsunade said in an encouraging tone. "Did he tell you what the mission was about?" Naruto inquired, as he took a bite from a slice of toast with honey. "It's related to the Jinchuriki." "I don't know, Jiraiya didn't tell me anything, but if he requested you, then I guess it has to do with them," Tsunade guessed, shrugging. "I'll finish breakfast as soon as possible then," Naruto said, as he shoved another toast into his mouth. "Whoa there. Slow down, Naruto, or going to choke." "There's no hurry," Tsunade told him. "There's something I want to talk with you about. You've been training with some other people during the past few weeks. Why haven't you asked me to train you?" Naruto almost choked on his food. This was a very delicate question. He couldn't say that he still had nightmares from his adoptive mother's brutal training methods. Naruto began, as he tried to come up with a believable excuse. "Aren't you training Hagani and Kaida?" "Yeah, you were busy with them, and I didn't want to take you away from them." "I can train the 3 of you just fine," Tsunade insisted, as she crossed her arms over her chest. "Plus that way, you could do some more bonding with your siblings. You barely get to do anything with them these days." "I know, but I'm kind of busy, with all the stuff with Akatsuki," Naruto replied. "Listen, I'm not telling you to forsake your other responsibilities and duties, that would be idiotic," Tsunade told him, her tone softening. "But being a ninja is a dangerous career. You will lose loved ones, and then you'll regret not having spent enough time with them." "You talk as if Hagani and Kaida are going to die any day now," Naruto said, rolling his eyes. "Did you forget already how close we were to lose them forever to Orochimaru not even 4 years ago?" Tsunade reminded Naruto. "I try not to think about it, as well as not being overprotective, but, as long as we're alive, I want to enjoy our company." Naruto suddenly felt like a jerk. He's been avoiding Tsunade's training, while the slug Sannin only wanted to spend some time with her son. The blonde had been training with Jiraiya in order to gain a better hold of the Nine Tails chakra, and maybe Tsunade was a bit jealous of that. "Okay. Maybe once I'm back, I can find some time to train under you again," Naruto weakly suggested. "I'd love to," Tsunade smiled. "Come on, go already. I'll clean this up." "Thanks, Mom," Naruto said, before giving Tsunade a kiss on the cheek, and running out of the house. Hokage Tower. Just as Naruto was told, Jiraiya had indeed a new mission for him. And just like the blonde had thought, it was about the topic he had guessed. Though what he didn't guess was that Jiraiya wasn't alone, standing beside him was Itachi Uchiha. "My spies have located one of the other 2 remaining Jinchuriki not under our custody," Jiraiya began, as he handed Naruto a folder. Naruto opened the folder, and saw the picture of an old IWA ninja with red hair and bear. The name of the file figured merely as Rashi. "This is the Jinchuriki?" Naruto asked. Jiraiya nodded. "Itachi." Rashi was seen crossing the border into the land of Earth. However, We have no confirmation that he planned to return to Iwagakure, so it's likely that he's still roaming the land, the Uchiha explained Naruto. We need to secure him and bring him to Konoha. Understood. I guess that the two of us are going after him now. Naruto asked. Even if it was just one man, Itachi Uchiha was among the most skilled and powerful ninjas Konoha had among their ranks. Not just the two of you, Jiraiya said, as he pressed a button on the intercom sitting on his table. Tell them to come in. A couple minutes passed before the office's door opened, and 8 people entered. He recognized half of those people. Tenzo's all-purpose squad is present. Tenzo said as he and his students entered the office. Anko's assassination squad is present. The other adult in the group said, a purple-haired woman wearing a trench coat. Whoa. Hagani and Kaida. And Hanabi. Naruto said upon seeing Tenzo's team. He then looked at the other newcomers. And you're Anko, right? I think I remember you from that mission to the land of rice fields. Kurane-sensei sometimes told us about you. Let's hope she only said good things, or else the two of us are going to have a long talk, Anko replied, chuckling a little. Anyway, meet my students. Aren't they the cutest? Naruto raised an eyebrow at Anko's choice of adjective, as his eyes moved towards Anko's students. For some reason, it felt like he had met them before, but couldn't tell when. And he was sure he would remember somebody who was entirely covered in bandages. Nice to meet you, I'm Naruto Uzumaki. And you guys are? Naruto asked. The trio of young ninjas composed of 2 boys and a girl shot him a look between annoyed and astonished. Did you really forget about us? Wow, we had to make such a weak first impression upon you, the girl huffed, as she crossed her arms. We fought against you and your teammates a couple times in the past, the boy covered in bandages said. First in the Land of Sound, then during Orochimaru's attempt at kidnapping your siblings. The boy looked at Anko, who looked back in approval, much to Naruto's confusion. Little did he know that Anko had spent quite some time breaking their habit of using the sama suffix with Orochimaru. Failure to do so had resulted in excruciating punishment. I'm Dosa, and those are Zaku and Kin, Dosa waved to his teammates. And while we used to be sound ninjas, after our capture we've been persuaded into joining Konoha. Oh. Naruto said, as conflicted feelings clashed within him. On one side, he was mad that these people used to work for Orochimaru and helped him kidnap his siblings, but on the other, they appear to have turned a new leaf. Plus, given that they weren't very high among Otogakure's hierarchy, he decided to forgive and forget. Well, nice to meet you. Glad to see that you're working for the good guys now. Yeah, whatever, Zaku huffed, whose reaction was mimicked by Kin. Dosa remained impassible. Anyway, Jiraiya interjected, drawing everybody's attention. Now that you're together and introductions are over, let's go to the matter at hand. All of you have been told you are going to become part of a larger squad for an S-rank mission. I choose all of you because of all our current forces available, you're the best suited for this mission. Tenzo's squad has 2 wood-release users that can bind a tailed beast should an Akatsuki decide to throw the other half of the 9 tails at us, and if that fails we have Itaka's main Jikyoshari Non, while Anko's squad will provide additional support and firepower. Itaka will be the leader of this 10-man squad. Itaka nodded, and took a step forward. Our mission is simple, we will infiltrate the land of Earth, locate the Jinchuriki, and either escort him to Iwa, or if he refuses, bring him back to Konoha using any means necessary. However, do not rule any kind of unforeseen setback, and be prepared of all times. Chances of Akatsuki knowing this are high, so be ready to fight against S-rank ninjas. Any questions? Are we really going to operate on a foreign land under the protection of a great village? Tenzo asked. Shouldn't we warn them first? We did, but we got no response, Jiraiya replied. While the possibility of a war with Iwa is high, I think it's worth the risk if we can keep another Jinchuriki safe from Akatsuki's hands. What if Iwa also sends ninjas to retrieve the Jinchuriki? Hagani asked. In that case, we'll let them take him away. Our goal is to keep the Jinchuriki safe. Even if Iwa is not allied with us, that's better than Akatsuki, Jiraiya told them. But like I said, chances of IWA sending ninjas to retrieve the Jinchuriki key are small. They will think this is some sort of trick on our part. Even then, we'll try our best to avoid causing a war between our villages, Itaka firmly added. If those are all the questions, then let's meet up at the western gate in an hour. The land of Earth is far away, so pack for several weeks. All of them nodded, before they exited the office. That's it, all of them except Naruto, who stayed behind to have a talk with his father. So, what do you think? Jiraiya asked, guessing his son's thoughts. It looks like a powerful team, Naruto replied. Not to mention that we won't be outnumbered as easily now as with 4-man squads. I think this is going to be the procedure for the time being until we beat Akatsuki. 4-man squads won't do any more, Jiraiya explained. Are you okay with the picks, or would you have suggested somebody else? Itaki is an obvious choice. Though I'm surprised that you choose Hagane and Kaida's team for a mission involving Akatsuki. They may be my kids, but they're also ninjas of this village, and as Hokage I must treat them as such. Plus Tenzo's squad is one of the most powerful teams we currently have available, Jiraiya told Naruto with a firm tone. Plus it's not that they're genin anymore. What about Anko's squad? They used to be Orochimaru's lackeys, they might betray us, Naruto pointed out. Jiraiya, however, smiled confidently at his son. Trust me, both Anko and I made sure such thing won't happen. Besides, I've read the reports Anko gave me on their progress, and it appears that they got used to Konoha and started to prefer it over Otogakure, even if they don't say it out loud. You know, I think that maybe we could have taken Fu with us as well. She's pretty strong, Naruto suggested. She is, Jiraiya agreed. But if sending a Jinchuriki to deal with Akatsuki is already a big risk, you can imagine what would be sending 2 at once. That would be like inviting all of Akatsuki to go after you. It's better to keep at least 1 Jinchuriki in the village. Makes sense, I guess, Naruto said. Well, let's better get going. Hopefully, once we come back, Old Man Roshi will be among us. I'm sure you'll be successful this time, Naruto, Jiraiya said. Good luck, and come safe. Half an hour later, Senju Park. Per Naruto's request, Hinata and Haku had met him on that spot in order to talk. It seemed that Tsunade hadn't lied to him, both his teammates looked good enough to return to active duty. Hinata could now walk without a crutch, and Haku had no longer his arm on a sling. Thank goodness I can have some clones prepare my backpack, or else I wouldn't be able to do this, the blonde thought. Wasting no time, Naruto told the other 2 about his mission to track and secure Roshi, the Jinchuriki of the 4 Tails, as well as who was going to go with him. So that's the mission Hanabi-chan is going to do? Hinata asked, worry in her voice being evident. I know how you feel. Hagane and Kaida are also coming as well, Naruto pointed out. But don't worry, I'll make sure that this mission won't be a repeat of what happened the last time. Still, I can't help but wonder if she'll be okay. This will be her first S-rank mission, Hinata said. I don't have siblings who are also ninja, so it might not be my place to speak, Haku began. But if Hanabi is as powerful as you're now, she should do just fine. That's what worries me, Hinata replied, looking at the confused ice ninja. I think she's letting her new power get to her head. Yeah, I can relate to that, Naruto said. Kaida used to think that her wood release puts her above everybody else. According to Hanabi-chan, she still does sometimes, Hinata pointed out. Naruto's face fell. Damn, I'm not looking forward this mission. Thank goodness there will be some adults as well. Who are you going with, besides Hanabi and your siblings sensei? Haku asked. Itaki is going to lead the mission. There's also Anko's team, Naruto said. I didn't know Anko-san had a team, Haku observed. And you guys aren't going to believe who they are, Naruto said, as incredulity returned to his voice. Remember those Otogakure ninjas that we fought during our first C-rank mission, and then when Orochimaru kidnapped my siblings? A boy that used sound waves, another boy that shot pressurized air blasts from his palms, and a girl that used both Senbon and Genjutsu. Are you talking about those? Haku asked. Naruto was surprised that Haku was able to remember them so well, given that, Unlike Hinata and him, the ice ninja didn't get to fight them a second time. Sensing Naruto's bafflement, he added, Zabuza-sama trained me to memorize every ninja I met, as well as their more significant abilities. Even the weaker ones? Hinata asked. Especially the weaker ones, Haku emphasized. While a strong ninja is hard to forget, a weak one is. And said weak ninja can train to become stronger. Even if they develop new abilities, at least you have a base of knowledge of what to expect. That's very thorough of Zabuza-san, Hinata praised, sounding genuinely impressed. Haku smiled in return. Zabuza-sama didn't become part of the 7 ninja swordsmen by being a mediocre ninja, you know. There will be times in which there won't be any chance to check a bingo book, or you won't have one with you. Heh, now I wish Zabuza didn't decide to stay in Kiri. We could use his help against Akatsuki, Naruto said. He saved both you, Tenten and Karen Nichin from that Oto ninja with the bone blood limit. Fortunately, we have other strong ninjas in Konoha we can rely on, Hinata said, as her eyes drifted towards Naruto, and smiled. You, for example. If I was that strong dash, Naruto began. No, Hinata firmly cut him, raising a hand. Don't finish that sentence, you hear me? You're a strong ninja, and I don't want to hear you saying otherwise, Hinata insisted, her stare becoming harder. You need to be strong if you want this mission to succeed and to bring everybody home safe. Yeah, you're right, Naruto replied, forcing himself to smile, something Hinata echoed. I can't just mope and pity myself. I have to give my best. There's no more room for failure. That's the spirit, Naruto-kun. Hinata cheered. Okay, my shadow clones had finished packing my stuff, Naruto said, as the new information entered his mind. I better get going. Understood. Good luck, Naruto-kun, Hinata said. I'll hope for your safe return, Haku added. Thank you guys. I'll make sure to carry your part of the weight while you're absent, Naruto replied, as he leaped away from the park. Then, he whispered, I'll make you guys proud. Akatsuki hideout, undisclosed location, the next day. 8 spectral shadows were standing in a circle, their eyes being the only part of their bodies that weren't blurred. Unlike other times, nobody was physically there. I'm glad that you could answer my call so quickly, Obito began. This is an urgent matter. My spies from Konoha has told me that the Jinchuriki key of the 4 tails, Rashi, has been found. The rest of the Akatsuki began to grumble among themselves. If Konoha is your source, I assume that a team has already been dispatched to secure the Jinchuriki key, Pain interceded. Am I right? Indeed. They're crossing the land of fire as we speak, it was Zetsu, the black half, who answered the question. Of course. That means that we need to dispatch somebody else to deal with the Jinchuriki key as well, Pain continued. Konoha already has 2 Jinchuriki key behind their walls. Letting them have more would be problematic in the long run. The question would be then, who should we send to deal with this new development? Konan asked. Obito cleared his throat. If I may make a suggestion, I already have 2 candidates in mind. Several days later. The group spent the next days traveling through the land of fire, leaping from one tree branch to the other, stopping occasionally to rest. They decided to cross the frontier with the land of earth by going through the land of waterfalls, given that such border used to be less guarded. Without much difficulty, they managed to reach the border and cross it without trouble. The change of scenery couldn't be more evident. The thick forest of the lands of fire and waterfall were replaced by a range of mountains and other rocky terrain. While there was still some green, it was obscured by all the rocks and stones. It was as if nature itself warned the newcomers that they had entered another world. All right then, Itaka said, coming to a halt. The other 9 ninjas stopped behind him. We just arrived at the land of earth. With some luck, neither Iwa nor Akatsuki know that we're here, and we'll leave without them none the wiser. Still, stay alert. Fear not, Itaka-san. Hagana's sensory skills and Hanabi's Tensegan will track any enemy before they can get too close, Tenzo told Tei Uchiha. Itaka nodded. Even then, I want everybody to keep your eyes open, and stay alert. Now, according to our reports, Rashi was last seen in the area to the northeast, so we'll look there first. Should we split in order to cover more ground? Naruto asked. Itachi shook his head. While in other circumstances that would be a valid strategy, I'm afraid it won't do now. I want this group to remain close at all times. Itachi Teiko, if I'm allowed to speak, Dosu spoke up. Itachi nodded in return. Given that we have 2 ninjas with tracking skills, we could split up, but try to keep a minimum distance. Hagane-san and Hanabi-san can tell if a group or an individual wander too far away. Itachi seemed to consider the bandaged ninja's suggestion, before nodding. Very well. Let's form 2 groups, Naruto, Hagane, Anko, and Kin, with me. Dosu, Zaku, Kaida, and Hanabi, go with Tenzo, Itachi instructed. Hagane, Hanabi, make sure both groups won't stray from each other. Sure thing. Hanabi cheerfully said. You can count on me, Hagane replied. Both groups split, as they began their search of the 4-tailed Jinchuriki. Itachi's group went to the northwest, towards a mountain range, while Tenzo's headed towards the west, heading to a series of rocky paths that lead to Uegakur. However, soon Itachi commanded his half of the group to stop. Huh? Naruto asked, a bit confused. Itachi didn't say anything, bit his thumb before making a series of 5 hand seals, and slammed his palm into the ground. Summoning Jutsu. Itachi's jutsu produced a small burst of smoke. After a couple seconds, the smoke dispelled, revealing a small murder of crows at the Uchiha's feet. Itachi dug into his ninja tool pouch, until he found what he was looking for, a small picture of Rashi. My group and I are looking for this man, Itachi said as he knelt down, while making sure the crows could see the man in the picture. Could you help us track him down? He may be around this area. One of the crows cawed affirmatively, before the whole murder flew away in different directions. Neat, Kin praised, before he looked at Anko. Anko-sensei, why didn't you think in summoning snakes to help us search? Hey, good idea, girl, Anko replied, as she summoned a few small-sized snakes. Alright, we're searching for an old man. IWA ninja, red hair, red beard. Probably exudes a powerful chakra since he's a Jinchuriki. Are you up to the task? The snakes wordlessly spread around, quickly slithering until they were no longer visible. Anko decided to take that answer as a yes. Alright then, while the crows and snakes search, let's keep looking for Rashi on our own, Itachi commanded. Stay close, and keep your eyes open for a potential ambush, either from Akatsuki or IWA ninjas. Everybody nodded, and followed Itachi's lead. Tenzo's group moved to the west, with the adult heading the group, followed by Dosu and Haku, and Hagane at the rear, while Hanabi was flying a couple meters above them, her Tensagen constantly scanning the area. As they ran, Zaku and Dosu started to talk among themselves. You know, that man who can use wood release, Dosu began. I think I know who he is. Huh? Zaku replied. Back when he was a Konoha ninja, Orochimaru Sam Orochimaru, Dosu corrected himself, despite the fact that Anko wasn't nearby. Orochimaru made several experiments to see if he could replicate wood release in somebody else. Apparently, that man was the only success. Huh? If Orochimaru could do that, why didn't we have an army of wood release users when we attacked Konoha? Zaku asked. Dosu merely shrugged. Beats me. Maybe he ran out of the first Hokage's DNA. Or that guy was just a fluke. Guess that would explain why he wanted to kidnap those brats to begin with, if one of them had wood release, Zaku guessed. Kind of ironic that we're working alongside them. Yes, Orochimaru started as a ninja of Konoha, before creating Otogakur, Dosu began. While we started as Oto ninjas, but now we're working with Konoha. Fate has a twisted sense of humor. You know, my cousin used to speak that way, Hanabi suddenly said, as she suddenly appeared between the two. She grinned at them. My sister told me about you too, and that girl you hang out with. She beat all 3 of you on her own. That's in the past, girl. Now we're much stronger than before. Zaku angrily retorted. I find that doubtful, Hanabi said, as she fixed her eyes on Zaku. She has the power of a cage now. And when I'm able to control my power, so will I. Girl, shouldn't you be keeping an eye on the surroundings, in case the Jinchuriki or potential enemies appear? Dosa pointed out. You might be powerful, but by forsaking your duty to trade barbs with us, you're showing how poor of a ninja you are. HMPF. Hanabi grumbled, but apparently listened to Dosa's words, and flew back into the sky. Good one, Dosa. You showed that girl, Zuko said with a grin of satisfaction. And you shouldn't let a young girl bait you like that, Dosa chastised his teammate. Keep your mind on the mission. Zuko's smirk disappeared, and turned his eyes forward. HMPF. Whatever. No need to be such a stick in the mud. Our subpar performance was what led to our capture, Dosa replied. Even if we now have to throw our lot with Konoha, I'll make sure the past won't repeat itself again. As the Uchiha took the group near the edge of the mountain, he gestured Naruto to come closer. The blonde did so. What's up, Itachi? Saw something? Naruto asked. The Uchiha merely shook his head. Not yet. Listen, I wanted to talk with you about something else. Hokage-sama told me that Akatsuki knows about your Sage Mode, and how they can counter it before you even get to activate it. Yeah. I used to send 2 clones to gather nature energy, but Akatsuki will be expecting that and prepare for that, Naruto explained, a bit downtrodden. Can't you use more clones to gather nature energy? Itachi asked. Naruto shook his head. Large chakra reserves are a must for Sage Mode, and if I create many clones, their individual chakra pools become too small for that. I can't create more than 4 clones if I want to enter Sage Mode. I see, was what Itachi said. The Uchiha remained silent for a few seconds, until he spoke again. Okay, if a fight happens, this what we'll do. Itachi told Naruto his idea. The blonde's eyes opened wide in shock. But that's extremely risky. I can't just do that. Naruto protested. Trust me, it will work. I used this tactic with enemies in the past, and it has never failed me, Itachi assured. If you say so. Naruto said, still sounding unconvinced. And don't worry about the risks. If it doesn't work, I'll make sure that you're not in danger, Itachi added. As night fell, Rashi decided to set camp in a small clearing he had found in the forest at the top of a small hill, close to a larger mountain range. He was gathering firewood, while his tailed beast remained silent, contemplating his options. Stubborn human, the Four Tails grumbled. The 2 of us will end dead or worse if we don't do something. He sighed, and started to wonder how could approach the topic in a way that Rashi could be convinced. That's it, until his meditation was interrupted. He sensed a foreign presence, one that he hadn't sensed in pretty much decades. It can't be, the giant ape thought. It couldn't be dash. Hey, you idiotic primate. A voice resounded inside his head. It could be. Kurama, the Four Tails identified the voice. Fancy meeting you here. Shut up and listen, you dumb shit flinger, Kurama highly snapped. The Four Tails let out a long sigh. Son Goku. I'm Son Goku. Would it kill you to call me by my name, Kurama? It's bad enough when the humans do it, but to hear it from a brother dash. I told you to shut up. The Nine Tails ordered. And don't even dare to say my name aloud. Only those worthy are allowed to say it. Son Goku decided it was for the better not to argue with his nine-tailed sibling. Very well then, you seem troubled. What's the matter? There's not much time, so I'll try to summarize it as best as I can, the Nine Tails began. There's this organization of extremely powerful missing ninja called Akatsuki. Their goal is to gather all of us and seal us inside the demonic statue in order to revive the Ten Tails. If Son Goku actually had blood, it would have drained from his face. But, that's insane. Inconceivable. If the Ten Tails returns, then this world will be done for. Why any human would want to do that? Beats me, but if I had to guess, they want to harness the Ten Tails' power for themselves, the fox guessed. Foolish humans and their lust for power. Son Goku would have agreed with that, but now other concerns occupied the giant ape's mind. Wait a minute, for somebody to summon the demonic statue they would need to possess a Rinnegan, and no such human has been born since our father died, Son Goku reasoned. And that's where you're wrong, brother. Another Rinnegan wielder exists. Not to the same level of father, but fairly powerful as well, the Nine Tails revealed. Listen, how such human came to be or what the Akatsuki want to do with the 10 tails is irrelevant. We need to focus on making sure whoever are left among us remain free. Relatively speaking. Now, my Jinchuriki and other Konoha ninjas are scouring the are looking for yours. You must convince your human to come to us, before you also fall pretty to the Akatsuki. So that's what happened to the others, Son Goku reasoned. I guess that, besides you and me, the only ones left are Kome and Jayaki, right? I think so, but there's no point in dwelling on that. Do what I said. The fox ordered. I would gladly try, but I doubt Rashi will listen to me. I've been trying to tell him to seek shelter for the past few months, as I started to sense how our siblings started to vanish one by one, Son Goku replied, sounding a little frustrated. Even with this new information, I don't see him listening to me. Son Goku could hear his nine-tailed sibling loudly groaning for several seconds. Okay, new plan. Can you at least make sure the idiotic human stays in the same place? The fox asked. He's currently setting camp to pass the night, so that won't be a problem, Son Goku asked. Very well. I'm going to focus on your position and direct the Jinchuriki and the rest of his group towards you. After that, the humans will take care of the situation, the fox explained. It's possible that Rashi might not want to go with them, Son Goku told him, worried by the possibility. They may end up fighting. If that happens, then don't do anything, the Nine Tails ordered. And don't assist your Jinchuriki. I find unlikely that he alone will be able to defeat the entire group my Jinchuriki is part of. Very well, brother. I shall be waiting for you, Son Goku said, as he felt his stubborn sibling's presence slowly vanish. It might not be too late for us after all. Shortly after this happened, not far away from there, Naruto felt a tugging sensation coming from within. Knowing what it was, he allowed himself to be pulled, and closed his eyes. When he opened them, the Nine Tails was in front of him. What do you want? I'm kind of busy now, Naruto asked, not in the mood to deal with the grumpy fox. Yeah, I know, looking for my foolish brother, the Nine Tails said. Which, by the way, I already found. You're welcome for doing your job, by the way. Naruto grew excited, and ignoring the sarcasm, he asked. Really? Where is he? In a forest at the top of a small hill, surrounded by bigger mountains. Follow my indications and you'll be able to reach his position, the Nine Tails instructed. Naruto beamed in response. Thank you, Fox, you're a lifesaver. The Nine Tails grumbled a profanity. I don't do it to help you or your race, but to make sure the 10 Tails is not revived. Now move your ass already. Naruto found himself once again in the real world after being abruptly ejected from the Nine Tails pocket dimension. Itachi was looking at him with mild concern. Are you okay, Naruto? The Uchiha asked. You zoned there for a moment. Naruto smiled, and nodded. I've been talking with the Nine Tails. He said he has located the Four Tails position. Come on, follow me. As Rashi heated a piece of meat in front of the campfire, a feeling of uneasiness washed over him. It started when he swore he was feeling his tenant talking to somebody else, almost in a whisper. But that couldn't be, right? Rashi was the only one that Monkey was able to talk to, for a rather obvious reason. What could that ape be scheming? Not helped by a different sense of uneasiness, it was calm. Way too calm and silent. His experienced battle sense was screaming at him that this was the calm preceding a fight, and that enemies were incoming and he was in danger. And he didn't survive for so long by ignoring his often accurate gut feeling. Pulling out a kunao, Rashi yelled to no one in particular, come on, I know you're there. Come outside and let's get this over with. As he had guessed, there was somebody there. Nearby bushes started to rustle, and from them a young blond boy emerged, his hands raised above his head, almost as if he was surrendering. The boy was wearing an orange and black attire, plus a Konoha forehead protector. A Konoha ninja, Rashi hissed, narrowing his eyes at Naruto. And you look awfully familiar to the yellow flash, kid? Yeah, he was my dad, Naruto awkwardly said. He wasn't sure if he should have said that, given how much IWA ninjas might hate Minato Namikaze. Still, the best course of action was to make his intentions known as soon as possible. Listen, I swear I didn't come here to fight. Like you, I'm a Jinchuriki. Rashi raised an eyebrow. A Jinchuriki, you said? He's right, old man. He's the Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed fox, Son Goku's voice said from within. I've been talking with my sibling, and drew him here. You sneaky ape. I know your kind couldn't be trusted. Rashi mentally snarled. Sorry, but you left me no other options. This is important, Rashi, so please stop being so stubborn and listen to what the brat has to say, Son Goku asked, sounding almost like a plea. Both our lives depend on this. After pondering his options for several seconds, Rashi decided to at least hear his fellow Jinchuriki out. If his intentions were hostile, they would have ambushed him from the get-go, instead of coming out in the open. Alright kid, I'm listening, Rashi stated. Naruto's lips curved into a hopeful smile. Really? Great. Now, there's not much time, so I'll try to be dash. But first, Rashi interrupted him. Tell your friends to come out as well. My friends. Naruto stammered, being taken aback by such statement. Yes. I know you didn't come alone. So if you want my trust, you better not have anybody hidden waiting to strike my back at your order, Rashi told him. Naruto sighed softly, before saying, guys, come out. More rustling, followed by more Konoha ninjas emerging from behind the darkness and the vegetation. A rather diverse group, men, women, some adults, several young teens, the latter with some eye-catching appearances, like the boy covered in bandages, the white-haired twins, and a girl that looked like a Hyuga, but her eyes were something Rashi had never seen in his life. However, most of them were footnotes compared to the presence of Itachi Uchiha, one of Konoha's most powerful ninjas. You know, I'm having a hard time believing that you bring a group this large just to talk, a skeptical Rashi said. I'm going to be honest with you, Rashi-san, it was Itachi who answered. We're going to make you a proposition. If you refuse, we will capture you by force. But we aren't you enemies. Naruto chimed in, trying to downplay the inherent threat of Itachi's words. When you hear what we have to say, you'll agree to come with us. Or return to IWA, whatever you prefer. This made Rashi to raise an eyebrow. These Konoha ninja could get their hands on a lone Jinchuriki, yet they were okay with letting him return to his old home? There was something fishy about this issue. And as a good ninja does, information gathering is always a must before taking any course of action. Now if you listen to me, you'll understand everything, and why I had to bring such a large group with me, Naruto nervously said, before grinning sheepishly. Mind if we take a seat around the fire and have something to eat while we're at it? Searching for you left us quite exhausted. Rashi rolled his eyes and sighed, but motioned them to do so. Now, kid, you have my attention, Rashi told Naruto. But please don't test my patience. Very well then, Naruto nodded, as he began his explanation. You see, there's this group of missing nin called Akatsuki. Their goal is to gather all the tailed beasts in order to. Rashi listened to Naruto's story, at first with skepticism, but his willingness to believe him increased with each word. It seemed like the story had no holes, even the most ludicrous parts, like the Rinnegan or the Sage of the Six Paths had their explanation behind it, not to mention that girl with the weird glowing eyes, the Tensagen, who was a living proof of what Naruto was saying. Despite being such an outlandish story, he had to admit everything made perfect sense. And after our failure to save Yotakata, only 4 of us remain, Naruto finished with a weary sigh. That's why we're trying as hard as we can to secure the remaining Jinchuriki. Listen, we aren't going to ask you to come to a village that was your home's dead sworn enemy, but at least you should go back to IWA. They can keep you safe. I don't think I'm ready to return yet, the red-headed man began, shaking his head. But I'm guessing you aren't giving me any options, right? I'm afraid not, it was Tenzo who answered. Please understand the situation is too delicate, and we can't risk anything to chance. So far you have 2 options, you let us escort you back to IWA, or you come back with us to Konoha. And if I refuse either option? Rashi tentatively asked, albeit he could figure out the answer. Even if for the untrained eye nothing happened. Rashi could feel how all the Konoha ninjas around him tensed up, ready to fight. Then we will incapacitate you and take you to Konoha by force, Itaka stated, his voice firm but devoid of aggression. I see, Rashi replied, looking around at the ninjas around him, measuring their potential abilities, and wondering if he could be able to fight all of them at once. Itaka alone would be a huge problem, and so was the Jinchuriki if he had a degree of control over the fox. Then there were the other 8 ninjas, who didn't look all that threatening, but one could never let appearances deceive you. If you're thinking in fighting us, I'd seriously reconsider, Itaka warned him. This group has ninjas specifically handpicked for this task due their abilities. Many of us could defeat you alone. But please don't take it as a threat, Naruto insisted, trying to sound reassuring. If we were hostile, we wouldn't be here talking with you, nor would offer you the option to return to IWA. Please understand the situation is desperate. It sounds desperate indeed, Rashi agreed. It's been a while since I've been involved with the matter of ninjas and villages, so I might not be up to date. But before I tell you my answer, tell me this, what about the other 2 Jinchuriki besides us, kid? From what I know, the Jinchuriki of the 8 tails has been hidden somewhere in the land of lightning by his brother, the Raikage, Naruto replied. While the Jinchuriki of the 7 tails is safe behind Konoha's walls. So, if I decide to accompany you to Konoha, I'll at least be with other 2 of my own kind, right? Rashi asked. Naruto nodded. Alright then. Given the alternatives, I think I'll go to Konoha. Really? Naruto beamed, jumping to his feet. Are you sure you don't want to return to IWA instead? Anko suggested. It's your home village after all. Yes, I was born and raised in IWA, Rashi replied. But that place never felt like home. People feared and avoided me, afraid that the tailed beast within me would escape or take control of my body and harm them. And to be honest, I was afraid of that too. That's why I set on a journey in order to learn how to control this power without endangering innocence. However, after some time, I grew to appreciate, and even enjoy the solitude. Yeah, I can relate to that, Naruto uneasily said, as he rubbed his arm. So Konoha isn't any different from IWA then, Rashi stated. I don't know about IWA, Naruto began. But Konoha is awesome. But you just say dash. Yes, people were afraid of me. At first, Naruto stated. But I had awesome people raising me that helped me deal with my condition as Jinchuriki, as well as all the friends who don't mind that I have a giant homicidal fox sealed within my being. And eventually, even those who were afraid of me learned not to. Rashi's expression softened a little. That sounds really nice. It is, Naruto chuckled. The way you earned those people's trust, you make it sound so easy. It wasn't easy, that's for sure, Naruto said. But it was worth it. Rashi's mind was then assaulted by a wave of doubts. He wondered if instead of running away, he should have stayed in IWA and tried to create some bonds, build some friendships. The idea of somebody, other than another Jinchuriki befriending him always seemed like an unreachable dream. And this boy came and proved him wrong. Things are sometimes much easier than you think, Rashi, Son Goku's voice said from within him. You'd realize of this more often if you weren't so stubborn. So, you're coming with us then? Itaki asked. Rashi nodded. Yes. When are we leaving? I'd like to go now, but traveling by night is dangerous, especially with such a large group like this one, Itaka said. We'll wait for dawn to break, and we'll head to the land of fire. Understood, Rashi nodded. Let's continue eating and have a nice rest then. A long journey will be waiting for us when the sun rises. The next day, the group of now 11 ninjas were undoing the journey those from Konoha had done the days before. Fortunately, no Akatsuki nor Rock ninjas had decided to ambush them at night, and all of them were pretty rested. Combined with the fact that it took pretty little time to convince Rashi to go with them, morale was overall high. At this pace, we will be able to reach the border with the land of waterfalls in less than a day, Itaki announced. We will avoid nearby towns in order to keep a low profile. If everything goes well, I estimate that we will be back in Konoha in less than a week. Everybody nodded, with Naruto smiling as well. He did it. He was finally going to save another Jinchuriki after the string of failures following Fu's near capture. So, Naruto, Rashi began. How it's Konoha? Oh, it's awesome. The blonde beamed. It's really pretty, surrounded by forests and some mountains. People are pretty nice, and ninjas are strong. Oh, did you know that my dad is the Hokage? The yellow flash, yes, Rashi nodded. No, that's my biological dad, Naruto said. But guess you have a point. I mean the current Hokage is my adoptive dad. His name is Jiraiya. Rashi raised an eyebrow. Jiraiya of the Sannin? Kid, you have some powerful family members. Who's your adoptive mother, Tsunade? Yes. How did you know? Naruto said. I didn't, Rashi stammered, before clearing his throat. I didn't know those two were married. They've been married for more than a decade now, Naruto told him. Man, were you living under a rock all these years or something? Because really, you don't seem to be aware of all the stuff going on around the world. Well, you could say that I was, Rashi admitted. During my journeys, I did my best to distance myself from civilization. I see. Thankfully, it's not too late to fix that, Naruto optimistically said. Oh, when we arrive Konoha, you have to eat a bowl of Ichiraku's ramen. There's no better ramen than that. Once you taste it, you'll never want to eat anything else. Rashi chuckled a little. Heh, that sounds nice. It's been a while since the last time I ate something that I didn't hunt or gathered myself. Shortly after the group passed a certain spot, a white humanoid being emerged from the ground. It was a white Zetsu. The humanoid creature smirked. So, the Jinchuriki are already on the run, the white Zetsu said. Better tell them that their prey is in the open. And with that, the humanoid aberration sank into the ground again. Chapter 74. Fire and Earth, Wood, and Music. Or monkeys, foxes, snakes, and puppets. For several days, the group of 10 Konoha ninjas and the single IWA ninja had been traveling through the forests of the Land of Waterfalls almost non-stop. However, they felt their swiftness rewarded when Itachi opened his mouth to announce something. We just crossed the border with the Land of Fire, Itachi stated. He could almost feel the relief washing over the rest of his temporary teammates. The fact that they had returned to their home country in one piece gave them high hopes of completing their mission without incidents. Yes. Konoha, here we come. Naruto cheered. I believe we're still a couple days away from the village, Tenzo interjected. But I think the worst have come to pass. Yeah. We weren't attacked by IWA ninja, Anko added. And the chances of being ambushed by Akatsuki were higher in the Land of Waterfalls. Still, I don't want any of you to lower your guard, understood? Itachi asked. All of them tensed up again. I believe we could take a small break. Hanabi, see if you can locate a proper spot to rest. Hanabi nodded, and expanded her sight, though she focused mostly in the terrain in front of her. She scanned the immense forest before her, and after a few seconds, she found a nice place. I think I found something, Hanabi began. If we deviate a little to the west, there's a clearing with a small lake and a waterfall in about 3 kilometers. That will do. Lead the way, Hanabi, Itachi asked. A few minutes later, they arrived at the waterfall lake. The lake was big enough to both drink and even have a bath if one wanted, and they could even use the waterfall to take a shower. Plus there was enough room for all of them to sit and relax in the grass, and maybe have some food if they felt hungry, which Naruto was. Alright, I believe we can afford to spare an hour resting, Itachi stated. But if you plan to take a bath, eat, or whatever, do it now. Once the hour is up, we will resume our trip back to Konoha, and whoever is behind, will be left behind. Itachi's tone was cold and left no room for discussion, but none of them questioned his orders. They all knew that bringing Rashi to Konoha was of vital importance. Not far away from there, 2 figures wearing black cloaks with red clouds were perched on a high tree branch. One of them had their eyes fixed on the Konoha ninjas. They finally stopped. Should we attack now? The first figure asked. The second one shook his head. Not us. Let's send our minions first to soften them a little and measure their capabilities. They're a large group after all. That might tip them off of our presence and sneak past us with the Jinchuriki, the first figure argued. We're powerful enough to crush all of them. What are you afraid of? Nothing, my dear partner, but let's say that I'm not somebody keen in using brute force to approach a problem, the second figure calmly replied. Besides, this is your first mission. You shouldn't be so overconfident. Remember what happened to Haiden and Kakuzu. Don't compare me with those fools, the other Akatsuki fired back. Very well then, we'll do it your way. Good. Send your troops first. They'll be excellent cannon fodder. As everybody relaxed, Rashi was sitting under a tree. In his hand there was a book, though rather than reading it, he was actually writing on it. He would write something, stop, look around, ponder about something, and write again. Hey there, Rashi. Naruto's voice said. Rashi took his eyes from his book, and noticed Naruto walking towards him, followed by those two white-haired children. We were going to eat now. Are you hungry? Thanks, but I'm not. I'll eat sometime later, Rashi said. I made some tea as well, the white-haired boy chimed in. Do you want some? I don't think I'm going to turn that down, Rashi with a smile, as he took the cup of tea the boy gave him. Thank you, kid. I don't think we've been introduced. My name's Hagane. This is my sister Kaida, Hagane said, waving his arm at Kaida, who made a curtsy nod. And you already know our older sibling, Naruto. Your siblings? Rashi asked, raising an eyebrow. Adopted siblings, Naruto punctualized, realizing that Rashi noticed their lack of physical resemblances between Naruto and the twins. Well, technically, I'm the one who's adopted, but you get the gist. Yes. Those two kids look a lot like Jiraiya and Tsunade, especially the former, Rashi observed. And you say they adopted you? Yeah. Jiraiya was my godfather, and Tsunade was my last living relative, even if we're only distantly related, Naruto explained. I never imagined that there would be people kind enough to adopt a Jinchuriki, Rashi noted. We were created to be living weapons, you know. And people don't want weapons to be close to them or their loved ones. Not everybody is like that, Naruto argued, crossing his arms. And sometimes they're just being ignorant. People who used to fear me because of the Kyuubi are no longer afraid of me after they got to know me better, and realize that the tailed beast within me can't harm them. Rashi's reply came in the form of a somewhat sad chuckle. Then you were born luckier than most, Naruto. From my experiences, almost no Jinchuriki has your life. Tell me, do you know how they select a Jinchuriki? Naruto knew why he was chosen to bear such burden, but he guessed it would be different with the other tailed beasts, since no other Jinchuriki were Uzumaki. First of all, Jinchuriki are chosen at a young age, Rashi began, not waiting for Naruto's answer. So they can carry the tailed beast for the longest time possible, and their minds can be more easily molded. Guess that makes sense, Naruto mentioned. All the Jinchuriki he had met were either teens or young adults. The oldest Jinchuriki he had met before Rashi was Killer Bee, and he appeared to be in his mid-30s. Second, Jinchuriki almost always tend to be orphans, Rashi continued. Because no family would want their child to be subjected to such a fate, right? Hagane guessed. You've a bright mind, boy, Rashi nodded. But that's not the only part. If a child has no family, they won't have any kind of bond or personal alliance. And thus, there's a void the village leaders can fill. Which brings me to my last point, all Jinchuriki tend to be related to the cages in some way, Rashi said. To ensure their loyalty to the village. Naruto was the most obvious case. Both his biological and adoptive father were Hokages. Gaara was also the son of the current Kaze Kage. There was also Killer Bee, who was the Raikage's brother. And Yagura, who cut the middleman and was Mizukage himself. However, it didn't appear that Yotakata was related to any Kage, and Fu hailed from a village that didn't have a Kage to begin with, though she was pretty close to the village leader, Shivuki. What about you? Hagani asked. Are you related to the Tsuchikage? In a way, yes. Do you know the second Tsuchikage, Mu the Null Man? Rashi asked, but upon seeing the youth's look of confusion, shook his head. Of course you don't, he already perceived at the hands of that despicable genjutsu. Anyway, I was distantly related to him. My father was his second cousin. After both my parents died in the first ninja war, I was taken under his wing. Shortly after that, I was made the Jinchuriki of the Four Tails. Rashi could feel the monkey's anger at being referred once again by such moniker, but decided to ignore him as usual. Naruto, if I may ask something, Rashi began. Naruto gave him a nod. How old you were when you were made a Jinchuriki? About an hour or so, Naruto replied. Rashi raised an eyebrow. Let's say that the circumstances of my birth were kind of chaotic. Were you born the same day the Nine Tails attacked Konoha or what? Rashi asked. Upon seeing Naruto nodding, the redhead's eyes widened. Boy, I take back what I said before. Your luck is extraordinarily bad for such a catastrophe to happen the day of your birth. Luck had nothing to do with what happened that day. It was part of a deliberate plan, Naruto replied. I'll tell you the details once we're safe in Konoha, because it's kind of a long story. And not even we have the full version. I'll be eager to listen to such tale, it will be an interesting addition to my book, Rashi began. You're writing a book? Kaida chimed in. About what? Does it has romance? Can I read it? It's not the kind of book you'll enjoy, girl, Rashi replied, chuckling a little. It's mostly a record of my journeys and experiences across the elemental nations. Towns I visited, people I met, ninjas I fought, and the like. So, you're going to write about us then? An excited Kaida asked. Yes. It was exactly what I was doing before you arrived, Rashi said. Don't worry, I won't write anything bad about you. As long as you don't give me any reason to. Then be sure to include that you met somebody who could use wood release. Kaida said. Girl, as much as I'd have loved to meet him, I'm afraid that I was nothing but a young teen when the first Hokage died, Rashi said, laughing a little while shaking his head. Do I look that old to you? I wasn't talking about great-grandpa, but me. Look. Kaida made a hand seal with both hands, and suddenly vines started to emerge all around them. Awesome, right? Rashi watched with his eyes open wide in fascination as a blood limit he considered a legend manifested before him. Amazing indeed, girl. You two were born with extraordinary luck to inherit such a power. My little brother also has a blood limit, even if it's not as cool as mine, Kaida boasted. As does our teammate, Hanabi. You have quite the collection of blood limits for such a relatively small group, Rashi noticed. Not to mention another Jinchuriki. You made no expenses in case I wasn't this cooperative, didn't you? While I'm not going to deny it. Naruto began, as he chuckled and rubbed the back of his head. All this manpower wasn't just because of you, but because of Akatsuki. You know, the guys who want to capture us. They have some crazy strong people among their ranks. Plus I'm not here just to fight. We believe that the chances of Jinchuriki listening to us will be higher if it's another Jinchuriki the one to do the talking, Hagani explained. Yeah, and our brother is taking a huge risk leaving the village like that, so show some appreciation. Kaida added, tapping her foot. But I did, right? I'm coming with you peacefully, Rashi replied, holding his hands in defense. Not that I had much of a choice. You could have returned to IWA, Hagane pointed out. Besides, this is just temporary, Naruto reassured. Once the Akatsuki threat is done with, you'll be free to roam the world again. Glad to hear it, Rashi nodded, as he went back to his writing. His reaction, however, caught Naruto a little by surprise. Wait, you believe me? Why I shouldn't? Rashi asked. You're in no need to promise me such a thing. So if given my predicament you tell me that, it must be true. Boy, you're surely a trusting person, Kaida pointed out. Rashi raised his eyes from his book, and gave the white-haired girl a somewhat condescending smile. Girl, I didn't get to live this old by being trusting. but over time, you learn to know which people you can trust and which you can't. In either case, I'm glad we fall into the latter category, hehe, Naruto said, grinning a little. He felt like a change of topic was in order, and now was the chance. So, how many books did you write so far with your experiences? Quite a lot, Rashi stated. Would you want to read one? Hell yeah, I would. Naruto happily replied. I admit I'm not much of a reader myself, but reading about the experiences of another Jinchuriki has to be something else. I like your enthusiasm, kid, Rashi chuckled a little. I'll give you a signed copy once we reach your village. You know, our father is also a writer too, Kaida chimed in. Jiraiya writes books? That's new to me, the red-headed man laughed. I can't picture him as a writer. Well, except maybe porn writer, since his pervertedness is as legendary as his skill as a ninja. Hagen aside. Sadly, that's exactly what he writes. Not that we can tell if they're good or not, since Mom banned us from reading them, Kaida said, shaking her head a little. Poor Mom thinks we'll never grow up. Listen to your mom, child. I'm sure she knows what she's talking about, Rashi said, chuckling a little, as he continued his writing. Kaida leaned towards him, tried to get a look at what he was writing, and gave him his best smile. So, are you writing about me now? Rashi just sighed. I won't be able to write much if you keep talking to me. As Hagane and Kaida bothered Rashi alongside Naruto, their last member of their team, Hanabi, took the pause to relax and meditate. Meditation has been a constant exercise in her endeavor of mastering her six paths chakra, since the usually energetic Hyuga needed a calm mind to use her new power. It was something that made her advance at a slower pace than her calmer older sister. However, as she meditated, she felt a presence. Very faint, almost like a distant star. And Hanabi wouldn't have given this a thought if it wasn't for the fact that, when she decided to focus on this presence, she noticed something unsettling. The presence had a very similar chakra to her. And other than her older sister, there was only one person with this kind of chakra. Opening her eyes, Hanabi expanded her eyesight, scanning the area in the direction of the presence. The young Hyuga gasped. Hanabi? Tenzo asked, noticing his student's reaction. Something's wrong. A large group of ninjas is heading towards us. Hanabi warned. Naturally, this drew everybody's attention, as they stopped what they were doing, and quickly gathered around the brown-haired girl, with Itaka getting the closest. How many of them? From what village? How long until they arrive? The Uchiha asked. Hanabi focused her eyesight on the potential group of enemies as she tried to find the answers her captain demanded her. About 18. At their current pace, they will be here in less than 5 minutes. As for the village, Hanabi began, as he focused on their forehead protectors. I don't recognize that symbol. Suddenly, Naruto had a very bad feeling about this. Hanabi, is the symbol a crescent moon overlapped with a sun? Yes, it looks like that. Hanabi nodded. Wait, how did you know that? Because Naruto had already fought against such ninjas, isn't that right? Itaki asked the blonde. Yeah, they aren't actually ninjas, but very advanced puppets. If those puppets are here, then Tonari at Satsuki can't be too far, Naruto warned the others. Tonari at Satsuki, so that's the presence I felt. Hanabi realized. Well, if he's here expecting my sister, he's in for a disappointment. Though I hope he doesn't decides to take me as his bride instead. EWWW. Even if the last time Tonari attacked us he was aiming for Hinata, we have a reason to believe that he's working for Akatsuki as well, Naruto told the others. So even if he came here mistaking Hanabi for Hinata, Rashi is still in danger. Very well then. Rashi, Naruto, stay close to me. Anko, Tenzo, have your teams cover our flanks, Itaki ordered. Very well then, Tenzo nodded. You got it. Anko replied. Finally some action. Zuko said with an excited grin. I was starting to get bored of all this inactivity. Don't underestimate Akatsuki, brat, Anko told Zuko. Or else you'll end up dead. That habit of yours is going to be the death of us, Zuko, Doso chastised his teammate, shaking his head. You can discuss that later. Here they come. Kin pointed out, as she heard the trees surrounding them rustling. And true to her words, a trio of moon puppets leaped from the trees above them, their hands cupped. A golden chakra ball formed between them, before thrusting their hands forwards, firing the yellow projectile. Leave that to me, Zuko said, taking a couple steps forward, while raising his arms at the incoming projectiles. Decapitating airwaves. Zuko released two powerful cones of pressurized air and sound that successfully repelled the incoming projectiles, and lacked enough power to reach the ninjas, who just touched ground and rushed towards them. Anko made 5 hand seals, before biting her thumb, and slamming her palm into the ground. Summoning Jutsu. After the initial burst of smoke, a large, green snake appeared around both Anko and her students, coiled around them in a protective manner. Did you call, Anko-san? The snake asked, in an oddly soft and feminine voice. Indeed, Taijutsuim. We could use your help against these enemies, Anko replied. Try to make sure none of them catches us off guard. You can count on me, the snake said, as she slammed with her tail an incoming puppet with such force, it was snapped in two. Alright then. Dosu, Kin, if these guys are puppets, then your usual fighting style won't be of much use here. Switch to taijutsu and conventional ninjutsu. Anko told her other 2 students. Yes, sensei. The 2 of them replied in unison. Meanwhile, Tenzo prepared his team for another group of puppets that were coming from their direction. Kaida, with me. Let's create a wood barricade. Tenzo ordered, as his hands flew through hand seals. Hanabi, Hagane, cover us. Yes sir. The 3 Chunin chorused in unison, as Kaida's hands also formed hand seals. Wood release, World of Trees wall. Tenzo and Kaida slammed their hands into the ground, and in front of them dozens of wooden roots grew from the ground, interlocking among themselves, catching some of them puppets that were heading towards them. The puppets struggled to get free, but the roots' hold became harder with every second, to the point they were unable to move. Upon seeing this, some of the puppets generated golden swords made of chakra that they used to cut through the wall of wood, but trying to help the trapped puppets didn't cross their possibly non-existent mind and charged forward. However, Hanabi and Hagane were already expecting them, both of them forming hand seals of their own. Lightning release, Thunder Spear. Hagane raised his right arm, which started to crackle with electricity, before firing a lightning bolt at the incoming enemies, hitting one of the puppets square in the chest. Fire release, Burning Palm. Flames coated Hanabi's palms as she rushed to meet the attackers head-on, and started trade blows with 3 of them, one using a golden sword, the other 2 resorting to unarmed combat. Despite being puppets, the young Hyaga found them far more skilled than she imagined. Their movements were fast and precise, blocking her strikes with acute expertise. It's as if these guys know about the gentle fist. Hanabi wondered aloud, before a revelation hit her. Because they do. We Hyagas descend from Atsutsuki. Her revelation proved to be correct when the trio of puppets pushed her into the defensive in a frighteningly effective display of gentle fist. Unfortunately for them, gentle fist wasn't the only thing Hanabi could rely on. The Hyaga jumped backwards, with the puppets following suit. Just as she expected. Very well then, how about this? Hanabi spread her arms wide with the palms forward, releasing a powerful kinetic wave that hurled the puppets backwards. Then, with another hand movement, she broke the momentum of one of them and pulled it back to her. The moment it was in range, Hanabi slammed her burning palm into the puppet's chest, blowing a hole into its body. The puppet fell down, and didn't get up. The other 2 puppets weren't deterred by seeing their partner dead, and dashed towards Hanabi. The Hyaga smirked confidently, as she adopted a defensive fighting stance. Come on, I'm not afraid of dash. Suddenly, something fell from the sky, slamming the 2 puppets into the ground. Said something turned out to be Hagane, who used one leg to stop each puppet, stopping them and they're in their tracks. Oh come on, those were mine. Hanabi whined. This isn't a competition, Hagane chastised, as his eyes scanned the air for more enemies. Just focus on the mission, we're Chunin, for crying out loud. Ugh, he always have to rub how mature he pretends to be, Hanabi grumbled, shaking her head in annoyance. Naruto, Roshi, and Itachi were fighting against a much larger number of puppets that the Otwi 2 squads did, either because they were the strongest ninjas of the group, because it had not one but two Jinchuriki, or maybe both. Probably both. Fire release, burning edge. Itachi's katana was coated in flames just in time to parry the blow from one of the puppets wielding a golden chakra sword. The sword-fighting puppet delivered a series of vicious but precise blows that forced Itachi onto the defensive. His Sharingan flaring to life, Itachi had tried to put these beings under a genjutsu, but unsurprisingly they were immune, given their lack of a brain. His Sharingan also failed to predict their movements, since they didn't have muscles. Naruto, you fought against these creatures, Itachi began, as he pushed back the puppet's sword after parrying a blow. Any idea on how they can be beaten? Weak points, anything like that? Not really. These guys are strong, fast, and don't feel pain. The last time we fought we just overwhelmed them with brute force. Naruto said, as he was fighting other two puppets, wind blade in hand. Watch out! Roshi warned, pointing upwards. Leaping above them, there were two other puppets, holding a large sphere of golden chakra between their hands, which they threw at the two Jinchuriki and the Uchiha. Roshi, however, was already preparing a counter-attack. Lava release, scorching rocks jutsu. Roshi expelled multiple bursts of lava from his mouth, that quickly solidified into projectiles of molten rock. The lava missiles crashed against the golden chakra spheres, resulting in a large explosion. As this happened, Itachi's hands also ran through hand seals. Fire release, great fireball jutsu. Itachi breathed a massive fireball into the cloud of dirt and smoke produced by the previous clash of attacks, much to Naruto and Roshi's confusion. But the Jinchuriki's confusion didn't last long when they saw the two puppets leaping out the cloud of ash and smoke, heading directly into the fireball. They realized of their mistake too late, and they were burned to ashes by the Uchiha's hot flames. Just because my Sharingan can't predict their movements, it doesn't mean that I don't have other ways to anticipate their actions, Itachi stated in his usual stoic tone, though Naruto could detect some hints of pride in there. Everybody, watch out! Hanabi shouted. More enemies incoming. More puppets. Naruto asked. No, these ones are alive. Hanabi replied. They're Oto ninjas. Oto ninjas. Then that means that Orochimaru must be close then, Anko deduced. Her three students immediately paled. Well, Zaku and Kin did. Dosa was better at hiding his reaction, in no small part thanks to the bandages covering his face. Oh, Orochimaru is here. Zaku almost screaming. Of course, it's not like things can go our way just once. No. He can't be here. He can't see us. Kin shouted, taking her hands to her head. If Orochimaru knows that we defected to Konoha. Snap out of it, brats. Orochimaru won't lay a hand on you as long as I'm here to keep you safe. Anko energically replied. And even if I can't do it alone, we have more people to cover our backs. Kaida, who overheard the conversation, decided to chime in. Yeah. We Konoha ninjas take care of our own. So as long as we stick together, there's nothing to fear. Besides, if Orochimaru was close, I'd sense him, Anko told them, as her hand instinctively touched the spot on her neck where the cursed seal was. This thing burns like crazy when he's close. Naruto, watch out. An Oto ninja is heading towards you. Hanabi warned. His chakra levels are downright ridiculous. Itachi and Roshi tensed up, while Naruto made a hand seal. Shadow Clone Jutsu. A dozen of clones popped into existence, and formed a circle around the original, Roshi, and Itachi, eagerly awaiting for the ninja to show up. Itachi's eyes widened when his Sharingan caught something. Naruto, Roshi, move. Itachi shouted, as he pushed Roshi to the side. 10-finger drilling bullets. Tiny white projectiles flew at them at an imperceptible speed, dispelling several of the clones, which, along the original, scrambled in an attempt to avoid such an attack. That moment, a white-haired ninja Naruto hadn't seen in a long time landed in front of them. You. Yes, me, Kimimaro replied, his face as stoic as usual. I remember you, kid. Naruto Uzumaki. I was expecting to see you here. What are you doing here? Are you working with Akatsuki? Or did you come here for my siblings? Naruto angrily asked, as he and his clones gathered again in front of him, as if forming a barrier to stop him from continuing forward. While my failure of such mission will haunt me forever, that's not why I'm here, Kimimaro replied. We have orders to capture the Jinchuriki key of the Four Tails for Orochimaru-sama. And you as well, but you aren't the priority right now. Well, get this that on that bonehead of yours. You failed back then, and you'll fail again. Just like we rescued our siblings, neither you nor your boss will get your dirty hands on any more Jinchuriki. Kimimaro Kagaya, last member of the Kagaya clan. Last time I heard of you, Zabuza claimed to have defeated you, Itachi said, narrowing his eyes at him. Naruto, do you know this man? Yeah. He was part of the group that kidnapped my siblings 3 years ago, Naruto replied, not taking his eyes from the white-haired ninja. Before you say anything, yes, I know he's dangerous. In that case, you won't complain if I say that you should let me handle him, Itachi told him. Make sure Rashi stays safe. Kimimaro started to make hand seals. You think you can handle me, Uchiha? Your Sharingan doesn't impress me. Besides, I'm way stronger than the last time the Uzumaki fought against me. Dance of the Orchid. Kimimaro slammed his hands into the grass, and the ground started to shake. Suddenly, a skeletal serpentine dragon emerged from below Naruto and Rashi were standing, who barely jumped in time to avoid it. Whoa, that's new. Naruto pointed out. Didn't you hear what I just say? Kimimaro replied. The earth continued to shake, and more bone serpents emerged, the 3 bone constructs focusing on one ninja each. That's when Kimimaro took advantage of the situation and dived for Rashi, while he activated the first stage of his cursed seal. Itachi, I'll distract these things. Naruto said as he made a hand seal. Protect Rashi. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Itachi nodded as he went to intercept Kimimaro. 100 of Naruto clones popped onto existence, and they began to charge at the skeletal serpents. While they failed to inflict any significant damage, they did keep the bone constructs distracted enough. Meanwhile, Anko's team continued to fend off the horde of autonomous puppets. As she saw a couple of puppets coming at her, Kin made several hand seals. Lightning release, thunder needles. Kin grabbed a handful of senbon as her hands started to crackle with electricity, and tossed the electrified needles at the incoming enemies. One of them raised its hand forward, casting a golden chakra blast at the nettles, producing an explosion. However, when they crossed the ensuing cloud of smoke, Dosa was already waiting for them. Resonating echo burst. Given their momentum, the puppets were unable to stop in time nor dodge Dosa's invisible attack, which violently hurled them backwards. Good one. Kin cheered. No time to celebrate. More coming from the east. Dosa warned, as the bandaged ninja sensed their steps resonating through the ground. Leave those to us. Anko said, as she and Zaku rejoined them. Zaku, time to use our combo. A smirk appeared on the black-haired teen. Hell yes. I thought we'd never do it. Just wait for the right moment. Anko told him, as she started making hand seals. As a trio of puppets rushed towards them, they jumped into the air while cupping their hands, producing a golden chakra sphere between them. Anko tensed up. Now. Zaku raised his palms upward. Decapitating airwaves. Fire release, Great Dragon Fire. Zaku released wide cones of pressurized air through the holes of his palms, while Anko exhaled a stream from fire from her mouth. Both attacks merged into a massive wall of fire that engulfed both the incoming chakra blasts, as well as burned the puppets to ashes. Yeah, how do you like that one, huh? Zaku boasted. Hey, do you hear that? Dosu asked. Hear what? I can't hear anything with all this ruckus, Zaku complained. Yeah, what are you talking about, Dosu? Anko asked. It sounds like a flute. Don't you hear it? Dosu insisted. Upon hearing that, Kin went pale. Wait, a flute you say? Oh man, I wasn't expecting her to be here. Who dash? Tewa. Kin interrupted Anko. She's a member of the Sound 5. And uses the melody of her flute to put everybody who hear it under a powerful genjutsu. I see. And we can't allow that, can we? Anko said, nodding. Doso, you're the one with the best sound ninjutsu. And Kin, you're the genjutsu specialist, so you two take care of her. Wait. You can ask us to deal with one of Orochimaru's elite guards. We're not that strong. Kin whimpered. Yes you are. Anko snapped, getting in her face. And you know why? Because I trained you myself all these years. Under Orochimaru, you were disposable tools, but under me, you're fucking ninjas. So now go there, beat her into the ground, don't dare to fucking die, and make me proud. Yes, sensei. We won't disappoint you, Doso said, bowing his head. Come on Kin. Reluctantly, Kin nodded and followed his teammate into the thickness of the forest that surrounded the lake. It didn't took long for Doso to find Teiwa. The red-headed kunoichi barely made an effort to hide herself. The marks around her skin showed that she was using the first stage of her cursed seal from the get-go. Let's make sure she doesn't play that flute anymore. Doso suggested, as he jumped from one tree branch to the next heading towards Teiwa. Resonating echo sound wave. Doso slammed both melody gauntlets together, producing a sound blast that expanded forward. Teiwa jumped in time before the branch she was standing upon was shattered into splinters. However, she didn't stop playing her music. Now's my chance. Kin said, making a hand seal. As Teiwa was about to land on another branch, she lost her balance for a second. But that second was enough to make her trip, and fall to the grass below. What the fuck? The redhead cursed, as she incidentally dropped the flute. Good one, Kin. Doso praised, as she dashed towards the falling redhead. Time to finish her. However, Kin's genjutsu only lasted a couple seconds, and while she was in midair, Teiwa was able to regain her balance and land on her feet. She then sprung towards Doso, and interrupted his attack with a vicious punch to the face. Finish this, you shithead mummy. Teiwa shouted. You're going to need way more bandages than those once I'm done with you. Kin. The flute. Make sure she doesn't get it back. Doso warned, raising his voice. Kin nodded, and rushed towards the flute, laying on the ground. Teiwa, being so focused on Doso, didn't notice that until it was late. Fuck no. Don't you dare dash. Mine. Kin said as she was about to grab the flute. Kin, watch out. But before she could do that, a new cloaked figure appeared from behind a tree, and punched Kin in the face with such force, the black-haired kunoichi was sent flying against a nearby tree. The figure then grabbed the flute, and tossed it to Teiwa. Be more careful next time, the cloaked figure said. Teiwa grunted something unintelligible in return. And a thank you would be nice. I didn't ask for your help, so go fuck yourself. Teiwa angrily snapped. Very well then. I'll go help Kimimaro instead, the figure said, as he rushed towards the battlefield behind them. Of course, you can't stand being separated from your boyfriend that much, can you? Teiwa mocked, before turning her attention back to the Konoha ninjas. Doso was helping Kin back on her feet. Alright, you fuckers have no idea how mad you made me with that little stunt of yours, so prepare to get the worst beating of your life. And Teiwa's cursed seal started to spread even further, as it advanced to its second stage. This doesn't look good for us. Doso lamented, but he wasn't sure what was more scary, Teiwa as she mutated into a human-shaped monster, or Anko if she was pissed. Though deep down, the answer was easy. Facing Teiwa it is, then. Back to the fight, Tenzo's team was also fighting the last of the remaining puppets. Several of them had surrounded the Senju twins, and were ready to fire their signature golden chakra blasts. Sister, you're on. Hagana called. The white-haired girl nodded, as she made several hand seals. Earth release, Earth Dome Jutsu. Kaida slammed her hands into the ground, and a dome of dense rock quickly formed around the Senju siblings, just in time when the puppets fired their blasts. The golden projectiles easily shattered the barrier. But much to their surprise, The twins were nowhere to be seen. All what remained were several pieces of charred rock. There was also a hole, but they saw it way too late. Hagani and Kaida then burst from underground behind them, the latter making more hand seals. Water release, all-devouring maelstrom. Water from the nearby lake started to form and gather around the puppets, and quickly spun around them, until it formed a water tornado. The puppets tried to break free from the powerful attack, but it was in vain. "Good one, sis. Now it's my turn," Hagana said, as he fell from above, his hands holding a massive spinning sphere of blue chakra. Sage art, big ball raise non. Upon smashing the sphere of destruction onto the tornado of water, it exploded in a massive blast that not only shattered the puppets, but the land below as well. The water from the lake moved to fill the new empty space. "Guys, watch out," Hanabi's voice said from above, as the Hyaga floated down towards them. "More enemies are incoming. These ones are actual ninjas. And their chakra, no, that can't be right." "What can't be right?" Kaida wanted to know. But before Hanabi could reply, the answer presented itself. Wood release, deep forest emergence. Thick green roots emerged from both the land below and the nearby water. Hanabi flew back into the air, while the Senju twins jumped away in order to avoid the sudden attack. A storm of shuriken laced with electricity appeared seemingly out of nowhere. Hagane, however, managed to see it in time. Wind release, cyclone vortex. The ensuing cone of wind managed to either suck or push away the incoming rain of steel stars. At that moment, two ninjas wearing Otogakuer uniforms, including face Concla balaclavas, landed on top of one of the newly generated trees. "Another wood release user?" Kaida asked in shock. "That's what I tried to tell you," Hanabi shouted from above. "These ninjas have an almost identical chakra to you two. In fact, they even look like you two, only older." "I see. At first I was surprised, but now I know who they are," Hagana said, as his surprise started to subside. "You're the clones Naruto Naizen told us about, right? Remove those masks, you aren't fooling anybody." The two ninjas did as Hagane asked, revealing their appearances. Kaida's shock grew even more, as so did Hagane, but he was better as masking it. "Who are you calling a clone, brat?" Hagane's lookalike angrily asked. "Orochimaru-sama may have used your DNA as a template to create us, but we're way more than simple clones. Don't bother arguing with them, Hebimaru. Words matter little here," the woman told her brother. "Now stand down and let us take the Jinchuriki. If you make our jobs easier, we will spare your lives." "Hanabi, I need fire." "Lots and lots of fire," the male Senju asked. "You got it," Hanabi nodded, as she started to make hand seals. "Guess you were right, Hebiko. Time to fight then," Hebimaru said, as he unsheathed the broadsword he was carrying on his back. Fire release, Crimson Phoenix Flare. Hanabi breathed a massive stream of fire that quickly took the shape of a bird, which flew towards the duo of Oto ninjas, burning everything in its wake. As this happened, Hagane also prepared his next attack. Wind release, Great Breakthrough. Hagane blew a powerful gust of wind towards the phoenix, and just like Anko and Zuko's attacks a moment ago, both jutsu merged into a massive inferno, which carbonized everything that it touched as it advanced. "Poor kids, you're so out of your league," Hebimaru said, shaking his head. "Come on sister. I'm ahead of you," Hebiko said, as her hands flew through hand seals. Water release, Wild Water Wave. Using the water from the ever-expanding lake as a source, Habiko raised a wave that crashed against the incoming inferno, but it did little to stop it. "Even if you use water, that's not enough to stop our combination," Hanabi boasted. "We haven't played all our cards, girl," Hebimaru said, as he made several hand seals of his own. Wind release, Breath of God. An hurricane formed among the water that was trying to stop the incoming fire. The hurricane then shapped the water into a tornado, while also sucking more and more water from the lake, increasing the size of the jutsu. Eventually, the water tornado was large enough to stop Hanabi and Hagane's attack. "Like we said, you're nothing but kids, while we are dash." However, Hebimaru's taunt was interrupted when he felt a presence around him. They've been there for quite some time, but he was so focused on stopping the fire jutsu that he didn't notice it until now. And soon, the Oto ninja were ambushed by Kaida, who sprung from behind. "You're mine!" she yelled, as she descended towards them, with a kunao on each hand. Unfortunately for her, Hebiko did notice her in time, and managed to stop Kaida by grabbing her by the neck, making the younger girl drop her weapons. "You lowered your guard, brother," Hebiko said, shaking her head. "You almost let this little girl shank you." "Sister!" Hagana cried, upon seeing her predicament. "Let her go or else." Hanabi threatened, as her eyes flared with a blue and white light. "Or else what?" Hebiko said, and laughed. "Your little friend's recklessness costed you dearly. Now surrender, or she won't enjoy what I'll do next." I'm like, your sister," Kaida managed to say, as she tried to pry the older woman's hand from her neck. "Doesn't that?" "Sister? Please, don't make me laugh," Hebiko replied. "We may have a similar DNA, but that does not make us family. Hebimaru and Orochimaru-sama is the only family I have." "Too bad, then," Kaida said, before losing consciousness, and going limp. "Huh." Hebiko mumbled. "I swear I wasn't putting that much force onto that hold." Then, much to her confusion, Kaida quickly started to lose all color, her skin, hair, and clothes becoming light brown, almost looking like wood. A clone. "Sister, this girl just fooled Dash." But Hebimaru's scolding was interrupted when lots of presences manifested at once, followed by an horde of more wood clones emerging from all around them. "Now, attack!" the Kaida clones said in unison, as they unleashed a barrage of shuriken and kunao onto the Oto siblings. "Sister, get close to me," Hebimaru called, as his hands ran through hand seals as fast as they could. Wind release, wind wall. A tornado engulfed both Hebiko and Hebimaru, successfully repelling most of the incoming barrage of weppos, though some managed to get by. "Hanabi, now!" one of the Kaida clones called. The Hyuga nodded, and flew towards the two white-haired Oto ninjas, while making several hand seals. Hebiko's face lost all color when she realized what was going to happen. "Brother, stop, there Dash! Fire release, Great Dragon Fire!" Hebiko saw how Hanabi breathed a stream of fire at them. If that fire hit the tornado, the two of them would be trapped inside a flaming vortex that would burn them to ashes. "Even if Hebimaru cancels the jutsu, he can't move until it ceases completely," Hebiko said, as she started to form hand seals of her own. "I need to use a water jutsu before Dash." Her thoughts were interrupted when something kicked her out of the wind barrier. She saw that, even if Hebimaru couldn't quite move completely, he was still able to move her leg in order to kick her away. "No!" she screamed. Hanabi's fire jutsu hit the tornado, and just as everybody expected, the Makoto ninja was engulfed in a twister of flames. Suddenly, Hebimaru, covered in flames, jumped out of the fiery twister. He tried to land on a branch, but the fire burning his body and the ensuing pain made it difficult for him to properly land, tripped, and fell. Though much to his luck, there was water below which instantly put out the flames. "Brother!" Hebiko shouted, as she dashed towards him, jumping into the water. She managed to bring him to the surface before he could sink. "Come on!" Hebiko jumped onto a nearby tree branch, and left her brother resting against the tree. There were plenty of burns across his body, while the water had out the flames. The sudden change of temperature had worsened his wounds. "It's okay, I'm okay," Hebimaru groaned, as he coughed. "I need some time to recuperate." "Very well then. I'll buy you that time," Hebiko told him, before a scowl developed on her face. "Don't dare to die, you hear me? Orochimaru-sama is counting on you, and so do I." Before Hebimaru could reply, the Chunin of Team Tenzo landed on a nearby branch, though in Hanabi's case, she just floated above it. "All right, time to take them out," Kaida said, as she got ready to attack the now weakened duo. Meanwhile, Dosu and Kin were still fighting Taewa, who, brewing with anger not that it was that hard to get her like that, decided to go into the second stage of her cursed seal. "All right you shitheads, if you aren't going to let me play my music, then I'll rip your fucking limbs from your bodies." The redhead growled as she dashed towards them. Dosa protectively stood between her and the still injured Kin, arms raised in a defensive stance. He saw Taewia's left punch coming, and moved his arm to block it. The impact was so great it pushed the former Oto ninja backwards, leaving his arm sore, but he still smirked under his bandages. Resonating echo burst. All the power Taewia had put into that punch was converted into sound waves by the melody gauntlet, and released them the form of a sound blast that knocked the mutated Kunoichi backwards. Taking advantage of the situation, Dosa decided not to let her any room to breathe and dashed forward, ready to attack. However, much to Dosa's surprise, Taewia quickly crouched and delivered a low kick, hitting his forelegs, and made him trip and fall on his back. Taewia then pulled a kunao and tried to stab it on Dosa's chest. Now die already. Dosa managed to grab Taewia's wrist and stop her in time, but the Oto Kunoichi's strength was much greater while in her current form, and the kunao slowly came closer to his chest. Damn, I can't use my sound jutsu if I can't move my arms. Dosa thought as she struggled against his red-headed opponent. Suddenly, Taewia got off Dosu and jumped back as she used her kunao to deflect a pair of senbon. Turning around, Dosa saw Kin back on her feet, pelting Taewia with her throwing weapon of choice. You think you can beat me by throwing fucking toothpicks at me? Taewia angrily growled. Oh, that's it. Taewia then made several hand seals, and took her flute to her lips. She's going to use her genjutsu again. Dosa, stop her. Kin panickingly warned. On it. The bandaged ninja replied, as he prepared to blast Taewia with another sound wave. However, there was something odd with the way Taewia was holding the flute. Rather than holding it sideways, she was holding it facing front, as if it was a blowpipe. And when Dosa felt the pain of a projectile piercing his shoulder, that's exactly what she was doing. Dosa! Kin screamed, as she rushed towards him. Taewia kept firing projectiles at Dosa, but this time, the Oto ninja was able to dodge them, if badly. Kin helped him to stand, as the two of them tried to dodge Taewia's incoming barrage of projectiles, which impacted with such force, they pierced the nearby trees. Just what the hell is she shooting at us? Kin shouted. Bullets of concentrated sound waves. Dosa replied. Really clever, she will never run out of ammo, and they can only be avoided, not blocked. That may be clever of her, but we're pretty much screwed. Kin cried. Fire release, Great Dragon Fire. Suddenly, a blaze of fire came from above, creating a wall of flames between the two former Oto ninjas and Taewia. A couple seconds later, Anko and Zuko landed beside Dosu and Kin. Sounds like you guys are having trouble, Zuko chuckled, before smirking at them. Zuko, do you have a first aids kit? Anko asked, not taking her eyes from Taewia. Zuko grunted in affirmation. It seems that girl was too much for you guys in the end. Okay, stay behind and take care of Dosa. This bitch is mine. Who are you calling bitch, you bitch? Taewia snapped back at her. You hurt one of my students, Anko hissed. And as his sensei, it's my duty to return that pain multiplied by 1,000. Get ready for the beating of your life. While Anko and her students fought against Taewia, Itachi, Naruto, and Rashi continued their fight against the leader of the Sound Five. The last member of the Kagaya clan was proving to be far more resilient than what Itachi had expected, as he was able to keep the three ninja at bay, keeping a solid defense while harassing with powerful attacks. Dance of the Orchid. TWP more gigantic bone dragons emerged from below, joining the existing three. Godamit. Naruto cursed, as he was trying to fend off a single one. These things won't go down. Maybe we can slow them a bit, Rashi mentioned, as he started to make hand seals. Earth release, swamp of the underworld. Rashi slammed his hands down, and the ground around them started to turn into a muddy swamp. The heavy bone constructs started to slowly sink. They trashed violently, but other than splashing mud everywhere, they were unable to do anything. Nice one, Rashi. Naruto praised. Watch out. Itachi warned. Neither Naruto nor Rashi noticed Kimimaro dashing at them at an insane speed, using the sinking bone serpents as stepping stones. Two bone blades appeared on Kimimaro's hands, as he readied to sink them into the red-headed man's chest. However, a black blur got between the Oto ninja and his prey, and the bone broke with a loud clang. "Itake!" Naruto shouted as he was about to help the leader of his squad. However, another figure, completely covered in a dark blue cloak, intercepted Naruto before he could assist the Uchiha. A gigantic brown and inhuman-looking fist emerged from one of the sleeves, punching the Uzumaki with incredible force. Ugh! Naruto groaned, but he was able to land on his feet. Another enemy. The newcomer pulled his hood back, revealing to be an orange-haired boy a few years older than Naruto. His face, which was fair-skinned, but with grayish-brown slowly spreading around it, had an expression of stone-hard stoicism. "Who the hell are you?" Naruto asked. "For the time being, your opponent," the orange-haired teen said. "But if you need a name, you can call me Yugo. I'd recommend you not to interfere with Kimimara's fight." Naruto gritted his teeth in anger, as he prepared to face his new enemy, while Kimimaro and Itake continued their fight. "Not bad. You deserve your reputation, Uchiha," Kimimaro said, as he jumped backwards, eyeing the Uchiha, who was now surrounded by an spectral yellowish-orange ribcage. "So that's your famed Susanoo." "Indeed," Itake nodded, his eyes forming the shape of the eternal Mijikyo non. "Consider yourself lucky, few are the enemies I consider strong enough to use them. However, their luck usually don't last much after that." "We'll see then," Kimimaro said, as more bone blades started to protrude from his arms. "You have no idea how much I trained after my defeat at Zabuza's hands. I swore myself I'd never fail Orochimaru-sama again. And nobody, not even the famed Itake Uchiha, will make me break that oath." Dance of the Dandelion. Kimimaro fired several bone spikes at Itake, which split into smaller spikes. Itake jumped backwards as he firmly held his katana in one hand, and pulled a kunai with the other. His Sharingan allowed him to analyze which flying spikes were going to hit him, their speed, and how he could deflect them. For Itake, it was as if the world ran in slow motion, allowing him more time to think and react. From an outsider's perspective, however, it would look as if Itake was wildly moving his arms as if he was trying to swat away a bee, even if each move was calculated. After deflecting every bone projectile, Itake stared intently at Kimimaro, panting. "Out of breath already?" Kimimaro asked. "If that's what it takes to deplete your stamina, then you aren't going to last long around me. Or it is a trick to make me lower my guard. I admit I can be quite arrogant at times, and such attitude costed me dearly in the past. Why don't you come and find out?" Itake said in a taunting manner. Kimimaro then pulled his own spinal cord out of his back, and wielded it as if it was a sword. "Oh, I plan to." Meanwhile, not far away from there, two figures were observing the fight. Well, technically only one had enough visual prowess to appreciate every detail. His face, however, remained impassible for the duration of the battle. "How is it going, Tonari?" the first figure asked. "Inconceivable. That little girl also has a Tensagen. How is that possible?" Tonari asked, seemingly ignoring his partner's question. With his own Tensagen, he could zoom into the battle and see it with minute detail. "Only Hinata and I should have won." "I'm sure you are going to put an end to such unforgivable transgression," the other man said, rolling his eyes. "The Jinchuriki?" "He seems unharmed, and still with plenty of energy," Tonari replied. "Should we attack now, Orochimaru?" A sadistic grin formed on the Sannin's face. "Why, of course we should. We can't let out minions to have all the fun, can we? Besides, I'm sure they already did a good job wearing them down." And thus, Orochimaru and Tonari decided to join the battle for Rashi's fate. Chapter 75. The Light of Their Eyes. Or Tense Family Relationships. Fire Release, Great Dragon Fire. Anko breathed another stream of fire at the mutated Oto Kunoichi, who jumped to another branch before the flames could claim her. Teiwa then took the flute to her lips, and played a quick melody, no more than a dozen notes. Suddenly, Anko felt as if somebody smashed a hammer into her head from the inside, and instinctively fell to one knee, as the world around her became blurrier. "Guh!" she gurgled, as she tried to understand what was going on. While she knew that Teiwa was a genjutsu specialist, she also knew that the Otokunoichi had to continuously play her flute in order to keep the genjutsu active. Same went in order to control her 3 summoned creatures. Teiwaya dashed forward, her flute in one hand with a kunao in another. Warned by killing intent, Anko tried to fight the dizziness, and jumped away just in time. The angry redhead delivered an horizontal slash, leaving a cut in her left arm. The sharp pain, however, shook her out of the genjutsu. "How did you dash?" Anko's question was interrupted by another quick melody, and she was assaulted again by the same sensation of dizziness. This time, Teiwaya decided to deliver a brutal flying kick at Anko's face, which sent the snake mistress tumbling into the ground. "Anko-sensei!" Kin screamed, witnessing in horror her sensei getting pummeled. "This is the end, you bitch!" Teiwaya shouted, as she leaped towards her. "This is what happens to those who betray Orochimaru-sama." Teiwaya landed on top of Anko as she sank her kunao on the purplet's chest. She didn't really know if she had pierced Anko's heart as she wanted, but she was sure a stab like that had to be lethal. Blood trickled from Anko's throat. And much to Teiwaya's confusion, she smirked. "Why are you so happy, you dumb bitch? Did you want to dash?" This time, it was Teiwaya who was interrupted when Anko burst into a mass of snakes that wasted no time and lunged towards her. Teiwaya tried to evade them by jumping back, but 2 of them managed to tightly wrap themselves around her body. "First of all, it was Orochimaru who betrayed me, not the other way around," the real Anko said, as she landed behind Teiwaya. She pulled out a kunao of her own. "Second, not only did Orochimaru betray me, his student, but also betrayed his village, as well as countless others. And third, in case if wasn't clear, you made me angry as fuck, so you have the wonderful fortune of being the target of my venting. I'd like to see you try, you bitch." Teiwaya shouted, before disappearing in a puff of smoke, leaving a log behind. "Sensei! She's between the trees. Shout west of your position." Dosu managed to shout. "Good hearing, kid," Anko replied, as she headed towards the position. As she dashed towards Teiwaya, she heard the sound of a flute. Like before, it was very quick, only a few notes. "Oh no, you aren't going to catch me with that dirty trick again," Anko said, as she made a hand seal, while sending a burst of chakra through her body. Release. Anko's world became blurry for a fraction of a second, before it returned back to normal. Anko smirked at Teiwaya's bright hair flashed before her eyes. Many hidden shadow snake hands. Snakes shot from under Anko's sleeve, and wrapped around Teiwaya's neck. The Otokunoichi barely had any time to gasp before the snakes pulled her towards Anko with incredible force. Anko then hurled her into the air, before slamming her back into the ground. Teiwaya bounced against the grassy ground as if she was a rubber ball, before falling back with a thud. "I see you improved your genjutsu," Anko stated, as she walked towards the downed kunoichi. "From what I heard, you had to play your flute continuously for it to have effect. It was a valid strategy when you were with your teammates and were about to ambush your enemies, but against an enemy who knows about it, not so much, right? That's why you developed this version. A genjutsu in short bursts. Only deossibles your enemies for a moment, but that moment is enough for you to strike. However, that also has a glaring flaw, and is that if an opponent knows what is coming, they can preemptively dispel the genjutsu before it takes effect. You think you're so fucking clever." Teiwaya groaned, as she struggled to get back on her feet. "Oh, I know I am," Anko said, with a wide smile. "Now let's Anko screamed as she fell on her knees, her hand instinctively going to the source of the pain, the spot where the cursed heel of heaven was placed. It felt as if she was being branded with a searing iron. "Sensei!" her 3 students said at once, as they landed beside her. "Are you okay?" Dosu asked. "Orochimaru, he's here," Anko hissed, as pain coursed through her body. "You have to warn the others." As Anko fought Teiwaya, Itake, Naruto, and Rashi continued fighting Kimimaro and Yugo. If Kimimaro was proving to be extraordinarily resilient before, he was a force to be reckoned with now that he had backup. Naruto, however, decided that it was time for them to get some backup as well. He bit his thumb, before making several hand seals. Itake, Rashi, get close to me. Naruto called them, before slamming his hand into the ground. Summoning Jutsu. After a massive burst of smoke, an equally massive toad appeared before the two Otagakuer ninjas, with Naruto, Itachi, and Rashi standing at the top of it. The toad was smoking from a pipe, and had one of his hands resting over the pommel of a short sword, relatively speaking. A boss summon? Rashi asked, sounding impressed, as he looked down at the creature he was standing onto. You're one interesting kid. I have the feeling this battle will make quite an addition to my journals. While I admire your optimism, Rashi-san, this battle is far from over, Itachi told the older man. Hey, Naruto, Gamabunta said, as he eyed Kimimaro and Yugo below. Please tell me you didn't summon me to deal with those little things. Don't judge them by their size, boss, Naruto replied. They've been giving us quite some trouble. If you say so, Gamabunta finally conceded, as he unsheathed his short sword. Very well then. I'll take care of them for you. But I'm expecting some compensation after this, you hear me? Don't worry boss, I won't forget it, Naruto replied. Let's take advantage of your summon to attack them. They'll be wide open once they try to dodge it, Itachi suggested. The other two nodded. Gamabunta brought down his short, yet also massive sword at Kimimaro at Yugo. And while the orange-haired teen jumped away, Kimimaro didn't move, much to everybody's surprise. The impact created a large fissure in the ground, the resulting shockwave blowing a powerful gust of wind and dust in every direction. Ha! Overconfident idiot! Gamabunta said, shaking his head, as he pulled the sword back. Only that, much to his shock, he was unable to. What the? When the dust dispelled, the giant toad could see that there was a giant claw made of bones kept the sword pinned to the ground. The toad boss tried to pull it, to no avail. What the hell? Watch out! Itachi called. Naruto and Rashi saw how a black blur clashed against a mostly white one multiple times in a row, each time a metallic clang echoing through the area. Eventually, the two figures landed on a tree branch below Gamabunta. You're fast, Uchiha, those eyes are hard to fool, Kimimaro praised. But reading my movements alone won't do you any good. So far, you didn't make a single attempt to attack me. Maybe. But what matters in a fight is not how many times you attack, but how many blows do you need in order to take down the opponent, Itachi countered, as he gripped his kanata tighter. In my case, you'll need plenty of them. My bones can't be broken, Kimimaro boasted, as bone spikes grew all around his body. Actually, I only need one hit, Itachi replied. And before you answer, yes, the hit has already landed. You just don't know it yet. Suddenly, the world around them started to melt, and was replaced by a red and black hellish landscape. Itachi and Kimimaro lost all color, becoming shadowy beings. Kimimaro looked around in confusion, before realizing what was going on. Ah, yes, the Uchiha and their famed genjutsu, Kimimaro replied. You think I have no means to counter this? Orochimaru-sama has the same eyes you have, and has trained me to withstand their illusionary powers just in case I ran into one of you. Breaking this genjutsu will be easy. Kimimaro made a hand seal, and sent a burst of chakra through his body. But nothing changed. What? Release. He repeated the process, but the result was the same. What kind of genjutsu is this? As you're about to learn, Orochimaru doesn't have the same eyes as mine, Itachi corrected, as he started to walk towards him. Barbed wire appeared out of nowhere, and wrapped itself around Kimimaro. The last of the Kaguya was lifted into the air, with two additional wires pulling his arms in opposite directions, leaving him in a crucified pose. The name of the jutsu is Tsukuyomi, Itachi said, as multiple Itachi clones appeared around him. Let's see if your mind is as strong as your bones in order to survive 72 hours of uninterrupted torture. The 72 hours in Kimimaro's mind were merely 3 seconds in the real world. After such intense torture, the last Kaguya clan member fell to the ground, his mind completely turned into shreds. Itachi, however, fell to one knee, as he felt how the jutsu had drained his chakra. I was hoping that I wouldn't have to use this jutsu so soon, Itachi groaned, heaving a little. Okay, now that that's out of the way, let's dispose of this guy as well. However, before Itaka could do anything, a gigantic snake appeared out of nowhere. The Uchiha's reflexes were good enough to dodge it in time. He was about to prepare a fire jutsu, when his Sharingan caught sight of another snake. However, this snake didn't attack him. Instead, it slithered towards the unconscious Kimimaro, and swallowed his body whole before leaving. These snakes. Orochimaru must be here. Itaka concluded. Meanwhile, Team Tenzo was still fighting against the Senju clones. Though a better way to phrase it would be that Hebiko was trying to shield the injured Hebamera from the relentless attacks from the three Konoha Chunin. Water release, water wave. Once again, the water of the lake around them rose in the form of a massive wave. Hebamera took a step forward, as he made several hand seals. His body glowed with a white aura. Wind release, great breakthrough. The male ninja exhaled a massive gust of wind, powered by nature energy, that managed to stop the incoming wall of water. However, the effort made his injuries to punish his body even more, and fell to his knees, groaning and clutching his side. "Brother! I told you to take it easy." Hebiko chastised him. "You need me, to deal with these devils," Hebamera said with a cough. "They just got the jump on us. I know I can dash." "Enough," a third voice said, softly but firmly. Between the two Oto ninja and the Konoha Chunin was another Akatsuki, one with white hair, pale skin, and Tenseigan eyes. "Tonari," Hebamera whispered. "Orochimaru wants you to help him capture the Jinchuriki key," Tonari told the adult twins. "I'll take care of these ones." Wordlessly, Hebiko helped her brother to his feet, and the two of them went to help their master. Tonari then turned around, and locked eyes with Hanabi. "So, you're Tonari," Hanabi said, placing her hands on her hips. "The creep who wants to marry my sister." "Sister?" the Otsutsuki replied. "I was going to ask you how you got a Tenseigan, and your relation to Hinata, that might explain part of it. Though there are still some things that I'm not aware of." "Yeah, and one of them is when somebody tells you no," Hanabi deadpanned, before punching her palm. "So, ready to get your ass kicked?" "Your overconfidence is charming, kid," Tonari replied, chuckling in a condescending manner. "I know about you three. You might possess powers beyond most humans, but you lack the experience and proper training to handle them. Fighting me means death. I might spare you as not to upset Hinata, and for other reasons," he then looked at Hagani and Kaida. "But I have no reason to let you live." The three Chunin quickly slipped into fighting stances, as Tonari raised his hand to cast an attack. However, before he could do anything, multiple brown wooden roots emerged from below and the sides, wrapping themselves around the Akatsuki, immobilizing him. "I hope you weren't planning to fight this man on your own, were you?" Tenzo's voice said, as he landed beside them. "You might be Chunin, but this enemy is beyond your capabilities." "Of course not. I knew that you were around. I was stalling for time so you could join us," Hanabi replied. "While I'm doubtful of the truth of that statement, let's leave that for later," Tenzo said, as he jumped towards the immobilized Tonari. "Now, let's put you to dash." Suddenly, a shockwave exploded from Tonari's body, shattering his wooden bindings as well as nearby tree branches into hundreds of splinters, while Tenzo was violently hurled backwards, his body falling with a splash into the water. "Sensei!" the three Chunin screamed in unison. "Don't make the mistake of thinking that just because you caught me off guard before, you can compete with me," Tonari dangerously hissed. "You might have wood release, but your execution is so rudimentary, it's barely a threat." "Let's see how you like my execution then," Kaida angrily shouted, as she started to make hand seals. "Wood release, wood dragon jutsu." Kaida summoned a serpentine dragon made of wood that lunged at the Akatsuki. Tonari merely made a few hand seals. "Tenseigan chakra cloak." Tonari's eyes flashed, and the Otsutsuki started to glow with a teal aura. He raised his hand, generating a green glowing orb of chakra. The glow flew towards the wood dragon, which exploded upon contact, shattering the dragon to splinters. "Is the best you dash?" The Otsutsuki was interrupted when his Tenseigan caught three more dragons emerging from under him, advancing towards him while leaving enough distance to each other to make sure they couldn't be destroyed all at once. Seeing no way but up, Tonari flew into the air. However, his flight was interrupted when a white blur shot at him like a missile. Heavenly kick of pain. Before he could realize what was going on, Tonari's face was hit by Hagena's foot, the kid managing to put much more power into his kick than his small size would let one guess. As he bounced backwards, Hagena took a ceiling scroll, and unsealed a giant Fuma shuriken. The shuriken started to crackle with electricity. "Enjoy this," Hagena said, before tossing the giant electric shuriken. Shadow Clone Shuriken Jutsu. Tonari saw how a mass of crackling shuriken flew at him, the loud whirring noise they were making piercing his ears. The Otsutsuki, however, wasn't fazed, and made another set of hand seals. Truth-seeking balls. With a flash of green light, Tonari summoned a pair of truth-seeking balls. The balls merged into a shapeless mass, which quickly took the form of a shield, covering the Otsutsuki. The shuriken all shattered as if they were made of rotten wood the moment they crashed against the improvised barrier. "He can use truth-seeking balls too?" Hagena asked, as he landed on a branch. "This is bad. As far as I can tell, they can nullify ninjutsu and are an unbreakable defense against physical attacks. But just like a diamond can cut another one, maybe the balls can resist their own power?" "Hanabi." "I know," Hanabi said, having just summoned other two black orbs as well. "Your mastery of the Tensagen is encomiable, girl," Tonari praised. "But you still have a long way to go until you can reach my level." "Kimimaro," Yugo shouted, seeing what had happened to his friend. He forgot about Naruto and Rashi and went to his aid. "Sorry, but no, you aren't leaving," Naruto said, as he made a hand seal. Shadow Clone Jutsu. An horde of Naruto clones appeared from thin air, already dashing towards Yugo. "Get out of my way!" Yugo shouted, his voice becoming deeper, as his other arm also mutated, becoming larger and more monstrous looking. Even if all Yugo did was swing his arms wildly, his swings carried so much power they destroyed a good chunk of the clones coming at him. Yugo let out screams of rage the more clones he destroyed. "That young man seems to have turned into a wild animal all of a sudden," Rashi observed. "We should proceed with caution. Whatever is his power, he has little control over it," Naruto added. "Let's take advantage of that." "I'll kill you. I'll kill you all," Yugo bellowed, as he jumped towards the two Jinchuriki atop the giant toad. Yugo's cloak was ripped apart as flesh growths emerged from his back, taking multiple shapes, such as claws, wings, and even an additional pair of arms. Now to dash. However, before Yugo could reach his targets, he swatted away by a giant webbed hand. He was so focused on Naruto, he completely forgot that the giant toad he was standing on wasn't going to just stay there and watch. "Good one, boss," Naruto cheered. "We're almost done here, now let's dash." Suddenly, the earth started to shake, and from under Gamabunte's feet, a giant jet black snake emerged, bursting from underground, and wrapping itself around Gamabunte at imperceptible speed. "Ack!" the toad croaked, as he tried to break free from the snake's hold. "Hello there. My name's Kurakaiba, and I shall be your executioner," the giant snake hissed. "To think that I'll be the one to put an end to the infamous Gamabunte. Orochimaru-sama is truly a gracious ally." Orochimaru. Naruto paled upon hearing that name. "Is that him who dash?" "The answer should be obvious, Naruto-kun," a soft but chilling voice said. Naruto turned around, and saw the snake Sannin standing before him. Both him and Rashi quickly slipped into a defensive stance, with Naruto pulling out his wind blade. "It has been so long since we last met, isn't it? From your little incursion in the Land of Sound, if I remember correctly. Back then you were a rookie genin, yet from what I've been told, you raised to jonin. Time surely flies, doesn't it?" Orochimaru of the Sannin. Rashi mentioned. "This day surely gets more interesting with each passing second." "Oh, you heard of me?" "I'm flattered," Orochimaru said, giving the two Jinchuriki a chilling grin. His yellow eyes turned red as he activated his Sharingan, while his hands started to fly through hand seals. "This is something you'll find mostly interesting as well. Fire release, Great Fireball Jutsu." Orochimaru opened the fight with the Uchiha's signature jutsu, breathing a massive fireball at the two Jinchuriki. Rather than being intimidated by an attack of such scale of an element strong against his affinity, Naruto merely smirked and made several hand seals as well. Wind release, vacuum vortex. Naruto cast his arms forward, creating a spiraling vortex of wind, which quickly started to absorb the fireball, storing and compressing the fire inside an invisible orb of wind. Both Orochimaru and Roshi looked at the display in awe. A wind jutsu that can counter fire attacks. Roshi repeated. Kid, you're indeed sure something. Naruto smirked at Roshi. And that's not even the whole thing. Waving both arms in a circle before Thursday sting them forward, Naruto released all the fire he had absorbed in the form of a powerful stream. The snake Sannin was forced to jump away into the trees below to avoid being incinerated. Heh, this is one of the jutsu I developed with Asuma-sensei's help. Naruto proudly thought, while directing his improvised flamethrower. Fire won't be a trouble anymore. We should go after him, Roshi suggested. I know Orochimaru is powerful, but I don't think I know the extent of his abilities. I mean, I would remember if he had a Sharingan. Agreed. The less room we leave him to breathe, the better. Naruto said, before making some clones. I'll leave some clones here to help the boss. Both Jinchuriki leaped after the Sannin, while Gamabunta continued to struggle against Kurakaiba, and the clones prepared to attack the giant snake. They landed on a large tree branch, and saw that Orochimaru was perched onto another one. And just that moment, Itachi landed besides him. My, 3 versus 1, isn't that a bit unfair? Orochimaru said with a chuckle. As if on cue, Hebimaru and Habiko landed on another branch above Naruto and Roshi. Now that's much better. What are your orders, Orochimaru-sama? Hebimaru asked. Keep the two Jinchuriki busy, but try not to harm them much, Orochimaru stated. His glinted with anticipation as they fixed on Itachi. Itachi Uchiha here is the biggest threat. We'll have to deal with him first if we want our mission to succeed. Understood. The adult twins said in unison as they leaped towards the two Jinchuriki, with Hebimaru unsheathing his broadsword. Finally, some payback for what you did last time. Naruto didn't say anything, just shot the twins a look of pity, before he and Roshi prepared to fight them. Naruto! Itachi called, while his eyes were still fixed on the Sannin. Sage mode, now. Are you sure? The blonde stammered. Itachi turned around, looking at the Oto twins, before sending Naruto a determined stare. Yes. Now do it. Itachi ordered. Naruto nodded, and made his most common hand seal. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 2 clones popped into existence, and jumped away in different directions. Upon seeing this, Orochimaru merely chuckled. You know what to do, kids, the Sannin told them. Hebimaru and Hebiko nodded, and dashed towards the escaping clones. Not so fast. Hebimaru said, as he sliced the clone from the back, dispelling it instantly. Hebiko, meanwhile, made several hand seals. Earth release, rock bullet. Hebiko conjured a large rock in front of her, which shot forward towards the other Naruto clone. Upon impacting, the clone was instantly dispelled. You tricked me with that the last time we fought, Hebimaru replied, as he and his sister returned to their original positions. But rest assured that such thing won't happen twice. The white-haired man hotly stated, as he and Hebiko lunged at Naruto and Roshi. And while they fought, Orochimaru and Itachi got ready for their own one-on-one fight. The two of them opened the fight by making the same sequence of hand seals, almost in perfect synchrony. Fire release, Great Fireball Jutsu. Both Itachi and Orochimaru exhaled a massive fireball each at the other. The two fireballs, equal in power, clashed against the other, unable to push the other backwards, resulting in a burst of fire that set the trees around them ablaze. Those eyes don't belong you, traitor, Itachi coldly told him. I must thank fate for this chance to right a wrong that has been haunting me for so long. It is fate who favors me, Itachi-kun, Orochimaru said in a jovial tone, as his grin widened. So far, I've been unable to discover the secrets behind the main Jikyo Sharingan. But if I capture you, or at least take your eyes, that will be one problem less I'll have to worry about. The Tsukuyomi I used before took a good portion of my chakra reserves, and Kami knows what kind of modifications Orochimaru grafted into his body. No, I can't win this with brute force. I have to pace myself, wait for an opportunity to strike, and end the fight in a swift blow, Itachi thought, as he pulled a handful of shuriken from his ninja tool pouch, and tossed them forward. Orochimaru merely pulled out a kunai from under his cloak, and with the aid of his shuriken, expertly deflected the shuriken thrown at him. However, as he did that, Itachi was charging at him, his right hand firmly holding the handle of his katana. As if he wasn't even surprised, Orochimaru merely blocked the strike, but Itachi's momentum pushed him backwards. "You'll have to do better than that, Itachi-kun," Orochimaru taunted with a grin. "I plan to," Itachi said, as his other hand dropped something. Much to his surprise, Orochimaru saw it was a flash grenade, but he realized of that too late. The grenade exploded, filling the area with a bright white light. Even if he closed his eyes in time, there were another pair of eyes that he was using and took the brunt of the attack. "Aargh!" Orochimaru yelled, as he took a hand to his head, while keeping the other one up in a defensive stance. "According to our reports, you have 4 snakes attached to your back. One of those snakes has a Byakugan, which I presume you were using, right?" Itachi told him. Orochimaru's grin of smugness had turned into a grimace of pain and anger. "Well, not for much longer." "Very well. I don't need the Byakugan to defeat you, Uchiha," Orochimaru said, before a snake emerged from his mouth. Said snake opened its own mouth, vomiting a sword, which Orochimaru took no time to grab. "Do you know what's this?" "The sword of Kusanagi, if I must guess," Itachi said, readying his own katana as well. "Don't worry, I'm prepared for that." "I find that doubtful," Orochimaru said. Suddenly, several snakes burst from underground, and wrapped around Itachi, pinning his arms against his body, just as Orochimaru lunged at him, stabbing the sword of Kusanagi into his chest. Itachi then turned into a black mass, before bursting into a murder of crows, which started to fly in circles around Orochimaru. "Of course, it would never be this easy," Orochimaru mentioned in mild resignation. "And why didn't the protective seals carved in my skull work? Is his genjutsu level so good he can bypass them?" The Sannin thought in mild frustration. While Orochimaru's skull seals offered him some protection against genjutsu, they were mostly designed to keep people like Yamanaka to use mind-probing or mind-controlling jutsu on him. They couldn't just stop the brain from being fed wrong information. Not to mention that against a genjutsu user of Itachi's caliber, those seals were of little use. "It's amazing that, despite having the same eyes as yours, you still managed to trap me into one of your genjutsu," Orochimaru said. "Your eyes are not the same as mine," Itachi answered, his voice coming from every direction at once. Orochimaru made a hand seal, releasing a burst of chakra through his body, undoing the genjutsu. He watched in satisfaction how the crows started to dissolve into nothingness, but much to his confusion, only half of them disappeared. "What?" Among a cacophony of screeching caws, the crows all dived at Orochimaru, more precisely his face, and tried to peck his eyes out. "I see. He mixed some real crows with illusionary ones." "Crafty, really crafty, Uchiha," Orochimaru said, making several hand seals. Lightning release, flash burst. Orochimaru's body crackled with electricity as lightning coursed through his skin, shocking the crows away before disappearing in a puff of smoke. Sensing danger, the Sannin spun on his feet and raised his sword of Kusanagi in order to parry the blow from a large sword made of golden flames. Said sword was being held by Itachi's Susanoo, which was just a ribcage with a skeletal arm attached to it. "It seems I'm not the only one with a legendary blade in their possession," Orochimaru commented. "The sword of Totsuka. Given that you were in Konoha when I unleashed my reanimated cages, that's how you defeated them, right?" "Yes. I defeated Tobirama Senja with this blade," Itachi answered. "Now, you will share his fate when I seal you as well." Itachi's Susanoo grew another arm and a head, before muscles and skin covered its body. It raised its arm, and tried to slam Orochimaru with it. The Sannin, however, easily avoided the blow by jumping it backwards, and the sword only ended up cutting some admittedly large tree branches. "Susanoo already? I'm really flattered," Orochimaru said, grinning mischievously. While I'm not keen on using my Mangekyo Sharinon, I can't afford to hold back against an opponent of your caliber, Itaka declared. Akatsuki can't be allowed to capture any more tailed beasts. And you think you can stop us? Orochimaru taunted, as his hands flew through hand seals. Lightning release, snake thunder. Orochimaru raised his arm at Itaka, which was crackling with electricity. A snake made of lightning shot forward, quickly wrapping itself against the Susanoo, before biting its neck. The whole snake blew up, as if a lightning bolt fell from the sky onto Itaka. However, when the light and dust disappeared, Itaka and his Susanoo were still there, even if they were now standing on a crater. Your defense is impressive, I'll give you that, Orochimaru complimented. Or did you put me under another genjutsu while I was casting the jutsu? Are you going to attack me from behind while I'm busy striking down an illusion? Itaka smiled a little. That's the beauty of fighting a genjutsu user. Eventually, you start to doubt reality itself. But to answer your question, why don't you attack and find it? I intend to, Orochimaru said. But rather than Orochimaru, it was one of the giant snakes that he had summoned before who lunged at Itaka. The Uchiha, however, reacted in time and slashed it with the blade of Totsuka, unsummoning it instantly. It was then when Itaka felt something biting his neck. Ow! What the? Itaka's hand flew to his neck, and grabbed a little snake, who wriggled within his grasp. You were so preoccupied with me and my giant snakes, you failed to notice the little ones, Orochimaru cackled. And while its size is rather puny, I can assure you that the poison that it injected in your system is quite potent. When did you? Itaka slurred, the potion already taking effect. The world started to look blurry, and Orochimaru's words sounded distorted. Right when we first clashed. I'm aware of the power of the Sharinon, but your eyes can be fooled if I can focus them on something else. I wanted to see if I could defeat you myself, but I admit that the power of the Mangekyo Sharinon is too much for me, Orochimaru replied. He twirled the Kusanagi in his hand. Now ready to die, Itaka? I can't wait to make your power my own. Not waiting for the Uchiha's reply, Orochimaru dived into the grass, digging underground. The next instant, a giant snake emerged from under Itaka, catapulting the Uchiha into the air. The giant snake opened its mouth, revealing the Sannin between its jaws, ready to skewer his opponent. Die. Amaterasu. Both Orochimaru and his giant snake were engulfed by a mass of black flames, breaking their momentum. Curiously, the giant snake broke into a multitude of smaller snakes, while Orochimaru fell to the ground, screaming. Itaka, however, managed to regain his balance, and landed on his feet. I need to find Anko. Only she can heal me from this poison, Itaka said to no one in particular, and went to look for the snake mistress, hoping she wouldn't be too busy. As Itaka left, Orochimaru, as he was being consumed by the black flames, opened his mouth, and regurgitated a new body, shortly before the old one was burned to ashes. That was a close one, Orochimaru said, nodding heavily. Even if he was able to escape the attack, so much damage and pain wasn't easy to brush off, not to mention the huge amount of chakra his shed skin replacement consumed. But at least I got rid of the Uchiha for some time. With him out of the picture, I can finish the mission. Not far away from there, Gamabunta was still struggling against Kurakaiba, the giant snake, proving himself to be extraordinarily strong. Stop resisting, Toad. Let death claim you, and your suffering will end, Kurakaiba hissed. I don't know about my suffering, but yours is about to begin. The giant toad said, as his dewlap swelled. He then shot a stream of oil, not at the snake, but upwards. The oil naturally rained down, splashing both toad and snake. Just, what are you doing? The giant snake asked, as he felt his grip on Gamabunta slipping. Oil is awfully slippery, isn't it? Gamabunta said, as he pushed the snake away from him. Let's see how can you deal with an enemy you can't wrap around. Meanwhile, not far away from there, the two Jinchuriki were fighting against the two white-haired Oto ninjas, who were proving to be formidable opponents. Wind release, breath of God. Hebimaru blew a massive tornado at the two Jinchuriki. As Naruto and Roshi held onto the nearby trees in order to not be sucked away, Hebiko made several hand seals. Wood release, ironwood armor. Several vines quickly wrapped around her, piling onto each other until they formed something akin to a chrysalis or a cocoon, which instantly disappeared in a poof of smoke, revealing the Otoku no Ichi now wearing an armor made of wood, which only left her eyes visible. "I'm going in," Hebiko said. The white-haired woman jumped into the tornado. Vines shot from the armor, and wrapped themselves around nearby trees or rocks in the ground, acting as anchors. When she was near the two targets, several vines shot at them. "You're mine," she yelled. "Fire release, fiery cataclysm." Rashi breathed a massive stream of fire, which was quickly amplified by the giant tornado, engulfing Hebiko completely. Rashi then smirked. "You youngsters think you're so strong, don't you?" Rashi taunted. "But youth and power means little if you keep making such mistakes. Don't you know what happens when wind clashes against fire?" However, much to his and Naruto's surprise, Hebiko emerged from the flames. Half of her armor was burned, but it quickly rebuilt itself, almost looking as wounds rapidly closing. "And you old men think you know everything because you lived for long," Hebiko angrily seethed, as she wounded her arm back. A large, curved blade of extremely sharp wood formed from her bracers. All-cutting forest blade. Rashi jumped backwards just as Naruto got between the two of them, his wind sword activated. The sharpened wood blade clashed against the sword of wind, neither of them being able to cut each other, as they struggled to push the other back. "Naruto, duck," Rashi said from behind. Naruto disengaged Hebiko and did as Rashi told. The white-haired woman saw how the red-headed man lunged at her, his fist wounded back and coated in small rocks, forming a compact gauntlet of stone. "Earth release, fist rock jutsu." Hebiko instinctively reared back, but she wasn't fast enough to avoid the incoming punch. While the wooden faceplate softened the blow, it carried so much power it sent her flying backwards, drops of blood falling from her mouth. "Sister!" Hebamaru cried, as he rushed to assist her. "Now's my time to strike," Naruto said, leaping from the tree branch while making several hand seals. Wind release, bounce. When Naruto touched the ground, a burst of wind from beneath his feet catapulted him upwards, almost as if he had bounced off, heading towards Hebamaru. The white-haired man, however, saw Naruto coming, and with a powerful roundhouse kick, the blonde was sent crashing against a tree. "Not so though without your sage mode, are you?" Hebamaru said in a taunting manner. However, much to his surprise, rather than slam against it, Naruto once again bounced against the tree's surface, flying towards the Oto ninja. Hebamaru had no time to protect himself from the incoming attack, and soon he found his face at the wrong end of Naruto's fist. Like his sister before, done by a powerful punch to his lower jaw. Naruto landed on the grassy ground beneath him, no bouncing this time, with Rashi soon joining him. "Nice jutsu you got there," Rashi complimented. "I don't think I've ever seen something like that before." "Thanks. I spent the last few weeks trying to come up with more creative wind jutsu," Naruto explained. "I had an idea for a jutsu that would allow me to fly. Wind release, bounce is based upon that idea." "You certainly caught that hothead by surprise," Rashi said, pointing at Hebamaru, sprawled on the ground. "It's not that hard. They may be strong and possess rare bloodline limits, but I think their own power blind them," Naruto said, shaking his head. "Those kids are indeed powerful, but their tactics and teamwork could use a lot of improving," the red-haired man commented. "The way they fight remind me of some genin out of the academy. Whoever trained them did an overall poor job. These kids are actually clones grown in a lab, whose age was accelerated by unknown means," Naruto explained the older man. "They are as powerful as my siblings, maybe even more. But they don't have not even a tenth of their experience." "Let's finish them off," Rashi said, taking a step forward, but he was stopped by Naruto. "Wait," the blonde said, as he grabbed Rashi by the shoulder. "Could we avoid killing them? They're kind of important to me and my family." Rashi looked at Naruto in the eyes, shooting him a pleading look. While sparing your enemy in the heat of the battle would be considered a foolhardy decision, he could see that Naruto's request wasn't a foolish or selfish one. "Very well then. Let's knock them out," Rashi suggested. "Then I can use an earth release jutsu to immobilize them." Naruto nodded. Thank you. The two of them walked towards the downed white-haired twins, trying to get back on their feet as badly as they could. However, before they could get any closer, a massive snake tail slammed down, forcing the two Jinchuriki to jump backwards. Orochimaru landed between them and the two Oto ninjas. Just when I got rid of Itachi, my children fall before you two, Orochimaru said, sounding disappointed. Guess luck won't favor me without taking something else in return. You got rid of Itachi? What did you do to him? Naruto asked, between panicked and angry. If Orochimaru had grown strong enough to defeat Itachi, then they were in serious problems. You should worry more about what's going to happen to you and your Jinchuriki friend, Naruto-kun, Orochimaru said, as his long tongue licked his lips, while his eyes glinted with a red light. A large brown snake slithered its way around Orochimaru, while at the same time acting as a barrier for the twin Oto ninjas. If anything, this is proving to be an interesting day. You don't get to fight a Sannin on a regular basis, Rashi commented. My next journals are going to be quite the read. I'm afraid the only thing anybody will write about you in the near future will be your epitaph, Orochimaru hissed, before lunging at them. Now fall to your knees. Fire release, Crimson Snake Fang. Anko breathed a large stream of fire, which split into smaller ones as it moved forward. The smaller streams then took the shape of snakes, and wrapped themselves around its target, the last of Teiwa's Doki demons. All the snakes bit the giant creature, while detonating at the same time. When the ash and dust dispelled, the creature was sprawled on the ground, defeated, before it disappeared leaving a poof of smoke behind. Is that the best you have? Anko said in a taunting manner. Not in the slightest, you fucking hag. Teiwa angrily snarled. Now prepare to dash. Teiwa was interrupted when she saw Itachi Uchiha landing behind Anko. The redhead's eyes grew wide, and color started to vanish from her face. Oh shit. No, just no. Teiwa said, taking several steps backward. Orochimaru-sama didn't say anything about fighting fucking Itachi Uchiha. And the redhead turned around, and leaped into the trees, disappearing behind them. Anko turned around, and smickered at Itachi. Hey, good job scaring her away. That's one less problem to be worried about. I take you took care of Orochimaru. Itachi shook his head. Not in the slightest, his hand darted towards a spot in his neck. He managed to slip a small snake into my body. It bit me. I can't even. Say no more, Anko said, as she started to look for something in the hidden pockets inside her coat, until she pulled out a small vial. Yeah, I know those snakes. They're called marble needles. Real pain in the butt. Here, take a shot of this, and after a few minutes of rest you should be good to keep fighting. Thank you, Itachi said, as he did what Anko instructed. But be careful, I don't have many more antidotes on me, the purplet warned him. Don't worry. Orochimaru won't trick me again, Itachi assured her. Unfortunately, I left both Naruto and Rashi alone against him. You should go and help them. Anko's mouth formed a wide grin. You don't have to tell me twice. Meanwhile, not far away from there, Tonari continued their fight against Team Tenzo. As the Otsutsuki floated above them, Tenzo's hands flew through hand seals. Wood release, Great Forest Jutsu. Brown wooden roots grew from below, lunging at Tonari. The Otsutsuki merely smirked, and made a hand motion. His two truth-seeking balls shot at the incoming attack, and the moment they touched the wood, it instantly rotted and turned into ash. Nothing. That defense is impenetrable. Tenzo said in frustration. And you just realized of that now. Tonari mocked. And the best part, it can be also used as a fence. With another hand motion, the black orbs stretched and expanded, as they took the shape of large nail-like spears, before shooting themselves at Tenzo. Fortunately for the wood release user, two other black orbs appeared in front of him, merged, and took the shape of a dome. The spears bounced against the dome, quickly recovering their original form. Thank you, Hanabi, Tenzo earnestly said. That was a close one. This man is powerful, but I noticed that his number of jutsu is pretty limited. If all he can do is using telekinetic blasts and truth-seeking balls, we might be able to build a tactic around that, Hagana suggested. Still, don't underestimate him, Hagane. A ninja of ancient times once said don't fear the man who practiced 10,000 jutsu once, but the man who practiced a single jutsu 10,000 times, Tenzo quoted. His number of abilities might be low, but if he's skilled, that's all what he needs. Not to mention that he can nullify all our ninjutsu, Hanabi added. Come on, those balls must have a weak point, Hagane insisted. No jutsu is perfect. All of them have vulnerabilities. Not this one, I can assure you of it, Tonari said, with a mocking smirk. Also, do you want to see something new from me? I wasn't going to use this, given that you're just children, but if you insist. Way to go, Hagane, Kaida deadpanned. Tonari cast his hand at Tenzo and his students, and the two truth-seeking balls started to spin in a circle in front of it while they glowed with a golden light. Quickly, behind me, Hanabi said, as she put herself between Tonari and the rest of her teammates, as she molded her own black orbs into another protective dome. Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. The two golden balls merged into a sphere of pure energy, energy which was released in the form of a golden beam of chakra, carving a path towards Team Tenzo hidden behind the shield. After a second of delay, the area the golden beam touched was engulfed in a massive linear explosion, digging a large trench in the ground. Hanabi undid the shield, and everybody looked around at the destruction caused by such a jutsu. Incredible, if it wasn't for Hanabi. Kaida stuttered, still processing the power the last Satsuki possessed. You'd be dead where you stand, Tonari finished the sentence. His eyes then drifted towards her brother. So, what do you think, young man? Do you still think you can stand against this power? However, Hagane's answer was something Tonari didn't expect in the slightest. Come on, attack now. All at once. Before he can summon the black orbs again. Hagane shouted. Well observed, Hagane. Tenzo praised. Kaida, you and me will cover your brother's flanks. Hanabi, cover us from above. Yes sir. The three Chunin chorused back. Tonari was taken aback. Hagane's words made him realize that he no longer had truth-seeking balls to protect himself with, and found that he was unable to create more, at least for the time being. This kid, how did he? Tonari was unable to gather his thoughts as he saw how the members of Team Tenzo went after him, Hanabi through the air while the others jumping from one tree branch to another, while all of them started to make hand seals. Kaida and Tenzo were the first ones to attack. Water release, water gun. Earth release, crushing avalanche. Kaida expelled a stream of water at Tonari, while several rocks were conjured out of thin air above him, falling down after coming into existence. I don't need truth-seeking balls in order to avoid these infantile attacks, Tonari said, as he raised each of his arms against the incoming elemental blasts, and repelling them with a kinetic blast. Whatever you do, I can counter. Counter this then. Hagane replied, as he furiously weaved hand seals. Lightning release, lightning flash. Hagane's body started to glow with a white light, as lightning sparks crackled around it. His teammates and sensei quickly covered their eyes. Unfortunately for Tonari, he found what the jutsu did too late, when his Tenseigan was overwhelmed by a searing white light, threatening to burn his retinas. My eyes! Tonari screamed, as he instinctively covered his eyes with his hands, in a vain attempt to nurse the pain. My eyes! How dare dash! Hanabi, now! Tenzo shouted. In an instant, Hanabi appeared in front of the now blinded Satsuki, her palms covered in fire. Fire release, 8 trigrams, 64 burning palms. Hanabi started to deliver a flurry of palm strikes at Tonari. However, much to her shock, while she got some few good hits, the Atsuki managed to stop her by grabbing her wrists. I've been blind most of my life, Tonari seethed, his eyes still closed. You think a little trick like that is enough to beat me? Displaying a deceptive amount of force, Tonari hurled Hanabi against the ground. Tenzo quickly moved to catch her, but due to the sheer force she was launched, both of them ended up slamming against a tree. As this happened, however, Hagane had leaped towards Tonari, and prepared for the kill. Okay, I managed to gather as much nature energy as I could for this attack. It should be enough to end him, the white-haired boy thought. Sage art, big ball raised on. However, just as the large chakra spear was about to hit the seemingly unsuspecting Atsutsuki, two new truth-seeking balls formed out of nowhere, merged and formed a protective barrier around him. No! Hagane cried, as his jutsu hit against the improvised shield. Look at that, I recovered my truth-seeking balls just in time, Tonari said, sporting a confident smirk. Now, let's put you in your dash. Crack. What was that? The Atsutsuki asked, not liking the sound of that. More cracking sounds were heard, as cracks started to form around the black barrier, much to both Tonari and Hagane's amazement. What? No. How could you dash? Tonari said in shock and frustration, before the Raise-Non exploded and overpowered the barrier, shattering it in a million pieces. Even if Tonari didn't took the brunt of the attack, the resulting shockwave was enough to submit him to the same thing he had done to Hanabi just a few seconds ago, only 10 times stronger. In less than a second, Tonari was hurled into the ground with such force into the forest, it blasted several trees away, and created a large crater. Wow! Kaida said in awe. You nailed him. I think I did. Hagane said, panting. How? His sister inquired. Truth-seeking balls are supposed to nullify ninjutsu. All of it. I'm still trying to figure it out, Hagane said, as he started to think. Could it be the nature energy of the attack? We can worry about that later, Tenzo said, as he hobbled towards them, with a limp Hanabi on his arms. I know you must be exhausted, but I need you to heal Hanabi. She sustained some serious injuries from that last impact. Sure thing, Hagane nodded. Tenzo gently placed Hanabi on the ground, and the white-haired kid started to heal his injuries, starting from the most grievous, to the less ones. Meanwhile, Tonari laid on his back against the crater his body had formed upon impact. His eyes still hurt. His whole body hurt. He was having trouble understanding what was going on. How could he be beaten by mere children? Even if one of them had the same eyes he had, she shouldn't even be able to touch him. But what puzzled him the most was how the truth-seeking balls had failed to protect him. How could that be possible? The truth-seeking balls were the ultimate elemental combination. Their yin-yang release should nullify any ninjutsu, no matter how big or powerful. My Byakugan princess! Tonari softly cried, an image of Hinata shooting him a pitiful look appeared before him. How can I pretend to be worthy of you, if I allow a bunch of children to? Suddenly, besides Hinata, an image of Naruto appeared. The blonde was looking at him with a mocking expression, almost stifling a laugh. That vision filled Tonari with rage. How dare that blonde hick mock him on top of stealing what was rightfully his? He would make him pay. Both him, and everybody who submitted him to such humiliation. Something inside her Tonari broke, and the body of the Atsutsuki was overflowed with power. He could feel his head throbbing in pain, but he didn't care. The aura of the Tenseigan Chakra cloak returned, only this time it shone brighter, almost forming flames around him. His body elevated into the air, the new power coursing through his veins restoring his energy and slightly healing his wounds. 4 truth-seeking balls appeared around him. So much power! Tonari said in awe, as he looked at his own hands. Did my emotions awake this power? I knew other stages existed, but experiencing them myself. I don't feel like I'm going to lose. Naturally, Tonari's comeback wasn't unnoticed by Team Tenzo, who were still covering Hagane as he healed Hanabi. The hell? How is that guy back again? Kaida whined. I thought you nailed him for good. I thought so as well. Hagane said, panic seeping through his voice. What do we do? Kaida asked. Tonari aimed his hand at the group, the 4 black orbs orbiting around it as they started to glow with a golden light. Everybody paled. They knew what was coming, except this time they didn't have Hanabi to protect them. Without letting Hagane finish, Tenzo scooped the youngest Hyuga between his arms, and ran away. Everybody, flee! Tenzo ordered. Run in different directions, he won't be able to hit all of us at once. Regardless of Tenzo's tactic, Tonari had already decided on his target. The boy who had bypassed his defenses and humiliated him. Perish, you accursed child, Tonari hissed, as he moved his hand towards him. Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. Toneri fired another golden beam, this one being thicker, and glowing with a brighter light. As it progressed, the beam carved a thin line towards its target, and after a second delay, it produced a line of massive explosions. "Brother!" Kaida screamed, upon seeing her twin being engulfed by the chains of explosions. "Now let's see if Arg." Toneri gargled, as the pain coursing through his body increased tenfold, forcing him to land. "Damn it! My body was too injured to withstand the backlash from such a heavy jutsu. Sorry, Orochimaru, but I can't provide you any more assistance." And Toneri quietly flew away from the battle. While Toneri was fighting Team Tenzo, Orochimaru was facing the two Jinchuriki, who were now assisted by Anko. Multiple hidden shadow snake hands. A multitude of snakes emerged from under Anko's sleeve, all of them lunged at Orochimaru while hissing furiously. Orochimaru merely smirked, and brandishing the sword of Kusanagi, beheaded all of them with a series of quick and extended swings. "Really, Anko-chan? Do you expect to defeat me by using my own tools?" Orochimaru mocked, as he grinned at her. "I expect to defeat you using every tool I can get my hands on," Anko replied, as she started to make hand seals. "Blondie, support me here with some wind jutsu." "Fire release, Great Dragon Fire." Naruto nodded, and weaved the signs of one of his most used wind jutsu. "Wind release, Cyclone Vortex." Anko expelled a stream of fire at Orochimaru, which was magnified by Naruto's wind attack, resulting in a massive tornado of flames, dangerously advancing towards Orochimaru, burning to ash everything they touched. Orochimaru, however, wasn't fazed. Two white snakes emerged from the cloak's neck, while Orochimaru made several hand seals. For a regular ninja, that combination might be impressive. But for me, not so much, Orochimaru confidently said. "Wind release, Great Breakthrough." "Water release, Tearing Torrent." "Typhoon Water Vortex Jutsu." Orochimaru's snakes expelled two streams of water that coiled around each other, while Orochimaru blew a powerful gust of wind from his mouth, creating a massive, Raja torrent that clashed against Anko and Naruto's combination attack. The Sannin waited expectantly for his attack to overpower theirs, but such thing didn't happen. His smirk slowly disappeared as the wall of flames devoured the torrent, while continuing its advance towards him. "What? How can this be?" the shocked Orochimaru said, as he jumped to the ground. There was no time to ponder what was going on, and no place to hide but down. Earth release. Hiding like a mole jutsu. Orochimaru dug deep underground, and the firestorm safely passed him, leaving a field of scorched earth before. Of course, he wouldn't be safe for too long. "He's underground," Naruto said. "Let's dig him out before he can ambush us." "Leave that to me, boy," Rashi replied, as he started to make hand seals, before slamming his hand into the ground. Earth release, opening earth rising excavation. The earth started to shake, as multiple earth pillars shot from the ground, one of them launching the surprised Orochimaru into the air. As the Sannin pondered what could have happened, a loud, whirring sound filled the air. "That sound, no, it can't be," Orochimaru said in horror. But it was. Wind release, Raisin Shuriken. Orochimaru's Sharingan saw how Naruto, in Sage mode, tossed his most powerful jutsu at the Sannin. Even with his modified body, there was no way he could survive the attack. There was only one thing he could do, and he didn't have much time before the attack struck. The Sannin opened his mouth wide, regurgitating a white snake, which tried to move as far from the Raisin Shuriken as possible. Seconds later, the attack struck, exploding into a sphere of razored winds which teared the Sannin's body to shreds. "He's trying to use his shed skin replacement jutsu to avoid your attack," Anko pointed out. "Target that snake before he can generate a new body." Earth release, Earth-style wall. A huge wall of stone rose between the Konoha and Iwa ninjas, and the spot where the snake landed. Hebiko landed on top of the wall, while Hebamaru landed behind Naruto, Anko, and Rashi. Once Orochimaru climbed out of the snake's mouth in his new body, he joined his surrogate daughter. "You entered Sage mode," Orochimaru observed, after noticing Naruto's golden eyes. "How? You'd like to know, wouldn't you?" Naruto taunted in return, giving the Sannin a foxy grin. You often boast how much of a genius you are, why don't you figure it out yourself? I can tell that bothersome Uchiha and his genjutsu had something to do with it, a displeased Orochimaru said. While Naruto wasn't going to confirm it, the Sannin was right. Turn out Naruto hadn't created 2 clones, but 4. Itachi had used a genjutsu to cloak them from others, making sure to keep Orochimaru's attention on him. The clones went to hide in a safe place, and began storing nature energy. Once they had enough, one of them dispelled. I have to admit, it was careless of me not to count that you guys would figure out a way around my sage mode, Naruto said, causally placing both arms behind his head. But you guys should have counted that I'd figure out a way around your way. This changes nothing. You aren't the only one among those present that is able to use senjutsu, Orochimaru countered. I already beat Hagane's clone once, and I can do it again, Naruto replied. Yes, but can you do it while you fight against me? Orochimaru asked, and fast as lightning, lunged at Naruto, followed by Hibiko and Hibimaru. We're going to need some high ground, Naruto said, as his hands flew through hand seals. Earth release, moving core. The blonde slammed his hand into the ground, raising a large stone pillar, almost looking like a hill or a small mountain. As this happened, Rashi's mind came with a way to use this to his advantage. His hands quickly went through a chain of seals. Lava release, volcanic bloom. Lava started to erupt from around the 2 Jinchuriki and Konoha Kunoichi, flowing down in every direction, forcing the Sannin and his twin minions to back down. Very well, Rashi, Anko praised, patting him on the back, before turning around. Meanwhile, I'm going to make sure that other fucker doesn't blindside us. Hibiko, we need to neutralize that lava. Attack with me, Orochimaru ordered, as she and the white-haired young woman went through the same chain of seals. Water release, water wave. Both Orochimaru and Hibiko expelled a stream of water from their mouths at the incoming lava, generating a cloud of steam. They intensified both the pressure and cold temperature of the burst of water, until the lava was starting to solidify. Lava release chakra mode. The curtain of steam split in 2, revealing the Jinchuriki of the 4 tails enveloped in an armor made of Motlin lava, dashing at Orochimaru. The Sannin's Sharingan glinted with a crimson spark, and expertly dodged backwards while pulling the blade of Kusanagi, and quickly stabbing it into the Jinchuriki's shoulder. Ack! Rashi cried, as Orochimaru pushed further, making the old man to fall on his back against the ground. You underestimate me, Rashi-san, Orochimaru told his prey. Rashi, however, grinned. It's you who overestimate yourself, Rashi said, before it transformed into Naruto, and disappeared in a cloud of smoke. The earth started to shake, and from below, Rashi, wearing his lava armor, emerged, dropping embers and chunks of molten rock everywhere. Said chunks of molten rock started to gather around Rashi's reared fist, forming a gauntlet of lava around it. Orochimaru parried it with the Kusanagi, but that was what Rashi was expecting. Grinning, the older man gripped the blade of the sword, while holding Orochimaru's arms with his other hand. I got him, Rashi stated. Naruto, this is your chance. You can count on me, Naruto said, as he created several clones. One of them helped the original to create a Raisin Shuriken, while the others went to make sure Hibiko didn't interfere. Victory was close. Huh. Naruto said, his sensorial abilities picking up a massive spike of chakra. What is this dash? The place was shaken by a chain of explosions. But most distressing, was that he had sensed Hagane's chakra massively dropping. Hagane? What the dash? Naruto's distraction also extended to his clones. And unfortunately, it was all Hibiko needed. The white-haired woman quickly weaved a chain of sings. Water release, water dragon jutsu. Hibiko's cheeks puffed up, expelling another stream of water, this one taking the shape of a massive dragon. The dragon opened its jaws, swallowing the Naruto clones, which were instantly poofed Orochimaru and Rashi. And in the latter's case, the water had the unfortunate effect of turning his lava armor into brittle rock. Seeing his opportunity, Orochimaru grinned, showing his sharp fangs. His neck stretched in an unnatural manner, and the Sannin sunk his fangs into the Jinchuriki's neck, piercing the layer of thin rock that covered him. What the? Was all that Rashi said before he lost consciousness, and fell into Orochimaru's arms. Rashi, no! Naruto yelled, as he dashed to save his fellow Jinchuriki. Would release, would dragon jutsu. Or he would have, if Hebiko didn't create several wooden dragons to keep him at bay. Excellent. It would have been better if we could capture Naruto-kun as well, but for the time being we'll settle for just one, Orochimaru said, nodding. Everybody, we're done here. Fall back. As if on cue, Kurakaiba emerged from underground, and opened his jaws. Carrying Rashi above his shoulder, Orochimaru jumped inside his mouth, followed by Hebiko. All right, let's leave, Orochimaru said. Wait a minute. Where is brother? Hebiko asked, sounding distressed, as she scanned around the area, until she found him. Wrapped in snakes, with Anko holding a kunai to his neck. Listen, Orochimaru, I know that you don't give a shit about your subordinates, Anko yelled. But I know that this one is special to you. So how about an exchange? Let the Jinchuriki go, and you can have him back. Hebiko looked at Orochimaru with apprehensively. Master! What are we going to do? But Orochimaru didn't acknowledge Hebiko's question. Kurakaiba, get us out of here. What? Hebiko asked in shock. The giant, jet black snake snapped his jaws shut, and dug underground. Rashi! Rashi! No! Naruto yelled, as he futilely rushed towards the escaping snake. And inside the snake's mouth, before darkness claimed him to never be released again, Rashi had one last thought. I'm sorry Naruto. I guess I won't be able to write about this day. Check the description for the links to the author.